It's that big fan again. Not good. Quickly retreat. Many people in the army immediately saw the banana fan and fled in fear. This immediately caused a chain reaction, and tens of thousands of people desperately turned around and left. Xianxia's dozen or so fan attacks had killed at least 1,000 people, but now they were all afraid of him. However, it seemed to be too late. Violent elemental power burst out from the banana fan and struck in all directions. Instantly, the heavens were in a state of sorrow as wails and screams of pain rose from all directions. No one is allowed to retreat. Bai Kuang was furious and roared. Whoever retreats will die. At the same time, his eyes turned red with anger as he pointed at Xianxia and roared, "Kill this man! Kill the man with the fan!" He took the lead and rushed at Xianxia, followed by the rest of the Xingma family, who were roaring and charging at him. Li Xianxia. The judge's face darkened as he said coldly, "You can leave now." Her body immediately burst into flames and she flashed towards Bai. Wei Qing and the others also attacked the Saint Devil family's experts. The remaining 300 or so people from the two armies in the central region also stood up from their meditative states and charged towards the Xingma clan. After sending out more than 10 gusts of wind, Xianxia was almost exhausted. He flew down from the sky and sat down cross-legged 100 meters above the ground to rest. The world's pride smile was beside him, quietly floating in the air. Seeing this, the great army of the Arceus region finally calmed down. With Bai's orders, they turned around and charged forward once more. Xianxia sneered and picked up the smiling pride of the secular world again. Thousands of gasps could be heard. Thousands of people stopped again, not daring to move forward. Bai Zhang and Yuan were fighting each other, steadily holding the upper hand. When they saw the state of the army from the corner of their eyes, they were both filled with rage as they roared, "Whoever dares to remain stagnant will be executed." The might of the holy demons spread out, giving everyone endless courage. They no longer cared about the power of the fan and charged down from the sky. Xianxia smiled wryly. Although he still had the power to fan himself, he did not have much left. A strong wind gushed out of his body and turned into a crocodile to protect him. The entire land was instantly devoured by the nearly 10,000 Mo army. The scene was extremely tragic. The Xingma family's men were originally in a sorry state, but now that they could catch their breath, they were all furious and wanted to take revenge. Under the cover of the army, they fought even harder. A large number of devils around Xianxia also rushed over, but they were all torn apart by the half-demon crocodile. The barrier formed by the astral wind was under great pressure and kept changing shape, but it could not break. The entire scene was in chaos. The rest of the people had also been scattered by the army, falling into the sea of Mo, completely disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, a powerful flame burst out from somewhere in the chaotic battle and swept in all directions. Xianxia looked up and saw that it was the combination of the Ice Fiend Heart Flame and the Netherworld Fire, which had turned into a fire lotus in the middle of the army and was growing bigger and bigger. At the center of the fire lotus was Yuan, who was making hand seals with one hand. She was quietly suspended above the lotus, driving the fire to burn in all directions. A large number of demons were set on fire upon contact, and miserable screams rang out. At this moment, the person who took over Yuan and was locked in a fierce battle with Bai Sha was Wei Qing. With Yi's help in the dark, it was equivalent to 2 against 1, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. Bai Xian was extremely shocked, as if he had a bad feeling. He had thought that it would be a sure-win battle, but the result was getting more and more confusing. The other party's powerhouses seemed to be endless. He was a saint demon, but he was being suppressed and beaten. Moreover, after Yuan's fire lotus rose, the middle of the battlefield was almost turned into a sea of fire. Large numbers of devil soldiers were burned to death, and there were screams. Suddenly, Yunxiao's figure appeared next to Yuan, and with the smiling pride in his hand, he slapped her. Yuan was shocked. "You!" However, she instantly understood. With a wave of the fan, the huge fire lotus transformed into 10 huge fire dragons that rushed in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Those fire dragons were unrivaled and unstoppable. Wherever they passed, Large numbers of devil soldiers were burned and exploded, screaming constantly. The 10 fire dragons raised their heads and glared at each other. They traveled through the sky and the earth, wreaking havoc in all directions as if they had a mind of their own. Yuan's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. But even more so, she was filled with radiance. She exclaimed, "What's going on?" Yunxiao smiled faintly and did not say anything. Yuan snorted gloomily. Seeing that he was not willing to say, she did not ask anymore. "It's nothing," Yunxiao said. "I just divided the 5 elements wind into 10 streams to control those fire dragons." Only then did Yuan realize that these agile fire dragons were controlled by an invisible wind, wreaking havoc in the devil army. In just a short time, thousands of devil soldiers died under it, and the 10 fire dragons slowly disappeared. A strong wind blew beside Yunxiao and Yi, and then it turned into the crocodile, looking a little tired. The entire army of the Arceus region was pale as they looked at the two of them in terror, not daring to get any closer. Of the 10,000-strong army, they had already lost half. The battle was ravaged by the fire dragon, and the two armies were separated again. However, the army in the central region was trapped in the center like an isolated island. More than half of the central region army had been killed or injured, leaving only 100 or so people. However, all of them had determined looks on their faces, and it was clear that they were prepared to die. Although the Arceus region's army was more than 50 times larger, numbering 5,000 to 6,000 people, their expressions were the complete opposite, their hearts trembling and their faces ashen. Bai was also shocked. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were all minions. In terms of absolute experts, they were far inferior to the other party. "I advise you to surrender and not put up any unnecessary resistance. If you continue to resist, you will die without a doubt," Bai Li shouted. Yunxiao's expression turned strange as he said, "What? Are you saying that if we don't resist, you'll retreat and not kill us?" Bai was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. He could only nod and say, "We can be lenient." "There's a hole in his brain," the referee snorted coldly. "He must have been beaten silly by someone just now." "You coward! You're really looking for death." "Holy demon!" Bai angrily roared. The power of the holy demon burst out, shaking the surrounding demons so much that they didn't dare to get close. "Is this your strength?" Yuan's face lit up with joy. "It seems you've suffered quite a bit just now." She glanced at Wei Qing beside her and couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. She didn't expect Wei Qing to be able to injure the other party. Wei Qing's condition wasn't too good either. He was covered in blood, but his face was still cold and expressionless. Bai De was extremely furious. He originally wanted to intimidate the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to discover that he was injured. Even the people of the Shengma family and the army of the Arceus region started to look at him with suspicion. Bai's expression changed slightly, but he pretended to be fine and snorted. "Which eye of yours saw that this lord was injured? You're too naive if you want to shake the morale of our army." He raised his hand and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, listen up. Kill, kill, kill." He blurted out the word kill, venting the anger and killing intent in his heart. Even if he had to risk his last soldier, he would tear the person in front of him into 1,000 pieces. "Hold on." Just as the two armies were in a state of extreme tension, a calm voice suddenly rang out in the air. Yunxiao's body trembled. He hurriedly raised his head and looked up at the sky, because he was very familiar with the figure. As expected, the sky shook slightly, and a man's figure appeared. His face was as white as jade, and he had an extraordinary appearance. It was the eldest young master. The people from both sects were shocked. Bai Geng flew up and cupped his fists, saying, "Demon Lord!" He had already treated Six-Winged as a devil master. Hearing this, Mo was shocked. He looked up and couldn't help but tremble. Although he had never seen Six-Winged before and had seen Li Yi many times, for some reason, he was convinced that this was the ancestor of the demon race, Six-Winged, when he saw Master Xiao. "What?" The eldest young master seemed to have sensed something as well. He fixed his gaze down and finally landed on E. He suddenly laughed and said, "Interesting." The referee's body trembled. The eldest young master did not exude any kind of aura, but just a glance was enough to give him endless pressure, and he almost could not lift his head. This was the subtle feeling from the bloodline inheritance. It was as if there was only one way to submit to this person. He forcefully circulated the Buddhist demon sacred art to resist the pressure. The eldest young master laughed awkwardly and said, "I was the one who created the Buddhist demon divine technique. You've actually learned it and you're in the creation realm. Are you the current demon emperor?" Mo's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and nodded. He gathered his courage and cupped his fists. "Great ancestor, why did you invade the realm of heavenly martial arts?" The people from both sects were stunned. "Ancestor?" They seemed to be a little stunned. Even Bai's face was filled with shock, but he still cupped his fists in front of the eldest young master. The eldest young master ignored him, so he did not dare to get up on his own. The eldest young master's expression changed slightly, and his face turned cold. He said coldly, "Since you know my identity, what right do you have to question me?" I don't dare," Mo said in a trembling voice. However, the demon race has already developed and grown in the realm of heavenly martial arts. For millions of years, they have been thriving and thriving. If our ancestors want to invade the realm of heavenly martial arts, I wonder how they will treat our race. The eldest young master looked at him coldly and said, "All of you were born by me, so I naturally won't sit by and do nothing. At that time, I will come to the realm of heavenly martial arts in person, and you can follow me and finally return to the devil realm." Return to the demonic realm. Mo's heart trembled and said, "But the devil world's world power is suppressing Bayan." Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Lu Qi wanted to move the demons to the devil realm, which meant that he was ready to destroy the heavenly martial realm. It seemed that he really wanted to refine the heavenly martial realm into a realm coat of arms. He could not help but feel furious. The suppression of the realm power is only a matter of time. Lu Qi interrupted E. "Since I can adapt to it, you can as well. There's no need to say anything more about this matter. Let's do it this way." Momo was stunned and didn't know what to do. He had no right to negotiate with Six-Winged at all. Whether it was his status or strength, he only felt extremely conflicted. "Lord Demon Emperor," Yunxiao said coldly, "I don't want to force you to do anything, but if you choose Six-Winged, there will be no possibility of cooperation between us. From now on, they were enemies and not friends. Although you and Lord AI are both friends that I cherish, it's a pity that our paths are different, so we no longer plan for each other." Mo's face was drained of blood, and he was struggling internally. The eldest young master looked on with interest and laughed. "What, is it hard to choose? It seems that you have developed a good relationship with Li Yunxiao and the others." After devouring Li Yi, the 6 clones' memories had already fused together. Although this was the first clone that had appeared, it had also obtained the memories of the same body from Six-Winged. Looking at the judge's troubled expression, the eldest young master continued to ask with a smile, "Are you considering the feelings between you and AI, or the feelings of the entire demon race? Are you worried about whether we should move the entire demon race into the devil realm? Or are you afraid that Yunxiao and the others will take revenge?" Mo cupped his fists. "Ancestor, you're wise. It's difficult." The eldest young master nodded and said, "It's indeed very difficult to solve. With Yunxiao's personality, if you choose to let the demon race follow me, I'm afraid the entire demon race will be in danger." Mo's face changed drastically, and he could not help but steal a glance at Yunxiao, only to see the latter's cold face. Yunxiao nodded. "Young master, you have become one with Li Yi. So, the one in front of me is at least 1/6 of the Li Yi. He does know me very well. If you choose to submit to the Six-Winged clan, I can understand, and I won't blame you," he said to E directly. Mo heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Alliance Master." Yunxiao nodded and said, "But, I understand. Six-Winged is right. We'll be enemies then, and I won't leave any hidden dangers by my side." You can stay and leave with six-winged, but once I return to the realm of heavenly martial arts, there will be no more monsters in this world. His face was filled with killing intent as he stared at the referee. His determined expression was devoid of any emotion. Mo Meng sucked in a cold breath and said angrily, "You coward! You what you?" Wei Qing also sneered, "You're with six-winged now. Six-winged is going to destroy the heavenly martial realm. Do you still want us to leave the monster race alive?" "Hee hee. Lord Demon Emperor, you're very silly and naive." Richard felt cold all over, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. If it was in the past, when he was suppressed under the Five-Cloud Mountain, all his subordinates were just food. Even if all of them died, he would not feel any heartache. However, over the years, as the Demon Empress, everything seemed to have changed. Every demon's face flashed in front of his eyes, and Aina's unparalleled heroic posture was still lingering in his mind. The eldest young master looked at Bai, who had been ignoring him, and crossed his arms in front of his chest with interest. "I would also like to see your decision." Bai Iran bowed to the side, feeling extremely depressed and sullen. No matter what, he was still a Saint Demon stage powerhouse. Yet, he was bowing so humbly in front of the army, and the other party did not even care about him. "Lord Ancestor, isn't there a way to satisfy both sides?" Mo said bitterly. "Actually, your choice is very simple," the eldest young master said indifferently. "If you join me, you might still have a way out, but if you join Yunxiao when I destroy the realm in the future, not a single demon will be able to escape." Destroyed realm. The judge trembled, while Yunxiao and the others' eyes gleamed with cold light and anger. Yunxiao's face was dark as he said coldly, "Isn't it just for the coat of arms? Can you be any more vicious? Oh, you also know about the realm emblem?" The eldest young master was quite surprised. He looked at Yunxiao with a meaningful look and said, "I'm afraid it was Jiyu who told you, right? For you to ask such a question, it seems that he most likely didn't tell you the use of the realm emblem. Luanyu has a vicious heart and is full of tricks. Be careful not to fall for his schemes." "Luanyu is dead," Yunxiao said coldly. "What?" The eldest young master's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock. "He actually died? Who did it?" "The ultimate is dead," Yunxiao said. "He's also dead." The eldest young master stood there in a daze. After a while, he regained his senses and suddenly burst out laughing. "Luanyu and the ultimate, I didn't expect you to die before me. I still wanted to tear you to pieces with my own hands. But it seems that this wish will not come true. How did the two of them die? Were you the one who killed them?" The eldest young master looked at Yunxiao again, very curious to know. Yunxiao grinned and said, "You really want to know, right? But I just don't want to tell you. TSK. Do you think life is cruel?" The eldest young master squinted his eyes and looked at him coldly. "You're good. Another example of courting your own death." Bai Yi, who had been bowing, finally took the opportunity to say, "Eldest young master, this person is crafty and ruthless. Let me kill him and bring his head to you." "No need," the eldest young master replied indifferently. "Two Saint Fiends, the experts from the 17 Saint Fiend patrician families, and my ancient realm's army of over 10,000 couldn't even kill these minions, and even lost a Saint Fiend. You guys are really good at doing things." Bai was embarrassed. He blushed and said, "Don't worry, eldest young master. Give me some more time. I will definitely annihilate them all. There's no need for that. It'll be troublesome if you die too." The eldest young master waved his hand. "Thank you for your understanding, eldest young master, but it's impossible for these ants to kill me," he hurriedly said. The eldest young master looked at him coldly and snorted, "I don't want to take this risk again." "Yes, thank you for your concern, eldest young master." Bai's heart felt warm. He had thought that this demon master was fickle-minded and cold-hearted, but he didn't expect him to be so concerned about his subordinates. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his head. It was the eldest young master's right hand that had reached out and grabbed his head. Furthermore, an extremely powerful force of unknown origin had completely suppressed him, causing the circulation of devil essence in his body to be blocked. Young master! Bai's entire body trembled and he cried out involuntarily. His eyes filled with anger and fear. Even if I did not do my job well, I don't deserve to die. I hope that eldest young master will be magnanimous. I'm willing to atone for my crimes. The eldest young master shook his head. You've misunderstood. I'm not trying to kill you. It's just that you have another use for it. There's another use. Bai's expression turned slightly better, but he was completely suppressed by the eldest young master. He had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, May I know what eldest young master wants this subordinate to do? Xianxia and the others were also shocked by the sudden change. They all looked at him with wide eyes, not knowing what Six-Winged was doing. The eldest young master said, You should know that my sixth clone is too weak. It will directly affect my cultivation after the fusion. As such, I split into 6 and cultivated on my own, but the power of my sixth clone was still too slow. Some time ago, I read the ancient scroll of Avicii and suddenly obtained a secret technique. It can be used to refine a saint devil into demon pearl jade. As for the effects of the demon pearl jade, you should know that it's extremely useful for my clone. What? You? Bai Yan was shocked and shouted angrily, You want to refine me into demon jade? The eldest young master nodded and said, I originally had 2 holy demons for my use. Now that it's only you, how are we going to fight this war? Now you know why I'm here to stop you from continuing the fight, right? If you die as well, won't I cry to death? All the people from the Xingma family broke out in cold sweat. They felt a chill run up their spines and spread throughout their bodies. Even their palms and feet were cold. Damn it! Bai Ho roared. I did my best to help you kill your enemies, but you want to refine me. Bai's body trembled violently. It was unknown whether it was because of anger, fear, or because of his desperate struggle or all of it. The eldest young master looked at him indifferently and said, If he really did his best, why would he be angry now? This proves that you're not loyal enough. Damn it! You animal! You animal from the realm of heavenly martial arts! He exploded in anger. Knowing that he was most likely going to die, he couldn't care much anymore and began to curse. You'll die a horrible death sooner or later. The vastness of the demonic world is beyond your imagination. There will definitely be existences stronger than you who will take care of you. The eldest young master sneered and said, I'm looking forward to it as well, but I'm most likely going to be disappointed, because the devil world will become my second coat of arms. Xianxia was greatly shocked. It turned out that Six-Winged was not only going to refine the heavenly martial realm, but also the devil realm. You scum! Bai angrily shouted, the public enemy of the 2 worlds. I hate so much. I hate that I can't eat your flesh and blood alive. I hate that I can't tear you apart with my own hands. Calm down, the eldest young master said indifferently. What is there to be sad about in life, and what is there to be sad about in death? He made a hand seal, and an ancient scroll appeared in his palm. It rotated and slowly opened in front of him. Xianxia and the others widened their eyes. The ancient scroll was the ancient scroll of Avicii, but it was shining with a primordial golden light, making it impossible for them to see what was inside. With a flash of golden light, Bai was taken in. Then, the ancient scroll slowly closed and fell into the hands of the eldest young master. In a flash, it disappeared. At this moment, although the sky was filled with people, it was strangely silent. There was no sound. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Great ancestor, didn't you say that you wanted the monster race to migrate to the devil world? Why is the devil realm being refined now? The eldest young master placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Refining the devil realm is only my next step. I don't know when it will be. After all, the power of the devil realm is far stronger than that of the heavenly martial arts realm. I was afraid that I would fail, so I tested it on the heavenly martial arts realm first. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of existence was this person in front of them? He had described the matter of refining a realm so casually. There were hundreds of millions of living beings in it, Mo gritted his teeth. In that case, even if the monster race moves to the devil world, they won't be able to escape death. The eldest young master smiled faintly. Since ancient times, who has never died? How can there be an eternal existence in this world? At least if we migrate to the demon realm, we can live for a few more years. TSK. You should die. If that's the case, then don't blame us for being merciless. Mo gritted his teeth. The eldest young master nodded and showed a hint of admiration. He said, "You choose your own path. Even if I created you, I hope that you can find your own path and not follow blindly. Otherwise, I will look down on you even more." He said, "It doesn't matter if his heart is good or evil, or if his stance is good or bad, but he can't be an idiot. Morons are the public enemy of the world." Tisk! If that's the case, Mo Yen said angrily, then the demons will stay in the realm of heavenly martial arts and wait for our ancestor to come and fight. "I'll be there," the eldest young master replied. With that, he turned around and was about to escape into the void. "Kill him," Xianxia suddenly shouted. "Everyone, let's kill him together. Now that Six-Winged has created 6 more clones, it's the best chance to kill him." The sword light in his hand flashed, and he condensed the master bauble. His figure flashed and he rushed forward. Yuan and the others immediately came to their senses and all attacked. In an instant, all the terrifying power burst out and surged into the sky like an avalanche, as if to devour the lone figure. The eldest young master turned around, the corners of his mouth raised in a sneer, and he flicked his finger. A stream of energy broke through the air and struck the floating object. Xianxia felt his arm go numb, and his fiend energy was suppressed for a moment. However, in just a moment, the eldest young master had already disappeared into the horizon. Following that, a sky full of attacks came, shattering the void. However, there was no trace of the eldest young master. Everything had missed. Yunxiao's face was a little unsightly as he let the floating object in his hand fade away. "Yunxiao." Xiao Hong rushed over worriedly. "Big brother Yunxiao, are you all right?" Yunxiao shook his head. He was too weak at the moment, or he would not have been shaken by Six-Wing's finger. The two of them then flew back to the ground. The scene of thousands of people was so quiet that one could hear a needle. The atmosphere was extremely strange. The Arceus region's army seemed to have lost all will to fight as well, and they simply stood there, not knowing what to do. The experts from the Xianxia family looked at each other. This battle was obviously not going to continue, but they didn't know how to end it. Yunxiao looked at them and said, "Do you know where Six-Winged Clan is hiding?" Within the Xianxia family, an elder stood out and cupped his fists. "Not far from here, there's a Saint Devil Hall. Six-Winged should be hiding in the hall." "Saint Devil Hall?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, "At this moment you should have come to a realization, right? Are you going to follow Lu Qi? Or are you going to kill your way up to the Saint Devil Hall with us?" This buy-in, the people from the Xianxia family hesitated. Although they didn't want to continue fighting, they also didn't want to become enemies with Six-Winged Clan. He said coldly, "Have you forgotten what Lu Qi said just now? He said he wanted to refine the devil world. At that time, no one would be able to escape death. What was there to consider at a time like this? What Six-Wing said just now was right. Idiots are the most disdainful." When those powerhouses heard this, they seemed to be awakened, and anger appeared on their faces. The old man said solemnly, "Lord, who is right? That Six-Winged Man is really going to refine the devil world. Everyone should work together to get rid of it." The core figures came to an agreement, and the thousands of soldiers would naturally not work for the Six-Winged Clan. The two groups of people who were originally engaged in a brutal battle instantly formed an alliance and flew towards the Saint Devil Hall together. But several days later, they searched the entire ancient region, but they still couldn't find the Saint Devil Hall. Everyone's faces turned ugly. "I'm afraid Six-Winged has already found a place to hide, and the next time he appears, he'll be in deep trouble." Yi's face darkened as he said, and he could not help but shiver. The rest of the Asmodeans also turned pale and felt fear. An expert from the Xianxia clan snorted coldly, Does Six-Winged really think he's invincible? You must know that there are many powerhouses hidden in the devil world who usually don't care about worldly affairs. But if they want to refine the devil world, no one will sit idly by. Oh? Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he asked, do you have any way to contact those reclusive experts? The person from the Shengma clan thought for a while and said, we might be able to contact a few of them, but most of them are living in seclusion in the desolate ancient fearsome region. Even we don't know about them. It doesn't matter if you don't know, another person said. When the time comes to refine the devil world, they will naturally come out to stop it. I'm just afraid that Six-Winged will defeat all the experts one by one, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. If we can all join forces, we might be able to fight him. Lord Li is right, the referee said. We should all think of a way to find more experts and spread this matter among the higher-ups of the devil realm. I'm afraid it won't take 2 or 3 years for Six-Winged to become the Lord of 1,000 worlds. Yunxiao said worriedly, I'm afraid. This matter concerns the survival of the 2 worlds, so I hope that everyone can work together to overcome this difficult time. He cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd sincerely. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't dare to take responsibility and hurriedly cupped their fists in return. Of course, this concerns the life and death of everyone. We will do our best. Yunxiao nodded. In the next 2 or 3 years, we can each set up a contact point to strengthen our contact and communication with each other. We can discuss any difficult problems together. That's a good idea. I'll set up a contact point when I get back, said Xiang. The crowd discussed some more opinions and details before they all dispersed worriedly. Yunxiao and the judge also began to return to the realm of heavenly martial arts. Wei Qing and Xiao Hong, on the other hand, chose to stay. One of them cultivated a MO skill, while the other cultivated Rainbow Stone Spirit Transformation, so staying in the MO realm would allow them to progress even faster. A few months later, Yunxiao and the judge returned to the realm of heavenly martial arts, and they immediately held a meeting of the top level. This time, they did not avoid the demon clan, but they did not disturb the powerhouses who had already entered seclusion. Therefore, there were very few people in the meeting. Yunxiao explained in detail what had happened in the devil realm, and everyone was worried. However, after hearing that Six-Winged was going to refine the devil world, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. This might be a good thing, Xianxia Yao said. It's equivalent to having the devil realm as a helper. With the power of the 2 realms, we have a great chance of winning. I hope so, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. I'm not as optimistic as you, Lord Xianyuan. At least our chances of winning are twice as high as before, Xianxia Yao said. However, I really don't understand. If Lu Qi refines the devil world, how is he going to live? I've heard that once you become the Lord of 1,000 worlds, you can break away from the shackles of a world and wander freely in the universe, Yunxiao said. You can do whatever you want. I'm sure Six-Winged is planning to leave the plane of these 2 worlds. Everyone's faces were solemn as they listened, but their eyes were filled with yearning. Yunxiao sighed. It's meaningless to think too much now. Let's get ready for war. As for the communication, I'll leave it to Ling Er. I'll do it now, Ding Ling Er said hurriedly. Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, if any lord comes out of seclusion, Ling Er, you'll be responsible for passing on the latest news. Yes. Ding Ling Er nodded. Yunxiao was obviously not in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, everyone, please disperse. After dismissing the crowd, Yunxiao left AI, Tenzatzi, and the other alchemists behind and took them into the Divine Realm tablet to the place where Che-Yu was healing. Formations of various sizes surrounded Che-Yu. They gathered the spirit chi in the Divine Realm tablet and turned it into a stream that flowed into Che-Yu's body, extending his life. Yuan Gaohan's divine sense swept over, and he couldn't help but be shocked. He's actually so heavily injured. Yunxiao nodded worriedly and said, if it weren't for my Divine Realm tablet, I would have died on the spot. Although he managed to keep his life, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover completely in 2 to 3 years. I've brought you all here to see if you have any good ideas. There are very few elixirs that can cure the Dragon Clan, Amaterasu said in a deep voice. But the dragon crystal is a sacred item of the dragon clan. If we can find a few dragon crystals for him to consume, he should be able to recover in time. I've told Ling to collect the dragon crystal Xianxia all over the world, Xianxia said with a wry smile. But the possibility of finding it is almost zero. He began to feel some regret. That day in the dragon transformation pool, such a large true dragon had failed to evolve and directly turned into a dragon crystal, but a lot of it had been destroyed by him and Luanyu. The two pieces that Che Yu ate in the MO world were most likely the ones that fell from the sky and were split by him. Indeed, we can't pin our hopes on the dragon crystal. Yuan Gaohan nodded and said, we still have to think of other reliable methods. A hint of worry appeared between AI May's brows as she said in a deep voice, we still haven't found a solution to the people who were affected by Lu Zongzi's sorcery, and now we have another tricky problem. In fact, as long as he slowly injected spiritual energy into his body, the true dragon would be able to recover by itself in 8 to 10 years. It's a pity that we don't have enough time. Amaterasu's heart was heavy as well. Let's discuss and find a solution. That was the only thing he could do now. Yunxiao sighed and sent everyone back to the spell garden. In a flash, he came to the place outside Yanwu where the spirit chi was the most abundant, took out the divine realm tablet, and stuck it into the boundless earth with a boom, pressing directly on the spirit vein. Suddenly, the divine realm tablet glowed with flowing light and began to absorb the spiritual chi from the outside world. Yunxiao did not want to suppress the spirit veins in the heavenly martial realm unless he had to. But the spirit energy in the divine realm tablet was insufficient, and he was afraid that once the supply was interrupted, it would leave a future problem for Cheyu. Therefore, as a last resort, he could only place the divine realm tablet on the spirit vein at this time to be nourished first. In this way, it would inevitably affect the density of the spirit chi in the entire city, which would directly affect everyone's cultivation. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't care much about it. Regardless of importance or friendship, Cheiyu's life was too important. After doing all that, Yunxiao was about to turn and leave when he suddenly sensed something. He suddenly turned back to look at the towering divine realm tablet, as if he heard a voice calling out to him in his heart. What's going on? He couldn't help but be shocked. He had never had such a mysterious feeling since he got the divine realm tablet. It was as if there was something in the divine realm tablet that was attracting him. Who is it? Yunxiao could not help but ask. With his level of control over the divine realm tablet, he naturally knew that there was no one inside, and it was impossible for anyone to be inside. However, that feeling became stronger and stronger. After pondering for a while, his figure flashed and he appeared in the divine realm tablet. As soon as he appeared, a large amount of colorful light began to appear around his body, which was unusually gorgeous. Upon closer inspection, there were actually countless runes flashing within. They were condensed from the laws of the steel. What's with this thing, Luo? Yunxiao was shocked. At this moment, the feeling that the divine realm tablet gave him was that the power inside was rising crazily. The laws contained within it all turned into runes that flickered in the surroundings. In the end, that power had even exceeded his control and reached an unattainable level. The power of a world king. Yunxiao was horrified. The power emanating from the divine realm tablet at the moment gave people the feeling that a powerhouse in the realm king realm was standing in front of him. Then, as if it had a mind of its own, the force suddenly rolled toward Yunxiao, suppressed him, and poured into his meridians. What's going on? Yunxiao was taken aback. Under the powerful force, his meridians were instantly expanded, and his body was like a leather ball filled with qi, expanding to the extreme. Could it be that the divine realm tablet is trying to force me to break through to the realm king? After this thought appeared in his mind, he seemed to confirm this guess. He was both surprised and happy. He had never dreamed that such a thing would happen. He immediately closed his eyes and began to concentrate on following that power to break through to the World King realm. But before long, Yunxiao's eyes snapped open, and 2 cold beams of light burst out of them. Then he covered his head with his hands, seemingly in pain. Damn it! You actually want to control me? Yunxiao's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists. A violent force burst out of his body, and the air around him hissed as a large number of cracks began to appear. But in just a moment, the runes condensed from the Divine Realm tablet all began to attach themselves to his skin. Xianxia suddenly felt like he was bound by shackles, and all his strength was suppressed. His expression changed drastically. At that moment, he could clearly feel the increase in his power, but he couldn't control it. He was completely suppressed by the power of the Divine Realm tablet. I see. You want to refine me and make me the tool spirit of the monument? Many rumors about the Divine Realm tablet popped up in Xianxia's mind, as well as how the previous Realm King eventually abandoned his body and turned into a Realm Spirit. He didn't expect the Divine Realm tablet to have such a strong self-consciousness that it wanted to override him as its master. If that is the case then Jinjin, then I'm sorry Yingluo. A cold gleam flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he threw his head back and roared. No one can be my master except myself. If you insist on doing so, then our fate will end here. He suddenly activated the sword chi in his body, and thousands of sword rays shot out from his dantian, directly cutting his meridians and stabbing his body with thousands of holes. As a large number of aperture acupoints exploded, Xianxia was covered in blood, and his energy was rapidly declining. However, in that instant, he had already grasped the master of floating in his hands. With a ruthless expression, he slashed his sword forward. Fuck off. Let's die together. Boom! Then, the world turned dark, and a terrifying crack appeared in the monument. At the same time, the thousands of runes that had been suppressing Xianxia exploded, and he lost consciousness. Although earth-shattering changes were taking place inside the monument, it was as calm as usual outside Yanwu. Only the Divine Realm tablet that was pressing on the spirit vein suddenly lost all its light. It became a little dispirited, continued to shrink, and disappeared in the air in a flash. As for Xianxia, who was standing in front of the Divine Realm tablet, a large amount of blood burst out of his body without any warning, as if all his apertures had exploded. Then, a sword appeared in his hand, and he fell from the sky into the spirit vein. Several months later, no one discovered anything unusual in this place, and everyone thought that Xianxia had gone into seclusion. When he woke up, he realized that he was lying in a spirit vein, his body being nourished by the endless spirit chi. Master Bobble landed quietly on the ground, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being immersed in the spiritual chi, with flowing lights floating on it from time to time. Xianxia checked his body, and his heart trembled violently. There was a vast power in his dantian that was like the universe floating there. With a thought, it was like a myriad of stars spinning, and a vast and mighty force instantly filled his body. World King Realm. Under his ecstasy, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he thought about the previous process, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly explored his body and found that the Divine Realm tablet was still quietly in his sea of consciousness, as if it had not changed much. Xianxia's figure flickered and disappeared into the spirit vein along with the master of sinking and floating, then reappeared directly inside the steel. When he saw that Che Yu was still sitting there quietly, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings, he heaved a sigh of relief. The tension on his face was finally relieved. Who? Recalling the previous situation, he thought that he had broken the Divine Realm tablet. If that was the case, Che Yu would most likely be dead, but now it seemed like a dream. He looked at Che Yu quietly. After confirming that he was safe, he left the tablet. Suddenly, the Divine Realm tablet seemed to be activated and began to exude a magnificent power that filled Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt as if he had become one with the steel. This feeling, with the fusion of these powers, a flash of inspiration appeared in his sea of consciousness, and he seemed to have obtained some more information. He frowned and waited for half a day before he finally understood everything. His eyes could not help but shine. It turned out that the information was recorded in the Divine Realm tablet, and it was the consciousness left behind by the past Realm Kings. Although it was incomplete and messy, the information it contained was very comprehensive. After digesting it for a while, Xianxia had almost grasped it. It turned out that before the previous masters of the Divine Realm Tablet tried to break through to the realm of World King, the Divine Realm Tablet would refine them with great power, or rather plant a brand on them, destroy their physical bodies, and make them slaves of the tablet, only to live in the Divine Realm Tablet. At the same time, he would use the world energy to wash the Steel Servant and help him reach the World King realm. This process would be triggered automatically when the cultivation of each generation's Divine Realm Tablet Master reached the peak of the creation realm. Moreover, there were few who could resist, and most of them could only be taken in as artifact spirits and become slaves of the Divine Realm Tablet. However, there were also some extremely powerful existences. Although they were only at the peak of the creation realm, they could compete with the power of the World King realm and thus maintain a symbiotic relationship, not being refined by the Divine Realm Tablet. However, since then, he had been suppressed by the Divine Realm Tablet and it was difficult for him to take another step forward. Once he reached the realm of Regional King, the Divine Realm Tablet would be helpless and unable to control him. What's more, after triggering the refining process of the Divine Realm Tablet, not only were they not refined by the tablet, but they took the initiative and directly refined the tablet. However, even in the endless years of the heavenly martial arts realm, such existences were still rare. There were a few of them among the fragmented consciousness he had obtained from Xianxia, but they were too old to be recognized. Did I refine the Divine Realm Tablet? Xianxia scratched the back of his head and sat on the spirit vein with a silly look. At this moment, the power emitted from the Divine Realm Tablet was completely different from before. The difference was like that between a warrior and a martial emperor. Although it was only a difference of one word, it was a world of difference. Xianxia could not help but be overjoyed. His eyes shone like stars in the dark night, peering into the endless distance. After that, the realm of heavenly martial arts began to prepare for the war. In the heavy atmosphere, there was good news from time to time. Dingling, sent people to the old place of the misty cloud Ancient Shine and found some dragon crystal powder from the destroyed dragon transformation pool, which helped Yu recover some of his injuries and wake up from his deep sleep. Xianxia built a few recovery arrays on the spirit vein and let it cultivate on its own. From time to time, people would send all kinds of natural treasures to ensure that it could recover its strength before the war. Furthermore, the communication between the two realms was also very close. After the discussion of many high-level officials, they planned to set up a battlefield in the Devil Realm and the Heavenly Martial Arts Realm respectively as the main base to encircle and annihilate the Six-Winged Clan. The realm of Heavenly Martial Arts had also sent a large number of alchemists to help set up all kinds of arrays and barriers in the Devil Realm. As for the choice of the battlefield in the realm of Heavenly Martial Arts, many high-level officials were debating. Dingling gathered everyone's opinions and selected several feasible plans, then made notes on them and handed them to Xianxia. The battlefield of the realm of Heavenly Martial Arts? Xianxia could not help but fall into deep thought after reading the plans. Some of these proposals were suggested in the Holy Region, some in the Four Seas, some in the starry sky outside the realm, and some in places like the Divine Cloud Palace. They varied. They had also done a detailed analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of each region. Analyzing the pros and cons, in my opinion, Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we choose Yanwu as the battlefield?" "What? The city of Yanwu?" The crowd was shocked and began to discuss. Many people even shook their heads. "If we fight in Yanwu, all the foundations we've built over the years will be destroyed," Dinglinger said in surprise. "Yanwu is the most powerful city in the world today," Xianxia said. "It is also the place with the richest spirit qi, and the rules of realm power are the easiest to sense. Besides, Yanwu has more than 10 years of basic construction. Whether it's for attack, defense, or all kinds of restrictive spells, there's no other place like this in the world." "That's right. I also agree with choosing Yanwu as the battlefield." A familiar voice came from outside the hall, and everyone looked over in surprise. Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, "Lord Mudi, you've finally come out of seclusion." Outside the hall, a man walked in with a smile. This person was none other than Ling Mudi. However, his temperament and spirit were much stronger than before. He walked straight into the hall and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Alliance Master. Xiao laughed and said, "You're welcome, my lord. If I'm not wrong, your excellency should have already reached the creation stage." Di nodded and said, "Thanks to the Huado true body, I've already reached the creation realm. If I go into seclusion for a few more years, there's a chance that I'll be able to return to my peak state." "That's great," Xiao said happily. "In this case, our chances of winning are higher." Di's pupils constricted as he looked at Xiao in shock and almost lost his composure. "Alliance Master, why are you... World King Realm?" Then, he sensed Xiao's cultivation base and found that his aura was as vast as the ocean, without any trace. It was as if the person in front of him had never existed, and was just a sea or an abyss. Di sucked in a breath of cold air, surprised and overjoyed. The crowd burst into an uproar. Although Xiao had been in seclusion for a long time before he appeared, no one had expected that he would break through to the realm of regional king, and they were all overjoyed. "Yes." Xiao nodded with a smile. "I was just lucky." Di was overjoyed. Suddenly, his expression changed and he exclaimed, "Then, Divine Realm Tablet, Alliance Master Wufu. You Wufu?" Xiao knew what he was worried about, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't abandon my body. I've already refined the Divine Realm Tablet. The process is a bit complicated. I'll talk to Lord Di in detail when I'm free." "Haha. Good, good." Di was unusually happy. His face was full of splendor as he clapped his hands and said, "The heavens are really helping us?" "What Lord Di said just now," Xiao said with a smile. "Do you also agree with the choice of Yanwu as the battlefield?" Di nodded and said, "If we can win, even if the foundation of all these years is destroyed, so what if the southern region returns to its barren state? If you want to fight for victory with all your might, Yanwu is indeed the best battlefield." The crowd also fell silent, listening to Di's words carefully. "You're right, Lord Di," Xiao said with a smile. "If we lose this battle, the entire heavenly martial realm will be wiped out. Since we're doing our best, we naturally have to dig out all our assets." Since Lord Di and Big Brother Xiao both agree to Yanwu, Dinglinger said, "Then it's decided." Since the two of them had agreed, there was nothing they could do even if the others objected. Besides, no one would be stupid enough to stand up against Xiao and Di. "All right." Xiao nodded and said, "Since we've agreed on it, you'll make arrangements for everyone's evacuation. I'll discuss the battle plan with Lord Di. Also, we need to know the situation in the demon world. After all, we are not fighting alone." "All right," he said. Dinglinger immediately got up and began to work on these things. Xiao and Di entered the secret chamber and began to communicate with each other about the future battle. After a long discussion, the two of them left. After that, Yanwu began a massive migration and arrangement, with everyone moving to the other three regions. The construction of the city had also stopped, and a large number of alchemists were deployed to set up restrictions and array formations. Energy stones and resources from all over the world were being transported to Yanwu in a steady stream. At the same time, the battlefield of the Devil Realm was chosen to be within Songshen Mountain, which could lead directly to Red Moon City. As a result, all kinds of restrictive attacks were set up on Red Moon City as a buffer zone before the battle in Yanwu. Time flew by quickly. After stepping into the realm of World King, Xiao continued to cultivate in seclusion every day, and he had basically comprehended almost all the Divine Realm Tablet and the Master of the Floating Tablet. Some of the incomplete characters of the Maha-Ancient God tactic were added by his own understanding of the rules and the rules of all creation refined by AI Hui. Although they were not the original, they were appropriate. During this period of time, his cultivation had been growing day by day, steadily improving. Perhaps it was because of the huge pressure that he was able to concentrate and unleash his potential. 2 years later, an urgent voice suddenly reverberated over the entire city of Yanwu, scattering the white clouds. Like the shrill cry of an eagle in the middle of the night, the alarm cut through the surface of the silence in a sharp manner. The hearts of all the people patrolling outside throbbed violently with the waves of sound. A large number of martial artists who were in seclusion were suddenly awakened with horror in their eyes. This was the strongest alarm in Yanwu, indicating that it had directly entered a state of emergency preparation. The sound rang out for more than an hour before it stopped, jolting almost all the people who were in seclusion awake. Yunxiao appeared in the hall in an instant, and in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, many people appeared as well. Lingmu Di, Chu Hongyan, Feini, Shenyuanyao, and the others had all come out of their seclusion, and all of them looked serious. A tense atmosphere filled the entire hall. Ling what's wrong? Yunxiao stepped forward and asked. In the hall, a small formation glowed with azure light, and the voice was coming from within. Ding Ling was nervous and her face was pale. Big brother Yunxiao, I just received news from the Devil Realm. Six-Winged has appeared. As expected, they're here. Everyone's expression in the hall changed drastically. A never-before-seen heavy atmosphere spread out, pressing down on everyone to the point that they felt it was difficult to breathe, especially Ding Ling who had a lower cultivation level. She was already depressed, and she even spat out a mouthful of blood. Yunxiao was taken aback. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a layer of restrictive barrier emerged to cover Ding Ling. Only then did he feel much better. With blood on the corner of her mouth, Ding Ling shook her head and said, I'm fine. Big brother Yunxiao, what should we do now? What did the Devil Realm say? Yunxiao asked in a deep voice. Lord Wei Qing sent us a message. Ding Ling said. He wants us to send as many people as possible to reinforce them. Reinforcements. Light flickered in Ling Mudi's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, except for the Alliance Master, the others are extremely sensitive to the suppression of the demonic realm. I'll go alone, Yunxiao said. I'll go alone. Just stay in Yanwu and follow the previous plan. As long as we don't mess up, we still have a great chance of winning. But, if my husband leaves, the entire heavenly martial arts realm will be without a leader. I don't agree with my husband going. Feini stood up and objected. At this moment, the aura on her body was also unusually powerful. Her words carried a heavy weight, making people have to pay attention to her. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, Feini, your cultivation level is very high. Feini's face was bitter as she shook her head. What a pity. If I had another 10 years, I would definitely be able to break through to the Jiawang realm. I can only reach the half-step World King realm now. Yunxiao laughed. Don't be greedy. Even a half-step world monarch is much better than I expected. If I'm not in the heavenly martial realm, I'll listen to Lord Mu Di and Lord Yi Qingyu's orders. Behind Ling Mu Di stood an old man with a head full of silver hair. Although the old man's body was thin, he was in good spirits. Although he had concealed his aura, the aura that he faintly emitted was more intimidating than many people present. It was Yi Qingyu, the master of Mystical Separation Island, who had never shown his face. But, Jinjin. Feini was unwilling and said anxiously, All right, I'm done. Yunxiao's deep voice interrupted her and he said sternly, At such a critical moment, you can't disobey my orders, or you'll be killed without mercy. Feini's face paled when she felt the coldness coming from Yunxiao. She hurriedly retreated and dared not say anything more. Chu Hongyan held Feini's hand gently and shook her head slightly. Yunxiao's cold eyes did not fade. Instead, he swept his gaze over the crowd and said coldly, At this moment, if anyone dares to mess around, no matter who it is, I will be the first to kill him. We wouldn't dare. Everyone responded hurriedly. Even Shen Yuanyao, perfected Lord Mengling, and the others, who were of high moral standing, cupped their fists and saluted. Good. Yunxiao snorted coldly. That's good. Ding Ling open the teleportation array immediately and send me to the Red Moon City. Also, quickly send someone to inform Lord Jiuyuan and Lord Little Qing, and have them arrive in Yanwu as soon as possible. After Little Qing left that day, she had left Yunxiao a coordinate, so that he could be contacted in time in case what happened today happened. Ding Ling was shocked. Yunxiao had also changed the way he addressed her from Ling to Ding Ling. It was clear that at this moment, He was giving orders purely as the leader of the Heavenly Martial League, and all other identities and relationships were put aside. Yes, Alliance Master. Ding Ling hurriedly responded, bowed, and left to make various arrangements. Alliance Master, I'll go with you. A voice came from outside the hall. After that, a green light flashed and Che Yu appeared in front of him. His eyes were cold as he said, let's exterminate the six-winged clan in the Devil Realm together. That will save us a lot of effort. Che Yu's aura was overbearing. It was only slightly stronger than before. It could be seen that his injuries had completely healed. If six-winged is so easy to deal with, Yunxiao said coldly, would he still be a demon lord? You stay here and listen to Mu Lingdi and Yi Qingyu. If you disobey them or make any mistakes, I'll take your head too. Che Yu's expression changed, but he still cupped his fists. Yes, Alliance Master. However, his face was gloomy and frivolous. Even he did not dare to act rashly at this time. Yunxiao immediately left Yanwu, teleported directly to Hongyue City, and then entered Mount Songshuan. And in Songshen Mountain, there was already a demon waiting for him, and the one who received him was Yi. The judge's eyes lit up when he saw Yunxiao. He walked up to him happily and said, Big brother Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face was solemn as he asked in a hurry, how's the situation? The referee suppressed his joy and said seriously, Six-winged has already emerged from seclusion. I heard that he's summoned quite a few primordial fiends and is currently rushing over from the ancient regions. After we received the news, we have already transported all the personnel and resources to Songshen Mountain at the first moment. We have also destroyed all the transportation channels from various places to this place, trying to set up more. Yunxiao nodded and said, well done. In this way, it would probably take a year and a half for Lu Qi to reach Songshen Mountain. The longer we delay, the better it is for us. Unless he could destroy the space and build a super teleportation formation by force. But even so, the primordial fiends won't be able to arrive in batches. That's exactly what Lord Yi and the others are thinking, the referee said. Lord Li, please follow me. She led the way in front, and Yunxiao followed closely behind. The crack above Red Moon City was not unfamiliar to him. Furthermore, when he first entered Songshen Mountain, a large number of devils were stationed here to resist the world-devouring devil. But he did not expect that Yunxiao and the others would destroy all the world-devouring demons and even refine them into world-devouring pills. The main mountain range of Songshen Mountain was extremely vast. When this place was chosen as the main battlefield of the Devil Realm, a main palace and a large number of buildings were built all over the mountain. Yunxiao soon flew to the sky above the main hall with the judge. After the judge performed several incantation gestures, a beam of light appeared on the top of the mountain, which slowly opened into a crack. The two of them entered the crack, and it closed in an instant. In the main hall, the higher-ups were all nervously discussing the war. When they saw Yunxiao, they could not help but be overjoyed. The referee went out to welcome him in person, but when he saw Yunxiao alone, he could not help but be taken aback. Is Lord Li alone? What? Yunxiao smiled. Do you think it's not enough? There were 30 to 40 people in the hall, and they were all experts. Other than Wei Qing and Xiao Honghong, everyone's expression did not look good. What do you think, Lord Li? The referee asked. In the entire heavenly martial realm, Yunxiao said, except for me, Wei Qing, and Xiao Honghong, no one can fully adapt to the pressure of the realm power. Letting them come over would only be a waste of strength, so it was better to stay in the battlefield of the heavenly martial realm, where they could exert their strength the most. By the way, there's still one more person here who has been in the Divine Realm tablet and I almost forgot. He waved his right hand in front of him, and a demonic light flashed, and a figure appeared. It was Luo, who was screwed over by him in Yuan County, who also had power close to the peak of the Demon Lord. Before he came, Yunxiao had told him about the current situation, and he was very willing to contribute to the fight against Six-Winged. Yunxiao only agreed to let him out after he made him swear an oath. The referee glanced at RO and said unhappily, although this person isn't weak, it's only a drop in the bucket. There shouldn't have been a second battlefield in the first place. One battlefield for a battle of life and death was enough. If Xianxia Mountain falls, the heavenly martial arts realm will not be able to protect it. I don't want to argue with you on this matter, Xianxia said. Besides, the war is coming. It's useless to argue with me. If you guys are not happy with this, we can just split up. You guys will fight your own battles, and we will fight our own battles. We won't interfere with each other. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. You don't have to provoke us, Li Yunxiao, Yuan said. Since you're here alone, we naturally won't say anything. If the demon world battlefield is defeated, I hope you can hold on. Lady Yuan, Yunxiao said. Don't you seem to have no confidence at all? Yuan's face darkened, and she snorted. Self-confidence isn't the key. The key is to do your best. I'm just saying, what if? Don't worry, Yunxiao nodded. If the battlefield in the devil realm collapses and you survive, you can come to the heavenly martial realm. And I know that you should have many things that can resist the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, right? The expressions of Yuan and the others changed slightly, as if he had hit the nail on the head. The devil realm had been spying on the heavenly martial realm for a long time, and they had been studying the things that could resist the realm power. Especially after Lu Zongzi came, they had made a great breakthrough. At this moment, each of them had 3 or 4 means to resist the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. If the demon world battlefield collapsed, they would not be too worried. If the battlefield here collapses, Yunxiao snorted coldly, I naturally won't stop you from entering the heavenly martial realm. But even if you enter the realm of heavenly martial arts, you must listen to our orders and commands. Also, I hope that everyone will do their best in this battle and not try to escape before the battle even starts. That's only natural. There's no need for you to say that. An old man with an unfamiliar face replied coldly. Seeing a young man from the realm of heavenly martial arts giving orders here, he only felt very uncomfortable, so he retaliated. Yunxiao was not angry. He smiled and said, That's good. After that, everyone stopped arguing. Instead, they began to discuss the various arrangements and deductions in detail in front of the sandbox. As you can see, Yunxiao said, How long will it take for Six-Wing to come here with a large number of primordial fierce demons without a teleportation array? Richard made a few gestures on the sand table and said, Even if he's the legendary master of the 1,000 realms, it'll take him at least a year and a half to fly. Even if we exaggerate his power a little, it will still take a year. In this 1 year, we can increase Xianxia Mountain's defensive and offensive restrictions by more than 30%. A Saint Demon Clan's demon commander said, This 30% doesn't seem to be of much use, but it's better than nothing. He nodded and said, After all, there are few alchemists in the demon world. It's already good enough to set up these things. Don't expect them to be of much help. When the time comes, we'll still have to rely on you as the main force of the battle. In this 1 year, all of our resources will be gathered here. Everyone should be able to increase their combat strength by at least 1 or 2 levels. It's impossible to increase my cultivation base in a year, but I can still cultivate 1 or 2 secret skills to increase my combat power. The demon nodded. Have you ever considered joining forces to set up an array? Yunxiao asked. The referee said, Lord Wei Qing has mentioned this before, but everyone's cultivation is different. The most important thing is that the devil world has never worked together to set up a formation. Although we have the intention to practice, we are still very unfamiliar with it. Yunxiao nodded and understood. This was very related to the environment of the demon world, because the law of the jungle in the demon world was extremely cruel, so no one would ever entrust their life, or rather, their back to others. Naturally, there would be no formation to fight. The lords are all working together to test the formation, but they're still very unfamiliar with it. I can use this 1 year to get familiar with it. Although Yunxiao did not know what array they were cultivating, since it was presided over by Wei Qing, it was most likely an extremely powerful killing array. That's good? Wei Qing gave Yunxiao a few glances, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a holy demon now, right? What? The hall burst into an uproar as everyone's eyes fell on Yunxiao in shock and horror. Even Yuan Heyuan was shocked. Although Yuan had sensed Yunxiao's extraordinariness, she had not managed to pry into his true strength. She only thought that he was a half-step saint demon at most. The referee's mouth was wide open, and he was completely stunned. A few years ago, when Yunxiao first entered the Fiend Realm, he was only a Fiend Lord, and he had just broken through to the Fiend Supremacy Realm in Ziyuan County. In less than 4 years, he had actually become a holy demon. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. The referee was also pleasantly surprised. The heavens are helping us. With Lord Li here, it'll be more effective than the heavenly martial arts realm sending thousands of troops. It's just luck, Yunxiao said with a smile. I was just lucky. All the demons felt their hearts thump, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. The face of the demon venerable who had talked back to Yunxiao earlier turned pale, and his mood was immediately suppressed. Although he knew that the other party wouldn't do anything to him, he still felt extremely uneasy after talking back to a holy demon. Humph! Wei Qing grunted and said, That's good too. Why don't the 3 of us try out the 3 talents formation in this 1 year? He drew a circle in the middle with his finger, pointing at himself, Yunxiao, and Yuan. Yes. Yunxiao nodded. Although the 3 talents array is the simplest array formed by 3 people, it is very effective and direct. It is even more powerful than many complicated arrays. The 3 of us are the most suitable for the formation. Although Wei Qing only had the strength of a demon commander, with the Kuan in his body, he had the battle power of a holy demon. I've already memorized this formation, the referee said. In this 1 year, just the 3 of us will be able to get used to it. If the 3 of you join forces, I'm afraid that 6-winged would have already been killed, said Carrion Joy. Don't be too optimistic, Yunxiao said. The master of 1,000 worlds was already terrifying enough, not to mention the 6 paths demonic weapon. How many people are there in Xianxia Mountain? I've always valued quality over quantity, but since it's a life and death battle, I can't care so much. We've gathered almost all the troops we can mobilize. 100,000 people. 100,000 people. Yunxiao was taken aback as well, but he quickly understood what was going on after a quick glance. With the current strength of the central region, how could they gather 100,000 people? Most of the surrounding forces' subordinates had also come. This number doesn't include all kinds of demonic beasts and birds. If these are included, I'm afraid it'll reach 130,000 to 140,000. They won't live for long if we lose this battle anyway, said a demon commander. It's better to contribute some strength for this battle. Even if it's just cannon fodder, it'll be good to use up 6-wing's energy. Although Yunxiao felt a little uncomfortable hearing this, the man was right, so he did not argue. A cruel look flashed in the referee's eyes as he said, These 100,000 soldiers are only the first defense. They were meant to be sacrificed. Yunxiao's heart felt stifled. He waved his hand and said, You can decide on this matter. There's no need to say anything more. I'm not interested in this. If there's nothing else, I'll be going down to cultivate. As for the 3 talents formation, Wei Qing, you can come to me at any time. The referee saw that he was a little unhappy and smiled bitterly. Lord Li, you are too soft-hearted. This battle concerns the life and death of the 2 realms. These 100,000 soldiers are being used as cannon fodder, and they are also being sacrificed for the heavenly martial realm. I understand what you're saying, Yunxiao said coldly. I don't want to say anything. However, there is one thing that all of you have to take note of, and that is that within that 1 year, I have a feeling that with the 6-wing's divine ability, it would definitely not drag on for a year before it arrived at Xianxia Mountain. Richard did not agree with this view and retorted, Even if he's fast, he can't be here alone. However, if Lu Qi was planning to act alone, he wouldn't have summoned a large number of primordial fiends. Therefore, I believe that there will definitely be a year's time. The accuracy of time judgment is of utmost importance, Yunxiao said calmly. Don't forget that Lu Qi still had a demonic weapon. He didn't know if he could control the mysterious 6-path space. If he could control the 6 realms, he would be able to bring more primordial fiends with him. Even if the 6 Dao space is mysterious and he can't control it, have you forgotten how the eldest young master used the Avicii ancient scroll to capture the Saint Demon Bai in the ancient region? The judge and the others were shocked. They had never thought of this possibility. They all looked at each other, not knowing what to do. So, if Six-Winged uses the ancient scroll of Avicii to bring the primordial fiend here, how long will it take? Yun Xiao continued. Have you calculated it? I'm afraid it won't be more than 3 months, Yi said in a deep voice. All right. Yun Xiao nodded. Then I'll take 2 months as the minimum time frame, and we'll enter a highly prepared state in 2 months. You're right. We can't be careless about this. Any negligence could lead to a complete defeat. The 3 of us will have to get used to our joint efforts within 2 months. A heavy atmosphere spread in the hall. The possibility of the time being guessed in advance put a stone on everyone's heart. Although a few more months would not make much sense, the thought of the impending war made their palms sweat. It's just a battle. Why are you so nervous? The referee glanced at everyone. You may all disperse. Everyone then took their leave and left. Sir Tong, I'll leave everything to you. Don't disturb our cultivation before Six-Winged arrives. Don't worry, the referee quickly said. Yuan nodded slightly, then glanced at Yun Xiao and Wei Qing, and the 3 of them disappeared from where they were. The next moment, the 3 of them were in a demonic valley, standing in a corner. The 3 talents formation is the simplest formation for 3 people, but the Great Tao is the simplest. The less complicated it is, the more extraordinary it is, Wei Qing said. Yuan nodded. This formation looks simple at first, but it can control heaven, earth, and man. It's truly an impressive formation. The comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth of the 3 of them was rarely better than that of the 2 realms, so they were able to quickly integrate them. The only thing they lacked was cooperation between them. Yun Xiao had a deep understanding of this, just like how everyone knew Vajra Fist, but it was the master of all fists, and could manifest all kinds of fist intent. When trained to the extreme, it was not even below the Luan Yu's Dragon Fist. The 3 of them threw away all distracting thoughts and began to cooperate with each other in attack and defense. The entire Xianxia mountain range became filled with demonic smoke, and all kinds of dispatch came in an endless stream. Many people knew that they were doing it for nothing, but it was better than doing nothing. As the 2 months flew by, the pressure that had accumulated in everyone's heart was getting bigger and bigger. A kind of anxious mood spread throughout the entire Xianxia mountain. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. The wind and clouds changed, accompanied by lightning and thunder. A strange phenomenon appeared in the vast sky. A strange green light shone down, dazzling the entire mountain range. Not good. The demon lord is here. Xianxia Mountain was suddenly filled with shouts, and a large number of demons ran around to spread the news. In an instant, it was a mess. The referee was shocked and couldn't help but be furious. A sound wave came out of his mouth and he roared, "Everyone, take care of your subordinates. Anyone who dares to mess up the morale of the army will be killed." The sound waves spread out and destroyed a large area of the forest. Many hills were also shattered. Many of the demon soldiers were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. The various leaders calmed down under that roar and began to control their subordinates. Only then did Xianxia Mountain return to its previous orderly state. Dozens of lights flickered in the mountains and gathered in front of the main hall in an instant. All of them looked up at the sky in horror. Yun Xiao and the other 2 were also alarmed, and they teleported to the top of the mountain at once. Yun Xiao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the sky and said, "Is this tearing the space of the demon world and performing ultra-long distance teleportation?" He carefully sensed it and said in a deep voice, "What a powerful spatial fluctuation. All the spatial nodes have been shattered. What a terrifying force." "Oh?" Yun Xiao's heart stirred. "Is there no way to give him a heavy blow before he arrives?" The referee's face was filled with guilt as he shook his head. "We didn't think that he'd actually tear space to come here. After all, doing so would consume a great deal of our strength. It seems that Lu Qi is extremely confident in himself. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing." While everyone was talking, the strange phenomenon in the sky began to slowly fade away. Only in front of the black hole in the passage, there was an additional white figure floating down. Young master. The house trembled. The person in front of him looked exactly like the eldest young master, not the ultimate six-winged being that he had seen in the shooting sun star city. Could it be that something went wrong with his cultivation and he failed? Wei Qing was pleasantly surprised. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, "Do you think that's possible? How could he have such unrealistic thoughts at such an important juncture?" Wei Qing immediately agreed with him. He gave Yun Xiao a somewhat ashamed and resentful look, then snorted and turned his head. "Very good. All of you are gathered here. It saves me the trouble of running around the entire demon world." Lu Qi's eyes turned and a light blue color appeared around his pupils, taking in the entire scene of Xianxia Mountain. His lips curled up into an evil smile and he said, "There's a total of 147,630 people lying in ambush here. Adding on some of the underlings in Xianxia Mountain itself, there's a total of 161,440 people." His words were like a sudden clap of thunder, and everyone's faces changed greatly, as if they had been seen through, all of them sucking in a cold breath. Yun Xiao was also in disbelief. Even with his eye technique, it was impossible for him to see the situation inside the mountain in an instant. Although Yuan knew it was true, she still retorted sarcastically, "You're pretending to be mysterious. I have 200,000 experts lying in ambush in this mountain. If you don't act tough, maybe we can still be friends." Lu Qi didn't refute him. He smiled faintly and said, "It'll take a lot of time to kill too many people." He suddenly raised his right hand and held the ancient scroll of Avicenaraka in his palm. Then the ancient scroll flew up and opened up in the air. In the golden light, golden runes overflowed from the scroll and turned into the power of thousands of laws that fell like rain. Within these runes, primordial fierce demons began to appear one after another. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura as they roared and rushed down from the sky. Roar! Roar! All sorts of sounds shook the sky, and the entire mountain range trembled. "Don't panic, everyone," Wei Qing shouted. "No matter how strong the primordial fiend is, there's bound to be a limit to its numbers. We have 200,000 troops. We can even flatten the primordial fiend." The referee shouted, "That's right! First and Second Army. Get ready. Kill! Kill!" The entire Xianxia Mountain suddenly let out an earth-shaking battle cry. The densely packed demon army flew up into the sky and attacked those primordial fierce demons. The entire formation was divided into 10 armies, each with at least 10,000 people, and some with magic pets were close to 20,000. The scene of the two armies soaring into the sky was extremely spectacular. Even Six-Winged was stunned, and the corner of his eye twitched for some reason. The remaining 100,000 or so people on the mountain were also shocked by this grand scene. All of their eyes lit up, and the fear from before disappeared, leaving only the impulse to fight. The hundreds of primordial fierce demons that had been condensed by the ancient scroll of Avicenaraka were annihilated in just half an incense's time. The two armies were even more aggressive as they flew towards Six-Winged. Outside the main hall, the judge and the other leaders all widened their eyes and looked carefully. "I wanted to have some fun with you, but I didn't expect you to be so violent," Lu Qi sneered coldly. "Then, all of you, explode on the spot." He raised his right hand and made a hand seal in front of his face. Yun Xiao, Yuan, and Xiao Hong's hearts trembled as they saw a He Fansha appear around him, turning into a boundless nebula that bound the army of more than 20,000 soldiers. Six Paths demonic weapon, he really refined it. Yun Xiao's face turned unsightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "He's indeed the new demon master." The 20,000 demons struggled in the air in anger. The sky was filled with the sound of broken metal, and it was chaotic. Richard swallowed his saliva and said in horror, "Even if the Six Paths demonic weapon is extremely powerful, even a demon master wouldn't be able to kill so many people at once. Right?" Yun Xiao gave him a cold look and said, "Wasn't it your plan to consume Six-Wing's devil essence?" Isn't this exactly what you wanted? This Xianxia is a Xianxia. The judge was at a loss for words, and the rest of the commanders turned pale as well. They felt as if their hearts had been locked up as they watched Xianxia lock down more than 20,000 demons. The corners of Lu Qi's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He formed a hand seal and said, 3,000 worlds! Bang! Bang! Boom, boom, boom! Under the nebula chains, a terrifying power spread out and turned into rings of light waves that swept in all directions. More than 20,000 demons didn't even have the chance to wail before they were crushed into pieces and turned into dust. With the 6 wings as the center, the area within tens of thousands of feet became dark. It was all the demonic chi formed by the dead demons. It was so thick that it seemed to be solid. The 6 wings stood quietly in the center and retracted Xianxia. It spun around 100 feet around him and looked down at the earth with disdain like a god. The entire Xianxia mountain was silent. Everyone was shocked by that attack and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. 6-winged is attacking our momentum. Although the attack just now was terrifying, I can clearly sense that his aura has weakened. Yuan's face darkened as she said coldly, "The 3rd and 4th armies kill." Her voice echoed clearly in the mountain range. Yunxiao gave her a complicated look, knowing that her words were half true and half false. 6-winged was indeed a blow to their confidence, but it was impossible to say that it had sensed the weakening of the other party's aura. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, he could not sense anything at all. "What? Do you all want to disobey my orders? Who still wants to retreat at this moment?" The referee shouted. "If we lose this battle, the devil world will be annihilated, and no one will live." Although Yuan had lied to everyone, the scene just now was too shocking. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers were so shocked that their minds went numb. Some of them moved, but most of them were still stagnant. "Ha ha ha! Looks like you're all scared out of your wits. Did I mess up your plans?" Lu Qi laughed. After the attack, 6-winged was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it continued to stand in the sky, enjoying the thick demonic qi. Small vortexes appeared beside him, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of them appeared. They were absorbing devil qi to replenish themselves. The judge's pupils suddenly shrank as he shouted, "He's injured!" The 3rd and 4th armies immediately charged forward. "Whoever dares to disobey will be killed immediately." "Everyone is responsible for their own subordinates," Shang said coldly. "Kill anyone who disobeys." The 2 of them issued a death order at the same time, and only then did many demons fly up from the mountain range, their numbers increasing. At the same time, there were many who were scared out of their wits and wanted to escape, but they were killed on the spot by the commander of the upper level. In this dilemma, the tens of thousands of people charged into the sky. They were going to die anyway, so they might as well brace themselves and charge at 6-winged. He shouted hysterically to encourage himself and dispel the fear in his heart. Lu Qi looked on with a cold gaze and actually began to count. 29,726 people. 29,960 people. 30,000 people. The people from the 2 armies were blocked by a barrier when they were 1,000 feet in front of 6-winged army, unable to take even half a step forward. More than 30,000 people madly attacked the invisible barrier. The barrier was like a lake that had been wrinkled by rain, rippling with thousands of ripples. 6-winged frowned. Although it was like an ant's bite, many ants could bite an elephant to death. He raised his hand and made a hand seal. The iron chains around him scattered with a clang and appeared at the edge of the enchantment, turning the area into an iron wall. Voila! When all the demons saw the iron chain, they were so scared that they sucked in a cold breath and shivered all over. "Humph! Trash is indeed trash." Lu Qi sneered and raised his hand. He shouted, "As Xianxia, 3,000 worlds." Boom, boom, boom. The iron chain rushed out of the boundary and attacked in all directions. Bang! 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 A large number of explosions in the sky were like harvesting leeks. In the blink of an eye, large numbers of demons were killed in the explosion. It was a scene that would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. If there was a hell, this would be it. The entire mountain range was in an uproar. Some people were even wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They knelt on the ground and were scared out of their wits. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he stared at the sky and asked suspiciously, "The power of the six wings doesn't seem to be as strong as I imagined." "You sensed it too?" Yuan was stunned. "Yes." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Although these two attacks are extremely terrifying, they are only slightly stronger than ordinary holy fiends. Earlier, Six-Winged had condensed over 100 small formations to absorb devilish chi around him, concealing his own aura. However, the second time he attacked, it was completely exposed and the power had indeed weakened. He had already attacked twice, and judging from the power of the two attacks, he was afraid that the situation was not good. However, the confidence on his face right now, that condescending attitude, is definitely not an act. "I don't care. Just follow the plan," Wei Qing said coldly. Yunxiao and Yuan both nodded. After Six-Winged used his second attack, he looked down coldly and laughed. "Your strategy is to carry out continuous suicidal attacks? If that's the case, then in order to save you all trouble, I'll directly split this mountain range and send you all to the west. Since the Demon Lord has said so, it seems that I have to change my strategy a little and come up with something new to play with you, sir." Wei Qing's cold laughter rang out on the mountain peak. Then, he flew up into the air and confronted the six-winged devil lord thousands of feet away, not daring to get too close. The demonic chi on Wei Qing's body surged out and the vines began to spread out. In an instant, they had filled the entire space within 1,000 feet. His figure also appeared behind him and grew to a height of 70 to 80 feet. He began to chant a secret technique and his hands began to form hand seals. The demonic chi that filled the sky seemed to have suddenly frozen, and it was out of control as Yi's hand seals were formed. "Huh?" Six-Wing's expression changed slightly. "That sounds interesting." "Is that so?" He laughed nastily. "The more interesting part is yet to come." At this moment, the demonic chi that filled the sky was like flowing water, divided into two distinct streams. At the same time, Wei Qing shouted and summoned the yin and yang chi bottle from his hand. It appeared in the sky above the six wings and grew to a height of more than 100 feet. A majestic force spread out from the bottle, and the demonic aura suddenly turned into an array with the bottle as the center. There seemed to be a Tai Chi fish rotating around it, and the pattern of the 8 trigrams appeared. Lu Qi's expression changed and he said in shock, "The yin and yang dust formation." Chu Weiwei was slightly surprised. She chuckled. "You're quite impressive indeed. You can even recognize such a long-lost and peerless formation." "It's indeed this formation," Six-Winged said. "I saw it when I was reading the ancient scroll of Avicenaraka, but I didn't pay much attention to it. This formation should have been passed down from the old demon world, but it has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect you to be able to restore it. It's really amazing." He praised sincerely without any pretense. The referee saw his indifferent appearance and anger rose in his heart. He sneered, "I don't have that kind of ability. This formation was directly engraved on the yin and yang chi bottle. I merely set it up." "I see." Lu Qi nodded. "I'd like to try the power of this formation too. I'd like to see if it's really as powerful as the legends say." He raised his hand, and a large black light appeared. It immediately formed a barrier around him to resist the power of the formation. "As you wish," he sneered. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a huge seal flew into the yin-yang chi bottle. Wei Qing also cooperated by casting spells repeatedly. Because he was the owner of the yin and yang chi bottle, although the referee was exerting his strength, he was only acting as a subordinate. "Open!" Wei Qing's face was ferocious as he shouted. Silver light immediately appeared on the treasure bottle, and the demonic chi that filled the sky suddenly turned into a clear silver-white color. The faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard from within. Wei Qing's 5 fingers clenched, and the silver light seemed to be strangled by an invisible giant hand. With a boom, it exploded into tens of thousands of fireflies, rolling towards the 6 wings in the center. Yunxiao was pleasantly surprised. Those silver lights gave him the feeling of thunderbolts, and at this moment, they were like a shower of rain. hitting the barrier and causing demonic light to explode. The yin-yang qi bottle was like a holy artifact, firmly hovering above the formation and refining everything within it with its silver light. This step was carefully planned, wasn't it? We'll use the demonic qi from the 50,000 dead soldiers to set up the yin and yang dust formation. That's right, the referee replied without any hesitation. Otherwise, the devilish qi required for the formation would be too great, and devilish essence stones wouldn't be enough. This is also one of the important reasons why we set up 150,000 cannon fodders. The referee saw that he did not look too good and said coldly, "At a time like this, isn't it only right for everyone to display their abilities? These people are only used as cannon fodder to provide energy for the formation. This is considered as doing their best." Xianxiao's face was livid, and he did not say a word. He could not refute this, because he was also counting on this great formation to suppress the enemy. The barrier around Six Wings' body began to cave in like a beehive under the attack of the silver light, and its diameter rapidly decreased. On the peak of the mountain in front of the main palace, all the higher-ups looked on excitedly, and they could not help but clench their fists. Can we kill him? Six Wings' condition clearly began to decline rapidly, and its resistance to the formation's refinement power became weaker and weaker. All of a sudden, Lu Qi's hand seals changed and he seemed to be chanting a secret technique. Demonic light fluctuated from his body, cleansing him. His tired face suddenly became energetic and even more handsome than before. His entire person instantly glowed and his temperament was completely new. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Xianxiao's face suddenly changed as he cried out in surprise. Not good! Do you still remember the battle between Six-Winged and MOPU in the Shooting Star City? The faces of those who had experienced that battle suddenly changed, and their expressions became unusually ugly. You're saying that Tao Wu's Six Wings were just a clone? He asked in shock. And now he's fused with another clone. Xianxiao also felt his hands and feet go cold. His current appearance is exactly the same as when he fused with one of his clones. In this case, Xinjin, the rest of the people also understood it, and their scalps suddenly went numb. Yi's voice trembled. You mean he still has 4 incarnations that haven't merged yet? And he already has such terrifying power. Yuan's face was also pale. This isn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that after that fusion just now, he actually recovered with full blood and full demonic power, she said. In the sky, after Six-Winged fused with a clone, he made a hand seal, and the barrier immediately expanded outward, returning to its previous size. The dents on it also disappeared, becoming smooth and even. All the silver light that shot at it could only leave tiny marks on it, which were instantly erased. Wei Qing and Qi's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly strengthened their seals, causing the silver light to spin even more violently. 5th, 6th, and 7th armies, charge! He suddenly shouted. The mountain range was in an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. Under such a terrifying scene, wouldn't charging forward be a dead end? The referee's gaze swept across the crowd as he announced loudly. With the protection of the yin and yang dust formation, you don't have to worry. You'll be safe in the formation. Many demons cursed in private. If it's safe, why don't you do it yourself? But no one dared to say this out loud. If they disturbed the morale of the army at this moment, they would probably be killed immediately. However, the army was still mobilized under the orders. Deafening roars rang out as they desperately encouraged themselves and braced themselves to charge into the great formation. Everyone who entered was immediately wrapped in a layer of silver light, as if they were covered in armor. It calmed them down and dispelled all their fear. Sure enough, it's safe. Some of the demons were overjoyed. They immediately regained their fighting spirit and charged toward the six-winged creature in the middle. They're sending so much energy to replenish the formation's power when it's starting to run out? Six-Winged asked coldly. The devils rushed out of the barrier and attacked with all their might. Tens of thousands of attacks hit the barrier. Even in Lu Qi's current state, he felt pressured. Although these people couldn't threaten him for the time being, he still had a headache. If they were killed, these cannon fodders would immediately turn into demonic chi and be absorbed by the formation, replenishing the yin-yang chi bottle and increasing the formation's power. If he didn't kill them, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of these cannon fodders. Lu Qi's eyes turned cold and he said with killing intent, "Too many flies are really annoying. I'll send all of you to the west." With a flash of black light in his hand, a violent chi force spread out. The Agama bone cleaver landed in his hand and he slashed at the yin and yang air bottle. Boom! The wind and clouds in the sky surged, and a large number of demons were killed by the saber chi. An extremely deep crack immediately appeared in the formation, and all the silver light poured in. Wei Qing's expression changed drastically. The yin and yang air bottle buzzed from the impact of the saber chi. Although a large number of demons died and instantly turned into silver light, the foundation of the formation was still shaken. Six-Winged laughed hideously as he raised the Agama bone cleaver in his hand again and slashed down. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the silver glows were actually shaken off by the saber light, turning into silver needles that shot in all directions. Wei Qing only felt an abnormal pressure on his chest, and there were faint signs that he couldn't bear it. Fortunately, a large number of demons were also killed by the gleam of the Agama. They instantly turned into the energy of the formation and maintained it. However, anyone could see that if the six-winged skeleton were to be slashed a few more times, it would definitely shatter. Wei Qing, Yun Xiao cried out in a hurry, "Don't take it head-on. Preserve your strength." "Haha, what a joke." When Lu Qi heard this, he laughed wildly and said, "You want to preserve your strength in front of me?" He raised his hand, and the Agama bone cleaver hummed and immediately turned into thousands of blade shadows, slashing in all directions. Bang! 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 The saber chi crisscrossed like a spider's web, covering the sky. The yin and yang chi and the 8 trigrams golden talisman in the formation began to shatter. The 30,000-strong army was almost completely wiped out by the saber light. Wei Qing's face turned pale, and his hands quickly formed a seal and entered the treasure bottle. The mouth of the yin-yang chi bottle suddenly turned, and a white light poured out, as if a divine light had descended. Lu Qi's expression changed slightly. His body suddenly became sluggish under the white light, as if he was being suppressed. "Attack!" Wei Qing shouted at the same time. Yun Xiao and Yi understood what he meant. In a flash, they appeared in the sky and attacked Six-Winged with their supreme techniques. Without saying a word, Yun Xiao shot out an extremely powerful sword intent. Yuan's 2 flames merged into one, forming a giant blade in the air, and suddenly slashed over. One saber slashed horizontally, one sword slashed vertically in all directions. The yin-yang chi bottle's light suddenly grew brighter, and the light covering the 6 wings became several times thicker. Six-Wing's body finally moved, and he transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, each of which formed an incantation gesture to unleash a divine ability. Boom! The terrifying power of the sword and saber slashed into the white light, causing an earth-shattering boom. A destructive aura surged out from Six-Wing's body and swept across the universe. The yin-yang chi bottle in the sky instantly dimmed. It retracted all of its radiance and flew towards Wei Qing's hand. Yun Xiao and Yuan each stood in a corner of the 3 talents formation, looking warily at the center. Although the attack just now was powerful, Six-Winged had taken it head-on. After the demonic light faded, blood trickled down the corner of Lu Qi's mouth, and his eyes were cold. Other than his left hand, each of his 6 arms held a MO weapon. The attack just now had been blocked by the barrier created by the 5 MO weapons. "It's really a little dangerous, Ingluo." Lu Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "If I'm careless, I might really be killed by you guys." Yun Xiao's heart stirred as he frowned and said, "Blood? Don't you have a demon body? Why is there still blood? You'll have to go to hell and ask the king of hell about this." Lu Qi laughed coldly. A burst of turbulence spread out from his body, as if a powerful force was being poured into him. Yun Xiao and the other 2, who were closest to him, immediately felt it, and they could not help but be shocked. Did the 3rd clone merge? If you want to conquer Mount Zhongshuan with just the fusion of 3 avatars, you are underestimating the heroes of the world. Yunxiao said coldly. Humph, if I fuse 6 bodies at once, the game will become monotonous. What fun is there to speak of if the 2 worlds are destroyed in an instant? After Six-Winged merged with a clone, his strength increased once again. A wild and unparalleled aura spread out, causing one's heart to sink slightly. What made Yunxiao and the other 2 even more depressed was that, with the improvement of his strength, his injuries had also completely healed. If this went on, wouldn't Six-Winged have 3 more chances to be resurrected with full blood? Then I'll just die at the 3rd level of fusion. Yunxiao's face darkened. Sword-quaking demons, he said, sending out a surging sword intent. A domineering move surged out, forming a huge sword shadow. The sword momentum alone had the power to split the sky and earth as it slashed down from the sky. What a joke! The 6-winged blade light turned, and the Agama appeared. With a demonic sound, it slashed at the sword shadow. Boom! As the sword shadows crumbled, a human figure suddenly appeared in front of 6-winged and struck down with his sword again. Bang! One of 6-winged's arms turned around. It was the Amo Luan Bao, and it blocked in front of him, holding the Master Bauble in place. The power of the 12 fortune wheels spun rapidly, cutting through the protective sword chi around Yunxiao and striking his body. Yunxiao did not move. He only performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, and a golden light flashed between his eyebrows as he was covered in the Divine Realm Tablet's inscriptions. Then, he formed a hand seal, and the demonic chi in the sky suddenly surged and rotated around his body. I'll take the wind and cloud. The great wind cloud palm gathered around his left hand and struck down with all his might. What? Lu Qi's expression changed. You refined the Divine Realm Tablet and became the Realm King. He couldn't help but think. And Ananda Gansha suddenly stepped forward to block the attack. The shield turned into a ray of demonic light that was as strong as a barrier. Bang! The great wind cloud palm struck the shield, and countless golden runes came down with the palm force, shattering the layers of shield light. 6-winged actually couldn't help but take a few steps back from his full-force attack. In just 2 moves, he had already shocked everyone, especially the group of demons in Songshen Mountain. Each and every one of them had their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. They had all seen with their own eyes how powerful the Demon Master was. Now that he was being suppressed by a man in 2 moves, they could not help but be overjoyed. So strong. He's really strong. The referee was also so excited that he stomped his feet and said, I can win! We'll definitely win this battle. But Yunxiao was not so optimistic. Even his strongest sword and palm strikes could only force 6-winged to retreat, and at this moment, 6-winged only had 3 clones. If he were to transform 3 more times, his strength would probably more than double. Moreover, the power that the Divine Realm Tablet could exert in the Devil Realm was limited. Fortunately, whoever controlled its ups and downs was not affected. Li Yunxiao, you really are a man who can surprise me. One of the 6-winged, 3-faced Dharma Laksana was furious. It glared at him and said coldly, You've been suppressing me and toying with me all along. If it weren't for you, I would have stepped into the Saint Demon Realm, refined the 2 realms, and traveled through the universe. Yunxiao looked at the face and said in surprise, Li Yi, go to hell. All the shame and hatred of the past will be returned to you today, 100 times more. 6-winged howled in anger and raised his arm. The Alai Xuanzang turned into a demonic light and shot down. Demon Master, die! Suddenly, Yuan's shrill voice came from behind her, and 2 divine flames appeared in the air. They spun in front of Yuan and turned into a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon flies and the phoenix dances. The 2 flames chased each other in the air, like spiritual creatures, and attacked Lu Yi. When Yunxiao saw the Alai Xuanzang coming at him, he transformed into a flash of lightning and dodged it. Demon slaying. However, with a flash, the sword chi rose again and slashed down together with Yuan's attack. The faces of the 6-winged apparition changed at the same time. A He Fansha let out a hua-hua sound and formed a barrier. At the same time, a Nangan Sha rotated and formed a shield. Boom! The two of them attacked together, pressing down on the barrier created by the two MO weapons. The sword chi and fire power slowly seeped in. Lu Qi was also struggling. Suddenly, he moved and appeared outside the enchantment barrier, then grabbed the Agama and slashed at Yunxiao. The speed was so fast that, in the blink of an eye, he was caught off guard. But Yunxiao's divine sense was probably the most sensitive in the world, and no one could beat him. Whoever wanted to float up and down quickly retracted it and blocked in front of him. Bang! He was immediately sent flying after blocking the attack from Hondao. Lu Qi seemed to have seen through the three's joint attack. With a cold expression, his figure flickered, and the sky was filled with afterimages. It was impossible to recognize his real body. Yunxiao's face flickered as he felt an extremely dangerous aura coming from all directions. He stood with the sword in his hand and formed a sword spell with one hand. He shouted, "9 dragons sword, thousands of bodies." In an instant, the sky was filled with illusionary shadows that fought with the 6 wings. It was impossible to tell them apart. Under his gaze, there were only sword shadows and demonic light that filled the sky, as well as terrifying power that surged out from time to time. Every time they fell into the mountain range, a large number of them would die. The two of them fought at a speed that was hard to catch, and the sky was filled with the glint of blades and the shadow of swords. In just a moment, Yunxiao was at a disadvantage, and he was forced to combine his movement techniques into one and retreat. The 6-winged blade shadows crisscrossed, constantly chasing and slashing in the air. At this time, Yuan finally recovered from the extremely fast speed of the two people. A golden light lit up on her body, and she instantly moved to 6-wing's side, slashing out a sharp golden blade. A buzzing sound came from the golden light. It was the golden wheel of the magic tree. The shadow of the tree swayed in the air. "You're looking for death." Lu Qi's saber paused for a moment. Then he decisively gave up on Yunxiao and slashed at the judge. Just as the two saint weapons were about to collide, a beam of heavenly light suddenly descended. It expanded to half an acre in the air and directly shone on the 6 wings. Wei Qing held the treasure bottle in his hand, and from the mouth of the bottle, Yin and Yang Qi spewed out, turning into the light of chaos. His left hand smacked down, and the devil vines that filled the sky instantly scattered down, binding his Dharma form. The 6 arms that were holding the MO weapons were also covered in vines. Yuan's magic tree golden wheel instantly surged like lightning and struck 6-wing's body. Bang! On one side of the 6-winged Dharma form, there was a shadow of a dancing tree. Although it disappeared in a flash, it injured him and even sent him flying. Yunxiao also caught his breath and shouted, "Everyone, attack!" The bodies of the upper echelons on the mountain peak trembled, and their spirits were roused. Their battle prowess also became braver, and they suddenly transformed into streams of light that shot into the sky. "All of you, die!" Lu Qi's face was filled with gloom. His left hand formed a seal and layers of stars and clouds spread out. The 5 MO weapons flashed in his hand. Then, the weapon's shadow in the demonic clouds bobbed up and down, exuding a terrifying power that shot straight to the sky. Yunxiao's face flickered as he cried out, "Not good! Quickly run!" The senior executives had just taken flight and had not yet realized what was going on. But when they heard Yunxiao's words, they turned and left without hesitation. There was nothing wrong with listening to Yunxiao's words. Besides, he was asking him to escape, not to rush up. Therefore, he flew thousands of feet away at once. "Minions, leave all of you behind." Lu Qi put his hands together in front of him. Instantly, demonic light flashed from the demonic clouds and turned into a terrifying air wave that attacked in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth instantly collapsed, turning chaotic and lightless. One could faintly see Xianxia Mountain being torn apart, and a large part of the mountain, along with the bodies of the demon race people, was jolted into the sky, then annihilated in the air wave. Although all the demons' upper echelons had run away first, they were still caught up in the shock wave. They had to rely on their own powerful strength to resist. Those who couldn't take it instantly received their bento box. Within a radius of several hundred li, all of them suffered from the impact, and the entire Xianxia mountain was completely destroyed. The terrifying blast even rushed into the crack between the two realms and directly shot into the sky of Red Moon City, making all the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts extremely nervous. Around the Red Moon City, there were 13 floating cities, arranged according to some rule. All of a sudden, they had entered a tense state of preparation. The warriors on each sky-floating island were staring at the crack nervously, waiting for the next step. In the demon world, Xianxia Mountain had turned into a wolf's den. The entire mountain range had turned into ashes under that one attack. Of the 100,000-strong demon army, less than 1,000 survived, and all of them were injured. At this moment, all the survivors were dumbfounded as they looked at everything in front of them. It was as if time and space had changed, and they couldn't recognize the land at all. Xianxia and the others were all pushed back thousands of feet as they looked at the figure in the distance with gloomy faces. What Six-Winged had just displayed was the Demon Master's strongest attack star, Jade Explosion. Its power was so terrifying that it made everyone's faces turn as white as paper. However, Six-Winged also suffered a backlash and immediately fused with the fourth clone. At this moment, he stood between heaven and earth, full of blood and demons. His aura was even stronger than before, and he glanced at everyone with an aura of disdain. Damn it! 6 lives. Xianxia gritted his teeth and cursed. As expected, and each of them is stronger than the last. Yi's face was also pale and bloodless. He said in a trembling voice, "What do we do now?" "Since he has 6 lives," Xianxia said in a deep voice, "we'll force him to give us 6 lives. According to the previous plan, wasn't there still the Daluo demon subduing formation? This formation can be activated no matter how many people there are. We will force out his 5th clone and escape into the realm of heavenly martial arts." The 5th clone, Tao Wu. Yi's eyes were filled with fear. The current Six-Winged already gave him a feeling of invincibility. In addition to the combat strength he had displayed earlier, he had almost lost all confidence. At a time like this, "Don't tell me you're still not prepared to die," Wei Qing sneered. Yi's heart trembled, and his fear instantly dissipated. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. I've already resolved myself to die. What's there to be afraid of now?" "The Daluo demon subduing formation," he shouted. "All survivors, attack! Attack! Let's go!" Xianxia shouted and rushed out. Figures appeared in the surrounding void one after another. They were all pale and each of them was using their own divine arts. Everyone knew that they would die if they retreated. They could only fight. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared and circled around Six-Wing's body. Each of them took a step forward and attacked. "Childish!" Lu Qi sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Demonic light flickered in the air, and in the blink of an eye, a hand saber appeared, killing more than 10 people. The rest of the people's expressions changed drastically, and they suddenly retreated, not daring to move forward. Xianxia was also shocked, knowing that he had misjudged Lu Qi's current strength. "Retreat!" Without any hesitation, the group of people immediately rushed into the crack. TSK. Was it surprising that a group of ants had become stray dogs? This is the ending you should have. Lu Qi's face was full of sarcasm. He held the Agama bone cleaver in his hand and walked toward the crack step by step. It's been 1,000,000 years. The realm of heavenly martial arts. I have finally returned. Xianxia, Yuan, and a few others brought up the rear. Only after they saw all the devils enter the crack did they turn around and fly in. Lu Qi was not in a hurry. He walked into the crack in a few steps, like a king who had returned. His face was full of pride and contempt. As soon as they entered the realm of heavenly martial arts, someone immediately came to greet them. It was Ning Kuei and her father. "My lord," Xianxia said, "take these friends from the devil realm to Yanwu. After that, you don't need to come back." Ning Kuei waved his hand and asked Ning Qiyun to do it. He stroked his long beard and said, "This old man's life is coming to an end. I swear to live and die with Red Moon City. Their faces changed. Ning Yunjing said, Father! Ning Kuei pushed him away. Stop being so long-winded. He shouted. Get it done. Ning Qiyun's face was full of grief, but she knew that her father had made up his mind. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed a few times, then led the referee and the others to the teleportation formation. Yuan, Xiao Hong, and Wei Qing were all very used to the realm of heavenly martial arts, so they stayed in the Red Moon City. Ning Kuei said, Alliance Master, what about the six-winged swan and I? Yunxiao's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, He's much more powerful than I expected. Just as they were talking, an extremely powerful aura slowly spread out from the crack. Everyone in the entire Red Moon City sensed it. Ning Kuei's mind was stunned, and he was also shocked by the aura. But then he laughed and said, Ha ha ha, to be able to witness the might of a demon master before I die. My life has not been in vain. Yun Xiao heaved a long sigh and said, It's a pity that all the hot-blooded people in the city will also be buried here. Ning Kuei said resolutely, In such an unprecedented battle, there will always be people who are prepared to sacrifice themselves in all aspects. Our mission is to delay the Demon Lord and let Yenwu get the news and prepare for war. And if possible, heavily injure the Demon Masters. That's right. Yun Xiao nodded. Your spirit of sacrifice for the heavenly martial realm will surely shine on the future generations like the stars in the sky. As he spoke, Six-Winged had already stepped into the rift and appeared in the sky above Red Moon City. He looked coldly at the 30 floating cities. They're here. Ning Kuei's face changed and he shouted. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from Yunxiao's side. Yunxiao's face was filled with sadness as he said to Wei Qing and the others, You guys go to Yenwu first. I'll stay here and watch the battle. Wei Qing said coldly, Remember, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Sacrifice yourself to delay the Six-Winged clan and act as a buffer for Yenwu before the war. It's their choice. Furthermore, Ning Kuei had said that in such a great battle, there would definitely be some who would sacrifice themselves. The people of the realm of heavenly martial arts are lives, and so are the lives of the 100,000 demons who just died. Yun Xiao sighed and said, I understand. You can go back to Yenwu first. I'll be there in a while. I'll stay with you, Xiao Hong said. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before he refused. You can follow Wei Qing, you can't disobey. Xiao Hong pursed her lips, but she still turned around and followed Wei Qing and the others. Lu Qi looked at the floating city as it rotated in the sky. His eyes flickered and he suddenly praised, What an interesting formation. This one feels extremely honored to receive the praise of the Demon Master. A familiar voice rang out. Yun Xiao looked up in shock and saw a man standing on a floating city with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. It was none other than the throne, Teng Guang. Lu Qi looked at Teng Guang and said, You set up this formation? Although he's weak, his array Dao does have its merits. He's a talent. Lu Qi was also proficient in the art of magic back then, and the armillary sphere was something he had refined. Naturally, he could see the clues of this formation at a glance, and he praised it in his heart. Teng Guang smiled. I've poured in all that I've learned in my life to comprehend this 13 ultimate killing formation. I've stepped on the position of heavenly stars and earthly fiends. I've directly extracted the power of the stars in the sky to battle with Lord Demon Master. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qi laughed wildly. This formation is indeed good. But you're joking if you say you can fight me. Oh really? Demon Lord, you are too arrogant. Teng Guang smiled and raised his hands. Immediately, a seal flew out from his hands and shot into the 13 sky-floating islands. Suddenly, a divine light appeared on the island, and pillars of light shot up into the sky. There were also 13 light pillars in each sky-floating island, forming a small 13 ultimate killing formation. In an instant, hundreds of green lights shot into the clouds. Under the originally clear sky, they actually turned into stars that illuminated the earth. Lu Qi felt his body stagnate, and his power was faintly suppressed by an extremely strong star power. It was as if there were tens of thousands of stars shining around him. Lu Qi's pupils contracted as he stared at the starlight. He couldn't help but praise, "Impressive, but it's a pity that your opponent is me." The tens of millions of starlight suddenly poured down like a storm, striking Lu Qi. However, they were blocked by the demonic light when they were 3 feet away, unable to get close. Tang Guang's expression changed slightly to one of shock. Even though he had guessed that he would not be able to kill Six-Winged, he did not expect that he would not even be able to touch his body. He could not help but shake his head. Six-Winged's cultivation base had already reached a level that he could not understand. He suddenly felt infinitely small. Lu Qi made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the Agon Bone Cleaver appeared in his hand. He said coldly, "If you don't have a backup plan, you can go in peace." Tang Guang raised his hand and pointed to the sky, saying, "I can only use this last move, which is to detonate the 13 ultimate killing formations with the power of the heavenly star. The 13 floating space cities all contain extremely powerful formations. I wonder if we can enter the eyes of the demon masters if we use this move." Lu Qi's pupils contracted. The 13 sky-floating islands suddenly shone with light, as if 13 huge lotuses of light were hanging in the sky. Yunxiao's eyes widened, and he let the piercing light pierce his eyes like blades, stabbing straight into his heart. His eyes had been open for a long time, and they had turned red and flickered with a fluorescent light. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound came from the sky above Red Moon City. The light was like the sun, shining on the earth in all directions. The green light swallowed Yunxiao, who stood quietly in the sky, not moving at all, letting the powerful aftermath hit him. The 13 cities exploded, and everyone died within. However, the power of the array was endless and surged on the ground for a long time. It shone with the stars in the sky, and the violent aura killed all the powerful enemies inside. There were chains revolving around Lu Qi's body. No matter how the terrifying aura attacked, it could not break his nebula boundary. After half an incense's time, the surging force gradually calmed down. The entire Red Moon City had long been turned into a wasteland. A huge and deep pit was impressively visible on the ground, spreading thousands of miles away. Red Moon City, this city that once dominated the world and dominated the world, could only be left in the history books forever. Six-Winged folded the iron chain in his hand, stared coldly at Yunxiao, and sneered, "What other tricks do you have? Show me all of them. Let me see how great the realm of heavenly martial arts has become." Yunxiao's face was calm and expressionless. He made a gesture and said, "Please," he said. He then turned around, tore open the space with his bare hands, and stepped inside. The torn space gradually grew larger and occupied half of the sky. Lu Qi laughed coldly and followed closely. He knew that what was waiting for him was the most powerful force in the realm of heavenly martial arts, but his absolute confidence made him fearless. He believed that there was no one in the two worlds who could kill him. One after another, the two of them traveled through space and appeared in the sky above Yanwu. At this moment, the city of Yanwu was filled with killing intent. Under the sunlight, the cold glints of weapons could be seen in the city. Lu Qi's eyes swept over the area, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. He could not help but nod and praise, "Not bad. This place is really not bad." "It's the Devil Lord's grave," Yunxiao said lightly. "Naturally, I'll choose the best place in the heavenly martial realm." "Humph. Can you save your life by being talkative?" Six-Winged waved his hand and laughed. "Show me what you got. After I've had my fun, that will be your end." A murderous look flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he raised his hand and said in a cold voice, "Since the Demon Lord is from the realm of heavenly martial arts, do you recognize this formation?" As he raised his right arm, the entire city of Yanwu suddenly emitted an infinite light, and the surrounding environment changed as well, projecting a large number of light balls that flickered in the air. There seemed to be lightning flowing on each ball of light, and the figures inside were revealed. They were actually a formation formed by 900 people. As soon as the formation was set up, killing intent soared to the sky. At the same time, the sky appeared to be a bright and clean pure land. There was a murderous aura in the piece, but there was an incomparable peace in the murderous aura. The Great Rebirth Formation? Lu Qi's eyes widened. It is. A person appeared on top of one of the light balls. He was tall and burly, dark blue in color, and had a pair of gold and silver horns on his head. It was Lingmu Di, who had transformed into the true form of Huodo. He shouted, "Alliance Master, you can go back and rest. Let us deal with this guy." Yun Xiao nodded. In a flash, he turned into a stream of light and flew into Yanwu. Ding Ling hurriedly came up to him, took out a few medicinal pills, and handed them to him. "Big brother Yun Xiao, quickly recover your strength." Yun Xiao glanced at the pills, then swallowed them one by one. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The spirit pills dissolved in his body and he actually recovered a little true essence. At his level, there were almost no medicinal pills that could recover true essence. These pills must have been refined with the Alliance's full efforts, and their value was hard to estimate. But at this time he didn't put on an act. After taking it, he sat cross-legged and meditated, regulating his breath. Lu Qi's strength was above his expectations. Although the people in the formation were all top experts, it was not enough to kill Lu Qi. In fact, it was far from enough. Ignoring Yun Xiao, Lu Qi looked at Lingmu Di with great interest and said with a smile, "Demon race." "I'm sorry," Lingmu Di said. "I just seized this body. I'll be using it for a while. I won't need it after I kill you." Lu Qi's face darkened and he said coldly, "Are people so bad at chatting nowadays? Will there be a difference?" Lingmu Di smiled faintly. "Stop talking nonsense and fight." The Lingmu flute flicked its fingers, and the gold and silver horns on its forehead immediately turned into two light balls and shot out. At the same time, a Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of him and pressed down on Lu Qi. They were waiting at ease for the exhausted and had long been in a restless mood. Naturally, they were unwilling to let the six-winged clan delay time. As soon as the Lingmu flute made its move, the other 900 or so people also began to run in the sky. The phenomenon of the Pure Land immediately changed. The figures of more than 900 people flickered in the phenomenon, which was difficult to capture. A group of core experts led by Lingmu Di immediately made their moves. They turned into a spiritual rain that filled the sky and shot down indiscriminately. "It's really an ugly person who does many strange things." Lu Qi laughed coldly and charged forward with his saber. He slashed the agama at the center of the formation. Swish! A 3-meter-long gash was torn open, but it closed up in the blink of an eye. Lu Qi's expression changed slightly and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Even the Daluo demon subduing formation set up by the demons of the demon world could not withstand his Dahan saber, but it had only left such a tiny mark in the formation. Six-Winged immediately understood that he was in trouble. He immediately turned his blade and waved it around his body, forming a dense barrier to block the spirit rain. The Lingmu flute appeared in front of him in an instant. As his hands turned, the gold and silver turned into a powerful palm force and struck down. At this moment, Chu Hongyan, the Misty Rock Lord, Hao Feng, Gu Qingqing, Bai Mingnan, perfected Lord Mengling, and other powerful creation realm cultivators joined forces to attack. All the attacks turned into a half-moon domain, falling down like a giant axe. Furthermore, the power of the huge axe was still stacking up. The divine arts of the other 800 people were being absorbed by the formation and added to the axe of light. Lu Qi's expression changed drastically. The power of that axe actually made him not dare to take the move head-on. "How is that possible?" Lu Qi roared in anger. He raised his hand, grabbed the Alai Xuanzong, and swung it at the giant axe. Although he was worried, it was impossible to dodge this axe of light that could split the heavens and earth. He could only brace himself and take it head-on. Boom! The Alai Shenji stabbed into the axe of light, and a bright light exploded, turning into countless attacks that shot towards Six-Wing's main body. Six-Wing's arm went numb and his body came to a stop. Unable to dodge in time, he was struck by the 10,000 rays of light. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Everyone was overjoyed. They couldn't help but open their eyes wide and their hands were sweating nervously. Ling Mudi's hands danced in the air, and he once again displayed the sky-sealing seal, pressing forward. The rest of the people didn't dare to be careless and entered the void in a flash, attacking six-winged from all directions. One of the three ancient ominous formations? You're indeed something. Lu Qi stood up and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. His expression was ferocious. That attack just now was the most severe one he had ever been hit since he stepped into Zhongshan Mountain. But it ends here. Six-winged immediately displayed his true fiend Dharma idol. His 3 heads and 6 arms grabbed the fiend soldiers and attacked in all directions. Bang! 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 As the demonic armament was waved, a person would be cut out from the void with every swing. Blood would spurt out, and the strong cultivators would be sent flying. The sky-sealing seal was also cut in half by his saber. It turned into gold and silver light and disappeared. At the same time, Ling Mudi suffered the recoil of the blade light, and the qi and blood in his body were in a great turmoil. Everyone spread out. He said in horror, "Don't attack alone. Attack together." The figures beside Lu Qi suddenly disappeared, and hundreds of figures suddenly appeared above the formation. They formed hand seals and slapped down at the same time. Countless palm forces gathered together and pressed down like the sky, wanting to crush everything. That damned formation! Six-winged was like a ferocious beast with its hair standing on end. All the pores on his body opened, and his eyes were filled with anger. He took out 5 demonic weapons again. Star Jade Explosion. A terrifying power spread out from Six-Wing's body, directly extracting the terrifying power of the 5 demonic weapons and striking the huge palm. Boom! The 5 demonic weapons all flew through the air, and their terrifying power swept through the entire Elysium bar. Not only did the palm strike disappear, but all of the experts were also sent flying as they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Boom! With the collapse of the Grand Bliss Formation, Yanwu also collapsed. All the buildings turned into ashes, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky, swallowing many people. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his face was filled with anxiety. He watched as Chu Hongyan was also seriously injured and swallowed by the black hole. There were also many people who were sent flying, their life or death unknown. Suddenly, Ding Linger put her hand on Yunxiao's shoulder and said softly, "Lord Alliance Leader, you can't be confused." Only then did Yunxiao calm down, throwing away all the distracting thoughts in his heart. He sat cross-legged in the air calmly and stared coldly ahead. As everyone had expected, the 6 wings that had unleashed the Star Jade Explosion had fused with the 5th clone. His appearance had undergone a major change compared to the first young master's appearance, especially his aura. He was completely different from before. Damn it! This is cheating! Yunxiao suddenly stood up and said to Ding Ling, "Take everyone and leave. This is no longer a place you can stay." Ding Ling was a little hesitant. "What did you say just now?" Yunxiao asked in a deep voice. "What did you say?" At this moment, he had to calm down and do his own thing. Of the 900 experts just now, at least 600 of them had died. The rest are all seriously injured. Take all the injured away immediately and leave Yanwu. Yes, Alliance Master. Ding Ling hurriedly cupped her fists and bowed, then retreated. Lu Qi stared coldly at Yunxiao, then glanced around. As if he had sensed something, he said in a cold voice, "To be able to force out my 5 bodies as one state, it has indeed exceeded my expectations." "Merge your 6 bodies into one if you have the guts," Yunxiao replied coldly. "Let's see how powerful the Lord of the Thousand Realms is." "TSK, do you have the right to do so?" "If you had that ability, I wouldn't mind releasing the 6 in 1, Lu Qi said sarcastically. "I gave you a chance to live," Yunxiao snorted. "But you didn't want it." Lu Qi suddenly raised the corner of his lips and sneered. "You're stalling for time. So what if I am?" Yunxiao said without changing his expression. "So what if I am not?" He was indeed stalling for time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking nonsense with the other party. In any case, Six-Winged was currently in a state of full blood. He wanted to let Wei Qing and the others recover some true essence. At the same time, Ding Ling had to send people to rescue those who had been injured or killed in the formation. It's not a big deal to do as you wish, but unfortunately, I don't have the patience, Lu Qi sneered. The six-winged figure flickered and appeared in front of Yun Xiao in an instant, then slashed down with its saber. Boom! The place where Yun Xiao was standing was cut into pieces, which scattered in front of six-winged, and there were still countless fragments of Yun Xiao's afterimages. Peepa! A few hundred feet away, Yun Xiao reappeared with a flash of lightning, his face full of horror and fear. The speed of the attack just now was too fast. If he had not been on guard, he would have been killed immediately. What speed? Six-Winged said, surprised. A demon lord can also launch a sneak attack? Yun Xiao asked coldly. Do you know how to do it? Is there any use in mocking me? Six-Winged laughed. Besides, it wasn't a sneak attack just now. It was just an ordinary attack. Yun Xiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands and pointed in all directions as he shouted, Rise! Boom, boom, boom! The ground trembled, and the 12 men of gold instantly broke through the air. They stood on the ground with a boom and surrounded Six-Winged. Lu Qi looked at it and sneered. 12 divine beings killing formation? Not bad. You've almost gathered all 3 ancient killing formations. Yun Xiao leaped up and landed directly on the shoulder of a golden man. One person appeared on each of the other 11 golden men. Lu Qi's gaze swept across the 11 people one by one, and he could not help but reveal a surprised look. This battle will be the final outcome of the fate of the 2 worlds, Yun Xiao said coldly. If you want to refine the heavenly martial realm, just kill the 12 of us. Lu Qi nodded and said, That really saves me a lot of trouble. The current power of the realm of heavenly martial arts is even above my estimation. There were 6 World King realm experts, including Yun Xiao, Wei Qing, Che Yu, Zhou Yuan, Yi Qingyu, and Yuan. There were also Feini and Shen Yuan Yao, the 2 half-step world monarchs. Ling Bai had even summoned the god of slaughter with a secret technique and merged with him. His strength was infinitely close to the realm of the World King. The only weak ones were the evil spirits, Xiao Hong and Xiao Qing. The evil spirits had bodies at the perfect creation realm, and they could enter the Realm King's sacred body with just one step. On the other hand, although Xiao Hong and Xiao Qing were only at the creation realm, they both had saint weapons. In addition, there was another person standing in the air far away, watching them. This was the sea god Bo Mu from back then. After Mopu's death, there was no longer any power that could demonize him. Moreover, he also had the holy weapon Amitabha, so he would be a substitute for the 12 divine beings killing formation. If anyone couldn't hold on, he would immediately replace them. With such a powerful formation, even Six-Winged felt a great threat. With such a lineup, they are indeed qualified to see my 6 bodies as one. Lu Qi's face darkened and the sound of his heart beating came from his body. Then, his entire body seemed to be torn apart and swelled up. The transformation this time was greater than any of the previous times. His aura had multiplied, and his face had become detestable, like that of a monster. Everyone's expression changed drastically. A completely imperceptible force surged out of Six-Wing's body and surged between the 12 golden men, making a buzzing sound. Then, the hand above the Six-Winged Dharma form dragged out the ancient scroll of Avicii. Yun Xiao and the others who had used the 6 Paths demonic weapon were all staring at the ancient scroll of Avicii, feeling strange and mysterious about the last of the 6 demonic weapons. Zhou Yuan's eyes were full of surprise, and his eyes flickered. Is this the power of the Master of the 1,000 Worlds? Back then, you had a great battle with Luan Yu and the others, leaving behind a world pit that I have studied for hundreds of thousands of years. I have also gained quite a bit from it, so I would like to thank you here. Oh! Lu Qi glanced at him and scoffed. You must be the one who has been hiding in the 4 seas abyss, right? Zhou Yuan nodded with a friendly expression and said, Although I don't know why you want the coat of arms, the realm of heavenly martial arts is your hometown. After all, I hope you can show mercy. Lu Qi stared at him coldly and sneered. Is there a hole in your brain? You want me to stop at this time? If I wanted to, I would have stopped long ago. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I said the wrong thing. Please don't blame me, sir, he said. It's fine, Lu Qi said coldly. I see that you're rather humble. I'll kill you later. Then I really have to thank you, my lord. Zhou Yuan was extremely depressed. It's fine. As soon as Six-Winged finished speaking, he didn't seem to want to waste any more time and casually slashed out with his saber. Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and he immediately found that the saber beam was different from the previous one. A dark golden luster had appeared on the dark demonic light. Moreover, the Agama bone cleaver itself became extremely terrifying in Six-Wing's hands. The other 5 demonic weapons were all the same. The aura they exuded even made Yunxiao feel a little strange, as if they were not the demonic weapons he knew. Is this the power of the Master of the Thousand Worlds? His heart trembled slightly, as if he had felt the sound of the hidden weapon of the Divine Realm tablet. Then he saw the saber light fall. Wei Qing, who was the closest to him, hurriedly attacked in shock. The eyes of the giant golden man beneath him lit up, and his hands immediately slapped forward. The other 11 golden men moved as well, each making a hand seal. Under the palm force of the golden man, it seemed to turn into a demonic shadow that held a halberd to meet the saber light of Handao. Boom! As the two forces collided, the heavens and earth shattered, and the demonic shadow was instantly destroyed. The 12 men of gold immediately retreated, as if they had all been hit. The 12 people standing on it immediately felt the strength of the power and began to estimate Six-Wing's strength. Ha! These golden men are interesting. The six-winged figure flashed and appeared in front of Wei Qing again. He raised the Alai Xuanzong and stabbed it at the golden man. Boom! The golden man also raised his hand, formed a hand seal, and hit the Alai Xianji. With a bang, he caught the battle axe in his hand. However, the battle axe was too powerful. It instantly pierced through the golden man and broke it. Not only Wei Qing, but the other 11 people's faces also changed slightly. They did not expect the golden man to be able to block the six-winged monster's attack and only used it to assist them. However, they did not expect the six-winged monster to break one of them so quickly. The power of the Alai Xianji burst out from the golden man's body, turning into countless black rays that shot in all directions. Wei Qing flew up in an instant, and countless devil vines appeared on his body, almost becoming one with the skeleton. He held the treasure bottle in his right hand, and divine light shone down. His left hand turned over and slapped down. Yi's figure could be vaguely seen in the powerful palm energy. At this moment, the golden man that had been pierced by the Alai Xuanzong moved again. It allowed the battle axe to pierce through its body and pounced on Six-Winged. Laughable, Lu Qi sneered. With a sweep of his battle axe, the powerful weapon accumulation shattered the golden man into pieces. Then, he blocked in front of him, blocking both of Wei Qing's attacks. Boom! A layer of demonic light burst out of the Alai Xuanzong. Six-Wing's body shook a little, but he didn't take half a step back. At this moment, the other 11 men also flew over to attack. The 11 golden men were also extremely agile, each of them casting their own divine arts to attack. As Fansha, 3,000 worlds, Six-Winged suddenly turned around, and the metal chain shot into the sky with a clatter, turning the surrounding hundreds of miles into a nebula boundary. Then, a terrifying power gushed out, turning into waves of indiscriminate attacks. The faces of Yunxiao and the other 12 people changed slightly, but they did not panic. Instead, they flew back to the golden men and formed a formation with each hand seal. A primordial golden light emerged between the 12 of them, resisting the power of the 3,000 worlds. Lu Qi's pupils shrank and he looked slightly shocked. He was now the Lord of 1,000 worlds and could fully activate as Fansha's power, but he was still blocked by his opponent. As if his authority as the Lord of 1,000 worlds had been challenged, Six-Winged shouted, "Go to hell!" The Handao suddenly slashed out, and a dark golden blade shadow appeared under the black light. Its power was completely different from before. "Be careful," Yunxiao shouted. "Be careful." The 12 of them immediately flew up and changed their positions in the air to avoid the power of the blade. Their formation also changed. Boom! The afterimages of the Hondao's power were immediately absorbed by the formation and spread across everyone's body. Yunxiao only felt his blood and qi surge, while Xiao Hong, who was slightly weaker, paled, as if she could not bear it. As for the 12 men of gold, their bodies were emitting metallic sounds, and saber qi was constantly shooting out. They probably could not withstand it for long. "Help me!" Yunxiao shouted. "My lord!" His figure flickered and he rushed out of the array. The other 11 immediately changed their positions and cooperated with Yunxiao. The whole formation turned into an offensive one, and like a spinning triangle, they rushed into the barrier of Xianxia. Walala! The entire nebula boundary was struck by the Du Tian Xianxia formation. The iron chain made a violent shaking sound, and a large number of runes soared into the sky, trying to mince the 12 people. However, the formation was 12 in 1, and it instead split the nebula boundary. Yunxiao stepped on the iron chain with one foot, then leaped up and thrust his sword at Lu Qi. The six-winged Dharma form was ferocious, and the Agama blocked in front of it, blocking the floating sinking sword. The sword stabbed forward, and large amounts of dark golden light were shaken away by the power of the wheel. Yunxiao's face flickered, but a man immediately appeared beside him. It was Zhou Yuan, who came up to him with an iron whip in his hand, which looked like a broken ancient object, and hit the golden light of the fortune wheel. Bang! Bang! With every knock, a ray of light exploded, and the metal whip began to take form. It was actually 9-colored, and he had no idea what it was made of. However, since it could resist the might of a MO weapon, it was definitely not an ordinary item. The 10 people behind him also took their own steps and soared into the sky within the nebula constructed by a Xianxia. They surrounded Lu Qi and attacked him. Six-Winged shouted in anger. He turned the black shield in his hand and immediately formed a shield barrier around him. Under the joint attack of the 10 people, there was a boom, and the sound of noise continuously rose from Anan's temple, as if it was under great pressure. Lu Qi was furious. This capital heaven divine demon formation was exactly the same as the Great Rebirth formation. Could stack everyone's attacks together and separate them when they were hit. It was a completely abnormal formation. He also realized that he had to break this formation, otherwise he would be in danger if he was trapped inside for a long time. Army obliteration! Ally Shenji suddenly swept over, turning his axe into a spear and killing 10 people. Bang! Ananda Gansha retracted his shield world. The battle axe seemed to have a ferocious beast roaring in it as it struck the 10 of them. At the same time, he pushed Handao and AMO sword forward again, pushing Yunxiao and Zhouyuan back. However, the 12 of them had only suffered a slight shock and were not injured at all. They flipped in the air and joined forces to attack again. Six-Winged had a cold expression as he waved his right hand. The ancient scroll of Avicii opened in the air and a dark golden light spilled out. The 12 people's expressions changed drastically, as if they had a bad feeling. Retreat! Yunxiao shouted. Although he didn't know what kind of powerful divine ability it had, his intuition made him feel that it was unrivaled. The 12 men retreated quickly, but they did not mess up the formation. At the same time, they let the remaining 11 golden men join forces to block the attack. However, the 11 golden men all stopped in front of the ancient scroll as if they were shackled by some kind of force. Lu Qi's hand seals changed and he shouted, "Chaos Demonic Flame Dragon!" Boom! A terrifying force rushed out of the ancient scroll and instantly broke the defense of the 11 golden men, turning them into golden water. A flame took the shape of a demonic dragon, wreaking havoc in the world as it chased after Yunxiao and the others. The referee's trembling voice could be heard as he cried out, "It's the Chaos Demonic Flame Dragon! How could such a thing still exist? This is the only living being that existed when the demon realm was first born." The 12 people's faces all turned ugly, and they hurriedly retreated. However, the Chaos Demonic Flame Dragon seemed to have a mind of its own as it chased after the 12 of them. "What should we do? We can't split up?" or else it'll keep chasing us. You can't. No. Yun Xiao flatly denied. If the formation is broken by the six-winged formation one by one, there will be no turning back. But the demonic flame dragon's power is stronger than the 11 golden Pishio, the referee said. How can we be compared to the golden men? Yun Xiao cried out in a deep voice. Let's join forces and suppress this chaos demonic flame dragon. The 12 of them immediately spread out, each making a hand seal, and slapped at the chaos demonic flame dragon. Under the suppression of the terrifying power, a fiendish god's true body appeared and slammed his palms down with a roar. Boom! The demonic flame dragon was hit by the divine fiend. It roared and crashed into the divine fiend. Boom! Boom! A powerful force exploded, and the demonic god's body was instantly shattered. The 12 of them suffered a huge shock at the same time, and they were sent flying. Xiao Hong's face paled, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. He was forced to retreat more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself, but it was already very difficult for him. Six Wings' expression changed drastically. He looked horrified, as if he was very dissatisfied with the chaos demonic flame dragon's attack. With a muffled groan, he flashed to Xiao Hong's side and slashed down with his saber. Be careful! Yun Xiao roared as he teleported over and thrust the boomerang thrust forward. Xiao Hong also summoned the ancient gods, battlefield at the first moment and transformed into a figure as tall as several people to protect her. However, as soon as the blade light fell, the already incomplete battlefield of the ancient gods was cut in half with a loud boom. The terrifying blade light fell on Xiao Hong's head. A sense of death crept into her heart. She felt her body turn cold and she couldn't move. But in an instant, two forces came from the sky. Yun Xiao's, who controls the ups and downs, and Bomu's Ru-1, blocking in front of Xiao Hong at the same time. Bang! The Agama was knocked back when it hit the two profound level weapons. After all, when he split open the battlefield of the ancient gods, he did not have much power left. Xiao Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was abnormally pale. Not only had she been injured by the blade energy of the Handao, but the ancient god's battlefield was also connected to her mind. The destruction of the battlefield had also affected her body. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, his aura dropped rapidly, and his skin became pale and transparent, almost without any color. Without a word, Yun Xiao put it into the Divine Realm tablet. Bo Mu had been paying close attention to the battlefield the entire time, and had long since discovered that Xiao Hong Li was not able to hold on, so he had immediately come to his aid. The 12 of them once again formed the capital Heaven Divine Evil formation and stood together in their respective positions. Facing off against Lu Qi now, both sides were extremely wary, as if they had lost their absolute confidence. He emerged from Wei Qing's shoulder and his face appeared in a demonic flower. He stared at Lu Qi with knife-like eyes and said coldly, "The Chaos Demonic Flame Dragon was one of the first-generation creatures of the demon world. It was born with the heaven and earth. Although it was not as powerful as the Lord of the Thousand Worlds, it was far above the Holy Demon. I'm afraid that your ancient scroll only has the previous one, and it'll be difficult for you to use the second one. You recognize the Chaos Demonic Flame Dragon?" Lu Qi sneered. "It seems like you're an old man in the devil world. TSK, I didn't expect to be living so miserably, having to rely on others." Qi sneered. "You're just talking about it, so it's clear that there's only one." The ancient scroll of Avicenaraka was said to have been formed from the collapse of the former demon realm, so it was not surprising that there were some powerful creatures from the former demon realm inside. "I'm afraid that the only way you can break the 12 divine beings killing formation is to use the Star Jade explosion. But once you use it, you'll definitely suffer 800 losses and fall into an extremely dangerous situation." "Ha ha ha! What a joke! Ha ha ha!" Lu Qi laughed wildly and said, "If I use the Star Jade explosion now, I'm afraid the entire realm will be pierced through by me. It might even be a fatal wound for the heavenly martial realm. Do the 12 of you still wish to survive under such might?" "You can try," he said coldly. Lu Qi was slightly angry and snorted. "The reason why I didn't want to use it was, because I wanted to play with you for a while longer. The 12 of them were all smart people and instantly saw through Six Wings' concerns. Perhaps he was indeed afraid of putting himself in danger if he used it. Kill him, Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. Force him to death. He immediately grabbed whoever was in charge of the ups and downs and slashed over. The other 11 followed closely behind. Maintaining the integrity of the formation was their first priority, while attacking was secondary. In addition, Xianxia, Yuan, and the other 6 world kings were the main force, while the rest were mainly used to assist in attack and defense. You! Six-Winged was furious and shouted, "You reckless thing!" White bone blades began to appear all over his body, and he began to exude a thick demonic chi under the influence of the demonic chi. A strange light flashed between his eyebrows, and his Dharma form changed again, transforming from 3 heads and 6 arms to 4 heads and 8 arms. What? The 12 men were taken aback, and Xianxia's attack was slowed down, easily blocked by the 6-winged saber beam and knocked away. However, it was only a momentary shock. He quickly regained his senses and continued to attack. After all, they were all peerless powerhouses and had seen all kinds of strange things. Even if the 6-winged beast turned into 12 or 36, they would not be surprised. After the 6 wings turned into 8 arms, other than the 6 demonic weapons, he still had 2 free hands. He continuously formed hand seals and used all kinds of divine arts to fight with the 12 people. Sand and stones flew, and the sky and earth cracked. All of a sudden, a vertical eye appeared on 6 Wings glabella, and it took the shape of a circular pattern in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he sensed the change. Little Qing, be careful. The pattern between 6 Wings' eyebrows was in the shape of an armillary sphere. Qingzhu was shocked and saw it immediately. Just as it was about to put away the armillary sphere, it suddenly realized that a terrifying power had erupted from the armillary sphere, and it instantly lost control. What? Little Qing was shocked, but Lu Qi sneered and pointed his finger at it. The armillary sphere suddenly made a buzzing sound, and the heaven and earth dual axis broke free from it, turning into the heaven sword and earth sword, and instantly slashed at Little Qing. Swish! Swish! Caught off guard, Little Qing was cut into 3 pieces by the 2 swords. However, he had an innate wood constitution, so he recovered in an instant. However, his face was extremely pale. Lu Qi laughed maniacally and grabbed with his 5 fingers. The heaven and earth swords slashed toward Little Qing's sides, knocking away the others who were prepared to help. A large number of runes also appeared on the armillary sphere, forming the stars in the sky. Not good. Quickly retreat. Suddenly, Xianxia sensed something and gave an order. The power emanating from the armillary sphere was already chaotic and violent. Boom! The armillary sphere was instantly detonated by the 6 wings, and a terrifying force swept through the world, not only swallowing Little Green completely. Even Zhou Yuan and Shen Yuanyao, who were beside him, were affected and sent flying. Shen Yuanyao was weaker and spat out a mouthful of blood. His vital essence was completely damaged, and his aura dropped rapidly. Zhou Yuan was also forced back a few steps. In a hurry, he blocked it with his hand, and his arm was immediately covered in blood. The breath in his body was somewhat chaotic, but fortunately, it did not hurt his true essence. Haha, this ghost formation has finally been broken. Let's see what you have to fight me with. Lu Qi laughed maniacally, and his 8 faces revealed a ferocious expression as he charged toward Shen Yuanyao in a flash. Now that the formation had been broken, he needed to kill everyone one by one. Shen Yuanyao, who was already weak and injured, was naturally his first choice. Lord Xianyuan, be careful. Yunxiao's heart sank as he cried out, but there was no time. Everyone was still shocked by the terrifying power of the explosion. Before they could react, they saw a flash of demonic light, and the Dahan saber slashed across the sky. Shen Yuanyao's head flew off. A few thousand feet away, there was a sudden flash of green light, and Little Green's figure appeared. However, it flickered unsteadily, as if it was very difficult to even form. Then, he gave Yunxiao a look, and with another flash, He flew into Yunxiao's body and entered the divine realm tablet, no longer able to fight. The balance of the entire situation was suddenly broken. With only 10 people left, it was difficult for them to form a formation, and the situation became even more troublesome. Ha 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 ha! Lu Qi laughed wildly and his eyes flashed with a cold light. His 8 arms danced and turned into thousands of shadows. He chanted a strange secret technique and a dark golden demonic light appeared above the Dharma form. Demonic essence slash. Lu Qi raised his arm and pointed. The demonic light instantly split into dozens of sides and slashed toward the 10 people. Everyone's expression was grave as they hurriedly used their movement techniques to dodge. But those devil essence slashes were full of spirituality and chased after everyone. Helplessly, they could only each form a hand seal and slap at those attacks. Yunxiao swung his sword and struck out 3 times in a row, breaking the 3 attacks that were chasing him. Instead of retreating, he advanced and teleported in front of Six-Winged in a flash, raising his sword and slashing down. Bang! Whoever struck the Agami blade with the floating sword created circles of demonic light. With every strike, Yunxiao suffered a great backlash. As he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and all the thunder in the sky gathered in his palm and turned into a thunder talisman. 1,000 lightning tribulation 5 lightning strikes. Yunxiao's body exuded the power of thunder, and the divine realm tablet spread across his skin, as if all the thunder of the world had gathered. Six-Winged wore a cold expression and suddenly frowned. He looked up and saw a golden lotus flying toward him. Soon after, golden light filled the sky as his 8-armed body was bound by tiny golden chains. The chains of law. What? Lu Qi's expression changed slightly, and he sneered. I've long surpassed the power of a world. What can these chains of laws do to me? The demonic weapon in his hand spun and broke the chains of law with a bang. Then he slashed out with his sword and swept towards the golden lotus. Boemu's figure appeared on the lotus platform, his 2 palms forming a seal to receive the attack. Bang! The sword chi of the AMO will pierce through Boemu's palms and sent him flying. The lotus platform rapidly spun in the air, and Boemu's figure flickered unsteadily. He had actually been heavily injured in a single strike. Although the chains of law had been broken, it had bought everyone a little time. The rest of them put everything they had learned in their lives on the line, and a terrifying power covered the sky and earth. The power of thunder in Yunxiao's palm was fully gathered, and 9 purple divine thunderbolts turned into dragons behind him, spinning around him and striking down with his palm. 1,000 lightning tribulation 9 lightning strikes. Boom! The 9 purple lightning dragons attacked from all directions and circled around 6 wings. They triggered the tens of millions of lightning in the inner realm and then rushed up. The rest of them also turned everything they had learned in their lives into magical powers and swept over the world. Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying power sealed the 6 wings in an instant and exploded. With a deafening sound, a beam of light that was several mu thick shot up into the clouds in the 9 heavens. The entire earth was shattered, the sky was destroyed, and the earth veins were all shattered. The entire southern region was affected by this attack, and the terrifying light spread out in all directions. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, all living creatures were killed, and not even grass or trees survived. Around the space where Yanwu was, a huge phenomenon in the sky suddenly appeared. It was the huge realm pit that had appeared after the heavenly martial realm had been pierced through. Lu Qi still stood in the same place, but his expression was a little gloomy. The hand holding the MO weapon trembled. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yi's eyes were filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe it. The auras of the 6 MO weapons also rapidly weakened. You Pishio can actually hurt me? Lu Qi looked at the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and the complicated energy flowing in his body. His body trembled slightly, and he was extremely ashamed and angry. Yunxiao stood with the sword in his hand and said coldly, "Injuring you is just the beginning. The next thing I have to do is to kill you." The rest of the people's faces were also solemn as they stared at Lu Qi with knife-like eyes. All of a sudden, Ling Bai's killer god's body trembled, and the killing intent that had gathered around his body suddenly dispersed. The eyes of the killer god turned around, and an evil smile appeared on his face. A white figure separated from it. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was Ling Bai's real body. The summoning time of the killer god's body was up, but he still maintained it and finally reached his limit. After the previous attack, his main body had been severely injured and was finally difficult to control. The eyes of the main body of the killing god blinked, and he turned around to leave. In an instant, he disappeared from this endless world pit universe. Zhou Yuan, who was the closest to Ling Bai, hurriedly stepped forward to support him. In a flash, he handed him over to Bo Mu, who was in the distance, to take care of him. Bo Mu was also heavily injured, and he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. He caught Ling Bai and said, "Leave this person to me. I'll leave the battlefield to you." Zhou Yuan nodded with a serious expression and returned to the realm pit to confront Lu Qi. Six-Winged seemed to have yet to recover from the fact that he was injured. He stood there in a daze. Yun Xiao pointed his sword at him and shouted, "Six-Winged, the situation has been reversed. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you will die and waste your good fortune. As long as you swear not to do evil to the two worlds, we'll let you go." "Let me go? Ha ha ha. You're boasting shamelessly." Six-Winged was enraged and roared. "Then let's see who's the stubborn one and who's the one who'll die." His 8 arms formed seals, and the 6 weapons rose into the air. They reflected each other in the air and actually formed a barrier. Yun Xiao's face flickered as he said in shock, "You're crazy. If you use the Star Jade explosion, you'll die too." The terrifying power of the demonic armament instantly spread through the entire pit. In the distance, Bo Mu felt his heart tremble as he discovered that everyone had suddenly disappeared. 6 paths of space, he exclaimed in shock. Although he had never experienced it before, he had heard Yun Xiao talk about the 6 realms. At this moment, they had suddenly disappeared, and only the 6 realms could explain it. Bo Mu couldn't help but be shocked. Although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He could only control the lotus platform to fly several thousand zhang away and watch quietly, so as not to be affected by the sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon. Yun Xiao was the first to discover it. Countless stone pillars emerged under his feet and extended in all directions. Demonic light flickered all over Lu Qi's body. His hands kept forming hand seals in front of him, and the 6 arms behind him each controlled a demonic weapon. They danced in the sky, and the terrifying pressure of the weapon's accumulation pressed on everyone's heart like a huge rock, making it hard for them to breathe. Yun Xiao could not help but feel a little frightened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Six-Winged, you'll die if you play like this." "Ha ha, I'll die? I'm the owner of the 6 paths demonic weapon. I'll only be heavily injured at most. After I kill you, no one in the 2 realms will be able to fight me," Lu Qi said coldly. "In a few years at the very least, or a dozen years at most, I'll be able to recover to my original state and even advance a level in my cultivation." Under his control, the demonic weapon suddenly began to hum as if it was performing some kind of ritual. It exuded a terrifying and sacred aura. Yun Xiao's face turned pale as he knew that he was in big trouble. The previous Star Jade explosion only had 5 weapons, but now it had 6 gathered together to have such a reaction. Six-Winged was also in the complete state of the Lord of 1,000 Worlds. This attack was enough to destroy the world, and it would be difficult for them to survive. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, get behind me. We'll make the final attack together. Life and death are determined by fate. It all depends on this." His skin began to be covered with all kinds of complicated patterns, the most conspicuous of which was the light blue jade-like inscriptions on the Divine Realm tablet. The shadow of the Divine Realm tablet also flashed between his eyebrows. A terrifying power spread out from his body, and whoever controlled the floating weight in his hand poured all his strength into it. As if affected by the 6 paths demonic weapon or having devoured Yun Xiao's power, it had never felt so carefree before, and it let out a low buzz. The other 7 also began to use their abilities. During the joint attack earlier, everyone had gone all out and suffered quite a number of injuries from the impact of the attack. At this moment, they understood that they were on the line between life and death. They no longer had any thoughts of living, so they all madly raised their strength to the peak. Yunxiao's face darkened as he shouted, "Get behind me and attack in formation!" The 7 men could not help frowning, but they still followed the order and flew behind Yunxiao. Although the 12 divine beings' fiend formation could no longer be set up, an incomplete formation was still better than nothing. When Fei and I flew past Yunxiao, she could not help but give him a look. Yunxiao's heart trembled. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence, but their hearts were connected and they had a tacit understanding. Soon, an incomplete capital heaven divine wraith formation was laid out. The 8 of them worked together and each of them displayed their strongest divine ability. In front of Yunxiao, a giant spirit emerged, holding a blade of light. As the 8 of them attacked together, the fiendish god also struck out fiercely, slashing at the terrifying figure in front of him. Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Six-Winged laughed hideously and slapped out with both hands, roaring, "All of you, die!" Star Jade explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura surged in the 6-path space, and the countless stone pillars under everyone's feet were instantly sent flying, turning into dust and dissipating in the air. The fiendish god's giant spirit met the terrifying attack head-on, and its giant blades slashed into the Star Jade explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth sank. Even the 6-path space of the supreme mystical beings trembled intensely. After that, the world turned dark and the entire space fell into chaos. Yunxiao felt a great pain all over his body, and his meridians, bones were constantly being torn apart. He could even feel that the people behind him were also jolted away and had suffered a great impact. Under that magnificent power, he had completely lost his 5 senses and 6 senses. His entire mind was in a daze, completely blank. The only thing left was pain, intense pain, pain that was etched in his bones and engraved in his heart. He didn't know how long it had been before the pain gradually eased, but he could no longer feel anything in his body. He didn't know what his physical condition was, but the only thing he knew in his daze was that he wasn't dead. In a daze, Yunxiao tried to find his senses, to find the sense of control his consciousness had over his body. It was as if he was only left with a wisp of consciousness, and he had no idea where his body was. After a while, the feeling of his body slowly returned. He finally felt his eyes, mouth, and gradually his 4 limbs. Yunxiao tried hard to open his eyes, only to find a soft light shining on his body, slowly healing his injuries. He lowered his head and found himself on the lotus seat of the lotus. The lotus platform expanded to half an acre in size, and a few people were lying on it in disorder. Yunxiao's heart trembled at the sight. "Your Excellency, where is Feini?" Aside from him and Bo Mu, there were 8 other people on the lotus platform. Ling Bai was sitting cross-legged among the 8 people. His face was extremely pale, and he was slowly recovering. Wei Qing, Jiu Yuan, Yi Qingyu, Yuan, and the evil spirit were all lying in the lotus platform, their fates unknown. Che Yu seemed to be in the best condition among everyone, but his scales had fallen off and he was badly injured. The dragon blood immediately condensed into a scab, like a layer of armor. It was nauseating to look at. Among all the people who entered the 6 realms, Feini was the only one missing. Bo Mu's expression wasn't too good either. He stretched out his hand, and a faint yellow flame appeared in his palm, flickering weakly. Yunxiao's heart felt as if it had been pierced through in an instant, and he felt suffocated, so uncomfortable that he could not breathe. "You don't need to despair," Bo Mu said, giving him a glance. This was the fire of Feini's life that had not been extinguished. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and absorbed the power of Amitabha to nourish it. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Yunxiao was overjoyed as he said in a hurry, "My lord, you mean that Feini is not dead yet?" "I'm not dead, but I'm not alive either." Bo Mu shook his head. "The flame of her life has not been extinguished, but her physical body has been destroyed. However, she has the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix, so she may be able to be reborn. Your Excellency, Xianxia said with a frown, can you make yourself clear? What I mean is that whether she can live or not is entirely up to her, Bomu said. We might be able to give her some help, but in the end, she still has to rely on her own will. Otherwise, it is also possible for her to sleep for a long time in the phoenix fire. Yunxiao's face was gloomy, but it was still a great fortune in the midst of misfortune. Looking at the weak heavenly phoenix flame, he gritted his teeth and said, Feini, don't worry. Even if I die, I will definitely find a way to restore you. It'll be difficult, Bomu said with a sigh. Yunxiao felt a little depressed, and it was only then that he came back to his senses and said, How are the others? Take a look for yourself. 2 dead and 3 injured. Bomu pointed to the ground. What? Yunxiao's heart twitched violently. He hurriedly looked over, and his face turned pale. The evil spirit's perfect creation body was completely pierced through. It was riddled with holes and had almost become a pile of mud. He couldn't sense any aura of life from it, so the evil spirit's soul had probably been annihilated. Yi Qingyu's face was also unrecognizable when he looked to the side. With a scan of his divine senses, he realized that all his bones, meridians, and internal organs had been crushed. There was no chance of him surviving. The ones who survived were Wei Qing, Zhou Yuan, and Yuan. Yuan's face was abnormally pale, and it was almost no different from being dead. However, the 2 kinds of flames in her body were still jumping weakly, as if it was for this reason that her life was not extinguished. The magic tree golden will lay quietly beside Yuan. The gears on it were almost completely ground flat, and the middle was deeply sunken, almost pierced through. To be injured to such an extent, this saint artifact had already been completely destroyed. Zhu Yuan also seemed to be dead. He lay stiffly on the lotus platform. There were no signs of life on his body, but he didn't look dead. This should be an extremely powerful state of suspended animation, Bomu said. Perhaps it had something to do with the abyssal race's physique. Perhaps it was some kind of innate divine ability. Although he looks like a dead person, Amitabha's power tells me that he is still alive. Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, The abyssal race is one of the earliest races in the heavenly martial realm. Moreover, Lord Zhou Yuan was already an expert in the World King realm and had comprehended it for so many years. He's the strongest among us, so he should be fine. The last person left was Wei Qing, who was also unconscious on the ground. His arms were crossed, as if he was holding onto something before he fainted. From the looks of it, it must be a yin and yang air bottle. Yunxiao frowned as he picked up a few silver fragments from Wei Qing's body. When he held them in his hand, he immediately understood. It was the yin-yang qi bottle that had saved Wei Qing's life. Otherwise, with his cultivation as a demon commander, there was no way he could have survived such a terrifying power. Yunxiao examined Wei Qing's body and could not help but frown. Although there were still many devil vines hanging from his body, there was no devilish aura, as if he was dead. He muttered to himself, Could it be that Master Yi is also afraid? An image began to automatically fill Yunxiao's mind. Under the terrifying attack, the fiendish god transformed from the array formation naturally exploded in an instant, and then all 8 of them were swallowed by the power of the star jade explosion. In an instant, Wei Qing took out the yin and yang air bottle and protected himself. He also drew out the power of the demonic armor and put it on his body. Demon Phoenix naturally wouldn't be willing, but at that critical moment, she couldn't care much and could only resist with all her strength. However, the star jade explosion was too terrifying. In the end, the treasure bottle and the demonic armor protecting Wei Qing's body both died. But Wei Qing's life was preserved. Yunxiao grunted. Although he had some criticism for Wei Qing's approach, he did not say anything when he thought that Wei Qing was indeed such a person. Moreover, it was better for Wei Qing to be alive than a saint demon from the demon realm. Finally, Yunxiao turned to Che-Yu and said, Old dragon, are you all right? Yunxiao and Che-Yu might not be the most powerful among all of them, but in terms of defense, they were well-deserved to be the best. Yunxiao had the body of the floating and divine realm tablet, and he himself was also a dharma body of creation, as well as a body of 5 elements thunder. If it were not for the fact that the Lord of the Thousand Realms had used the 6 Paths demonic weapon to create the Star Jade explosion, there would be almost no one in the 2 realms who could kill him. Che Yu even had the body of a true dragon, the strongest body in the world. Coupled with the power of the world, there were not many who could hurt him. Although he was not as good as Yunxiao, Che Yu was still awake. Lying on the lotus throne, he looked up at the endless sky in silence for a while, then suddenly said, "You're still carefree here. Where's Six-Winged? Did Six-Winged die?" Yunxiao's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. After waking up for so long, he had actually forgotten the most important thing. He hurriedly turned around and looked at the endless starry sky, but he didn't see any sign of Six-Winged, so he turned to look at Bo Mu. Bo Mu also shook his head. "I've been paying close attention to the pit ever since you entered the 6-path space, but I haven't seen anything strange. This was the situation when you came out. 2 are dead, 4 are injured, and the other 2 are still alive." Yunxiao's heart trembled as he cried out, "Shit! Six-Winged definitely didn't die. If he were to hide and escape, then we'll be in big trouble." Bo Mu's face also sank, and he was filled with worry. The battle this time had exhausted the power of the 2 worlds, and almost all of the top experts had died or suffered heavy injuries. Only then had they achieved such results, severely injuring Six-Winged. If he managed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be a huge disaster for both worlds. "Escape? Do you think I'm your group of minions?" A cold voice came out from the world crater. It was emotionless, and it made people's hearts go numb. Soon after, Six-Winged's figure slowly emerged from the void. The 4-headed and 8-armed Dharma form had disappeared, and only the body of a great demon was left. With each step he took, the sinister face gradually calmed down. The demonic weapon of the 6 Paths was not in his hands either. It was unknown if he had taken it back or if there was some other malfunction. White bones burst out of the demon's body and protected his 6-winged body like an armor. However, he was also covered in blood. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his pupils shrank into as he stared at Lu Qi, his face filled with anger and gloom. Lu Qi's aura was now a far cry from before. It seemed that he had also been seriously injured by the explosion of the Star Jade. "You actually still dare to appear?" Yunxiao was filled with anger, but with just a slight movement of his body, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, and his face turned pale. "I should be the one asking this question, right?" Lu Qi also stared at him coldly and said, "You didn't run away even though your life was saved. It's really beyond my expectations. However, it was good that the trouble was solved. If I let you and that true dragon escape, only the heavens know how much trouble you'll bring to me. To be able to force me into such a situation, it truly makes me feel shocked and surprised." Boemu's face was filled with despair as he muttered, "Could it be that fate really can't be changed, and everything is still going according to the established trajectory?" He recalled Rowe's prophecy, and his eyes began to show despair and bitterness. "You old fart, don't spread such negative emotions here. I'm not dead yet." Yu jumped up from the lotus platform. The wounds on his body tore open again, and dragon blood dripped down. But his face was still filled with killing intent, and his fists were clenched tightly as he stared at the 6-winged creature. He turned his face to Yunxiao and said, "Are you confident?" Yunxiao had no confidence, and his heart was full of pessimism. Although 6-wing's strength was far from what it used to be, it was no longer something they could compete with, given their severe injuries. "I'm asking you a question. Say something," Yu shouted. "Answer me." Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and his blood began to heat up. Yu frowned and sneered, "Are you in despair again? I've known you for so long. Although you're despicable, shameless, lecherous, and obscene, there's one thing about you that I've always admired, and that's your unyielding spirit. I've never fucking seen you admit defeat before. However, you changed." Yu's tone suddenly changed as he said sarcastically, "Last time in the dragon transformation pond, I was beaten to shit by Yu, so I gave up and begged for mercy. I was really surprised at that time. Is this still the Li Yunxiao I know, Gu Feiyang?" Yunxiao frowned and scolded. "You're the one who's fucking beaten up. You're the one who's begging for mercy. I was trying my best to stall for time, stabilize the enemy, and implement changes in battle strategy. I was using words and strategies to move and influence the enemy." The letter of challenge said, "Attacking the city is below, attacking the heart is above. Haven't you heard of this, you idiot?" All right, Ing Luo." Yu felt a headache. He held his head with one hand and interrupted him with the other. "Don't talk nonsense with me. I don't want to reason with you. No one in this world can talk you out of it. Now you just have to tell me, do you choose to give up? Or do you choose not to accept your fate and die?" Yunxiao grinned and said, "As long as it's something I've decided on, it doesn't matter if it's fate or not. Even if I die, I must do it." With a loud roar, all the injuries on his body opened up, and a large amount of blood spurted out. However, he seemed to have forgotten the pain. The Divine Realm tablet flashed between his eyebrows, emitting a faint light. His mind flickered, and it was only then that he realized that the Divine Realm tablet had also been severely damaged. The mountains and rivers inside had been shattered, and a large amount of spiritual energy had been lost. He then made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the master of floating and sinking reappeared in his hand. However, the spiritual light had also dimmed, as if it had lost all vitality. "Ha ha ha! Good, good!" Yu laughed maniacally. He also extended his hand and the world sword appeared in his hand. He also turned it into an ordinary weapon and pointed it at Louis. Although the two's auras weren't strong, their absolute presence still stunned Six-Winged, and his face darkened. "Since you insist on seeking death, then I'll fulfill your wish, you two idiots." Six-Winged's figure flickered and he charged onto the lotus platform. The white bone sword in his hand slashed down with a wung sound. Yunxiao and Yu raised their swords at the same time to meet the attack. Bang! The three swords struck each other, and although they also released an extremely powerful halo, it was nothing compared to the destructive power they had used in the previous battle. All three of them were knocked back at the same time, but Yunxiao and Yu were pushed further away. The two men were shocked, but they could not help but be overjoyed. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise as he cried out, "So weak! He can win!" Yu nodded his head heavily. He waved the sword in his hand a few times and charged over. Lu Qi was furious. He had indeed exhausted a lot of his energy, and he could not even maintain his four-headed and eight-armed Dharma form. Although he could still use the Six Paths demonic weapon, he couldn't unleash its power at all. It was just like an ordinary weapon. Instead of using it, he might as well use the bone sword that had grown from his body. Yunxiao gritted his teeth and also rushed over. Bang! 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 The three of them began to compete in swordsmanship in the void, and sword lights shot out in all directions like a peacock spreading its tail. Yunxiao and Yu were at a disadvantage, and every time they wielded their swords, blood would spurt out. Their bodies had long been covered in blood, and their injuries were getting worse. However, Lu Qi did not seem to be in a good state either. The blood on his bone armor became even redder, as if it was constantly extracting his blood essence. In contrast, his face appeared even paler. Suddenly, Yu leaped back and placed the world sword in front of him. He kept making hand seals and injected the world sword into his body. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The sword light flashed and turned into a dragon shadow that pounced towards Six-Winged. What? Six-Winged was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to use such an ultimate skill. He raised his bone sword and suddenly struck down. Boom! The sword slashed at the dragon, and its 6 wings were instantly sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the sky. The dragon turned back into the world sword and fell into the endless void. Yunxiao's face flickered. He knew that there was something wrong with Yu at the moment, or he would never have let his sword fall. Bo Mu had also discovered the abnormality, and with a grab, He pulled the world sword and Yu over, placing them within the lotus platform. Blood continued to flow out of Yu's mouth. His eyes were still wide open, and he was mumbling something. "Don't speak. I'll help you heal first," Mu hurriedly said. Suddenly, a layer of gold appeared on his hands, and he slowly poured his true qi into Yu's body. In fact, he was also seriously injured, but he could not care about that at this time. Protecting the true dragon's life was more important than his own life. Yu struggled a few more times before spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood. He didn't say anything more, and just lay there quietly, allowing Mu to treat him. Xiao's face darkened when he saw this. "Old dragon, rest in peace. Leave the rest to me." A strong wind gathered around him and turned into a crocodile. It pounced on his shoulder and stared at Six-Winged coldly. The crocodile only had the strength of a normal blessed realm cultivator, but at that moment it could not care about that. It was better than nothing. Damn it! That damned dragon! How dare he injure me? The bone armor around Lu Qi's body was cracked by the world sword. It seemed to have caused him quite a shock. "So what if I hurt you? I still want to kill you." With the sword in hand, Xiao walked forward step by step. The crocodile roared and suddenly rushed out, turning into a huge body. It opened its mouth and spat out a half-moon-shaped wind blade, slashing at Xiao. "Even the trash is here. Are you really at your wit's end?" Lu Qi raised his sword and slashed down. The sword light actually had blood on it, showing that his injuries were not light. Bang! The wind blade was shattered in an instant, and the sword's momentum didn't slow down at all as it struck the crocodile's body, cutting it in half. Xiao took the opportunity to teleport and pour what little energy he had left into the sword. A blue dragon shadow emerged above the floating sword, which was the soul of the real dragon. It roared as the sword slashed down. Boom! In his shock, Lu Qi raised his sword to block once more. The soul passed through his bone sword and struck the bone armor, completely shattering its defense. Ka! The bone armor kept making cracking sounds, and Six-Winged was wounded again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back thousands of feet. At this moment, blood was flowing down from his body, and most of the white bones around him were shattered. The rest were also full of cracks, which was a terrible sight. However, the determination on his face kept him standing, and the bone sword in his hand was still glowing with sword light. Ha! Li Yunxiao. If you have the ability, then come at me a second time. Yunxiao's energy was finally exhausted after the attack, and the light on his floating sword was gone. He was unable to draw his sword again, and Lu Qi saw through him with a glance. "If I still don't draw my sword, it will be my turn to kill." Lu Qi's face was covered in blood, but his eyes were filled with excitement and killing intent. He walked toward Yunxiao step by step. "As long as I clean up all you trash, no one in the two worlds will be able to stop me." Yunxiao looked at him coldly as he raised his right hand, and Master Bauble disappeared in his palm. Then, he slowly put his palms together and performed a thunder seal. Pai Li Pa La. A bolt of green lightning appeared in his palm and slowly spread out. The lightning crackled and radiated in all directions. Lu Qi's steps faltered, and he could not help but laugh. Ha! The realm king of this generation. What's wrong? Was he so weak that he couldn't even form purple lightning? Only this Qing Lei is playing around. Is he trying to light up an eternal lamp before he dies? Yunxiao felt bitter as well. He kept circulating his energy, trying to turn the green lightning purple, but how could he afford to do so? The lightning flickered between green and purple, and it was impossible to purify it into pure purple lightning. Ha! You're really a child's play. Is this your unyielding spirit? Without the support of strength, he's just a joke, a laughingstock. A cold glint appeared in Lu Qi's eyes as he raised his bone sword. Monstrous demonic qi immediately gathered around it, and a sword realm opened up. Brahma Holy Sword. Lu Qi's expression turned serious. He became one with the sword and turned into a sword ray. The sword ray was dyed red because there was too much blood. It was like a red cloud that cut across the vast universe. It was also like the stars of fate, sliding forward on a predetermined trajectory, irreversible. Everything was fate. Everything was destiny. Bo-Mu's expression finally darkened, and with a long sigh, he said, "The heavenly Tao is vast and everything is like an ant. It can't be changed." All of a sudden, his hand was pulled, and a bloody hand of Che-Yu grabbed his wrist and forced him to stand up. He then cursed, "I've already said it just now, you old man. Don't say it just now. Don't say it just to be disheartened. It'll affect my mood." After he finished speaking, he fell down again and continued to spit blood on the lotus seat. Bo-Mu glanced at him, then let out a long sigh. Originally, he had not wanted to treat him. After all, he would still die in the end. But with a thought, he still stretched out his hand and continued to pour his primeval essence into Che-Yu's body. He couldn't tell why, but subconsciously, there was still a trace of unwillingness, and even dissatisfaction. Thus, subconsciously, he had developed a stubborn emotion, wanting to resist this unfair heavenly Tao. Faced with the sword chi of the Brahma sacred sword, Xianxia became extremely calm. His face was expressionless as he kept trying to condense the thunderbolt in his palm. Even his body started to turn into lightning and was about to merge into the purple and green lightning. At this moment, he didn't want to think about the ending, he didn't want to think about the past, he just focused on gathering lightning. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and a voice rang in his ears. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he said in surprise, "Little Qing." The voice came from Little Qing, who was in the Divine Realm tablet. "You're definitely going to die like this. Let me give you a hand." "But you're seriously injured," Xianxia cried out in surprise. "If you die, I won't be able to escape either," Qing said indifferently. With that, without waiting for Xianxia's reply, he disappeared from the Divine Realm tablet and attached himself to Xianxia. Xianxia's body trembled as he felt an infinite amount of thunder energy spreading in his body, and his sense of the thunder in heaven and earth was raised to another level. Pai Li Pa La, the dual-colored lightning in his palm turned purple in an instant. The powerful lightning energy suddenly spread out and directly condensed into a ring of lightning stars around his body. Then it spread out in circles, showing different colors. There were more than 100 rings. "What? Impossible!" Lu Qi's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in shock. This is impossible." Xianxia's face was calm, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He returned to his usual calm and composed demeanor, his face flickering under the purple thunder. "You must be very unwilling and feel very, very regretful, right? Even the Lord of 1,000 worlds will eventually turn to dust after this battle." All of a sudden, outside the pit, thunder roared and a strange light was emitted. It interwove into a sea of lightning, which shone with the 100-colored lightning star ring inside the pit. Xianxia's calm and composed look seemed to indicate that the end of all this was coming. In an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts gathered around him. An unprecedented and magnificent power descended, landing in the entire realm pit. Bo-Mu's mouth was wide open in shock as he looked at the lightning. It wasn't just within the world crater. The entire southern domain was bathed in a sea of lightning. At this moment, all the experts rescued by Ding Ling were gathered in the holy region. They could still see the final battle through the water mirror, but when the 12 divine beings killing formation and the six-winged formation fought for the first time, the earth shook and all the power of the projection was destroyed, and the situation was completely unknown. Just as everyone was feeling anxious and restless, thunder suddenly rumbled above the holy region. In an instant, the sky turned purple, and bolts of lightning shuttled through the sky like dragons and snakes. Not only the southern region and the holy city, but the entire eastern region, western region, northern region, and even the 4 seas were all filled with lightning and thunder. The terrifying lightning shook the earth from the sky. It seemed to be the anger and roar of the heavenly martial arts realm, fighting against the established trajectory of fate. Lu Qi was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. He cried out in his heart for danger, but he still didn't have time to retreat. He could only brace himself and pour all his strength into the sword, stabbing it into the lightning. Xianxia performed a thunder incantation and slammed it down as he shouted, 10,000 lightning tribulation heaven and earth return to origin. Boom, boom, boom. 10,000 bolts of lightning struck his body, and his 6 wings were instantly swallowed up. His entire body seemed to be frozen in the lightning, unable to move at all. Not good. Boemu's face was filled with shock. The entire world pit was rumbling as if it was about to be blown to pieces. He hurriedly controlled the magnificent Dharma Lotus platform and wanted to escape into the void. However, he was shocked to find that he was surrounded by the Thunder World. There was no place to escape to. He could only brace himself and turn into a fleeing light to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after the Lotus Throne flew out of the realm pit, the entire realm pit suddenly exploded, and a terrifying deep pit spread across the land of the southern region. Even the other 3 regions, the people far away in the holy region, and even the 4 seas could sense this. Everyone only felt that the heavens were sad and the earth was miserable. It was as if the 4 poles had collapsed, and this world was about to collapse. In the center of the realm pit, Xianxia and Lu Qi were standing next to each other. They were very quiet and ignored the noise outside. "You win," 6 Wings said dumbly. "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "I'm finally free. The Heavenly Tao's choice is you, not me," 6 Wings said. "In fact, the Heavenly Tao has never chosen anyone," Xianxia said. "This is our own choice." Lu Qi was stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized something. He formed a seal with his hands and said, "Heaven and earth gave birth to me. Now that fate has come to an end, I will return it to you." Under the illumination of the lightning, 6 Wings' body suddenly became bright and actually split into 6 balls of light. They spread out in the world pit and shot out in all directions. Xianxia looked at everything in front of him quietly, knowing that everything had been settled, and he was finally free. An incomparable sense of fatigue and exhaustion washed over him. His heart felt empty and he closed his eyes in an instant. He fell into a deep sleep and then fell into the endless depths of the world pit. A few years later, the realm of heavenly martial arts regained its peace. However, the southern region had turned into scorched earth and lost all its spiritual energy. It had once again become a place where even birds would not want to shit. All the martial artists returned to their original sections. The realm of heavenly martial arts began to have a new atmosphere. Except for the southern region, the other 3 regions were thriving and developing. However, this had also caused many disputes, especially after the end of the era of the Old 7 Forces and the Northern and Southern Merchant Union. The forces of the 3 regions had been reshuffled. However, the entire world was developing in an orderly manner under the guidance of an extremely powerful force. No one would interfere with these small actions. North Region, Star Collection City, Su family. More than a dozen martial artists sat in the hall with heavy expressions. The oppressive atmosphere spread in the hall, and none of them made a sound. "We can't agree to this." An old woman dressed in white stood up and threw her red iron crutch on the ground. She angrily rebuked, "The 9-Yang divine body is one of the most powerful divine bodies in the legends, and it's hard to find one in 10,000 years. It was said that only Luo Yunshang, the senior sister of the current palace master of Xinxiao Palace, Han Junting, had this body, and her future achievements were limitless. How could it be destroyed by that brat Chen Tianu?" The other old man on the left grunted, "Second sister, Pei Qing is my grandniece. I don't want this either. If we don't agree, not only will we lose Pei Qing, but we might also lose our Su family. How can there be such an act of bullying in broad daylight?" The old woman rebuked. "At most, we'll go to the holy city of misty snow and complain. I don't believe that the sacred city would not do anything about such a terrible thing." The old man sighed. "Sigh. I'm afraid we won't even be able to walk to the holy city. It's not like you don't know how powerful the Thunder faction is. They're the leader of the entire Star Luo city. When had they ever failed to get what they wanted? Moreover, do we know anyone who will report us to the holy city? Lei Bie, the sect leader of the Chele sect, has been cultivating in Yanwu for more than 10 years, and he has a very good relationship with many experts in the holy region. If you go and complain, you're just asking for death. At worst, we'll just die together. The old woman stomped her foot in anger. The Su family's head, Suemo, had been sitting at the head of the table the entire time and had not said a word. At this moment, he finally could not help but berate. "What stupid words are you saying?" The old woman burst into tears, and tears streamed down her face. She sobbed, "Big brother, do you want to see that child Pei Qing be defiled by Lei Mang?" It was said that Lei Mang was ignorant and incompetent. He indulged in debauchery all day. Although he was talented, he was still only in the 8 stars martial emperor realm. He would probably stay in this realm forever. Lei Bie wanted this useless son of his to become a martial honor, and that's why he had his eyes on our Pei Qing. Pei Qing has the 9 yang divine body and his future is bright. He can't be destroyed by this wastrel. She cried as she spoke, causing the people in the hall to feel irritated. They were angry, but they were helpless. With the Su family's strength, fighting with the Lei family was no doubt like an egg hitting a rock. Suemo shouted, "Don't cry! Which one of us wants Pei Qing to marry that bastard? But what can you do? As the clan leader, I must consider the big picture. Protecting the clan's bloodline is my top priority. However, I'll try my best to think of a way to deal with Pei Qing. I've already sent people to the Divine Cloud Palace a few days ago. I hope that the people of the Divine Cloud Palace can save Pei Qing's life on account of her 9 yang divine body." The old woman was overjoyed and said, "Really? Haha, that's great." The old man who had spoken earlier was also smiling. He stroked his beard and said, "If Xianxia Palace knows that Pei Qing has the 9 yang divine body, they will definitely send someone to take her away. Even if the Thunderhold sect questions us, we'll have an excuse. If you're so capable, go to the Divine Cloud Palace and ask for him. Ha ha ha." In the main hall, everyone's faces finally looked better, and they all revealed rare smiles. "Don't be too optimistic about this matter for now," Suemo said. "Although I've had Suda travel through the night, we'll probably only have a result the day after tomorrow at the earliest." "What? Suda?" Suddenly, one of the old men's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. "What's wrong?" Suemo frowned. The old man's face turned pale. "Are you sure you want to send Suda?" Sumo's expression was clearly displeased, and he snorted, "Do you think I would lie to you?" The old man suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up with a schwa sound. He said, "I saw Suda coming out of the lightning sect yesterday. I thought something had happened, so I didn't think much about it." "What?" Suemo was shocked, and he could not help but drop the teacup in his hand. He said in embarrassment, "Impossible. Did you see it wrong?" The old man sighed. "Ah, Lord Clan Leader, what are you saying? How could I have misjudged my own brother?" Suemo suddenly cursed. "Damn it, Suda! How dare you betray the Su family?" A burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the hall. Under the shock of the tensome people inside, a group of people filed in, all of them with unkind expressions and thick killing intent. Lei Bie. Sumo's expression changed greatly, and when he looked at the person beside Lei Bie, his face could not help but turn pale. He angrily rebuked, "Suda, it's you! You traitor!" "I'm a traitor?" Suda sneered. "Big brother, you betrayed Lord Lei Bie first, and I betrayed you, right? This was called, those who get what they want have more help, while those who lose will have less help. If you hadn't betrayed me first, would I have betrayed you?" Lei Bie had a burly figure and a rough appearance. His angry eyes were as terrifying as a vajra as he shouted, "Suemo, you dare to be two-faced. He promised me on the surface, but he's secretly looking for people from Xianxia Palace to deal with me. If he can't give me an explanation today, there's no need for the Su family to survive." Sumo's expression greatly changed, and the 10 or so higher-ups' faces were ashen. "You're going too far," the old woman roared angrily. "I'm going to kill you all." The old woman waved her metal walking stick and arrived in front of Lei Bie in a few steps. Then, she pointed it at his throat. Lei Bie laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha! Old woman, you're looking for death. Fine. I'll use you as an example to prevent others from betraying me in the dark. He clenched his fingers and immediately, a thunderous sound rang out as he slapped the iron crutch. With a boom, the old woman spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. She fell to the ground. This time, the Su family was even more silent, and no one dared to make a sound. Lei Bie didn't give up and immediately stepped forward to deliver another palm strike to take his life. Su Mo suddenly shouted, "Stop! This person is Pei Qing's third grandma. If you kill her, Pei Qing will hate you and it won't be good for your Lei family." Lei Bie's body came to a stop. After thinking for a moment, he retracted his hand and coldly snorted, "I'll let you off this time." Su Mo went up and helped the old woman up, saying, "Isn't your goal for Pei Qing? I'll let Pei Qing go with you." The old woman vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and coughed nonstop. Lei Bie sneered and said, "Hee, no need. I'm afraid of an accident, so I'll take her away myself. My son has already gone to the backyard to find Pei Qing. It's good to let them improve their relationship first." "You dare to barge into my Su family?" Su Mo said angrily. Lei Bie said coldly, "If your Su family is honest and well-behaved, I will naturally follow the rules. If you play tricks, don't blame me for using my lightning-like methods." The old woman coughed up blood as she cursed. "You'll get your retribution sooner or later for what you've done. I'll definitely find a way to report this matter to the Sanctum and let them judge you." "Ha ha ha! A saint-level judgment?" Lei Bie's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule as he coldly snorted. "Don't forget that I've been cultivating in Yanwu for 12 years, and even the Yunxiao Alliance Master has seen me several times from afar. Those on duty in the Holy Region are all my best friends. If you go to the Holy Region, you'll only be seeking your own death." When the Su family members heard this, their faces turned ashen. Suddenly, a disciple of the Lei family ran up and cupped his fists. "Sect leader, we've searched the entire back courtyard, but we didn't see Miss Pei Qing. According to some maidservants, young Miss went out shopping early in the morning." "Shopping?" Lei Bie was stunned for a moment. He then waved his hand and said, "It's getting late. Even if he's out shopping, he should be back soon. Let's just wait." "Yes. The young master also hopes to wait." The disciple cupped his fists and said. At this moment, outside the Su family's courtyard, Su Pei Qing had no idea what had happened at home and was happily walking back. Behind her was a yellow-clothed maidservant and a silly-looking manservant. The manservant walked unsteadily and laughed nonstop. His appearance and demeanor were very silly. Su Pei Qing's steps were light and quick. "I've finally bought the spring stalactites. Next, I can find an alchemist to refine 8th-tier heart-nourishing pills for third grandma. With the heart-nourishing pill, third aunt can break through to the rank of a 9 heavens martial sovereign. If the third elder knew that Miss is so considerate, I wonder how happy he would be," the maidservant said with a smile. The servant also laughed foolishly, then suddenly said, "Level 8 heart-nourishing pills aren't good. In fact, Level 7 chi-protecting pills are better than heart-nourishing pills. It's just that the level of heart-nourishing pills is one level higher, so it seems more valuable." Su Pei Qing blinked and smiled. "Xianxia, you're talking nonsense again. These are things that only great alchemists know. How could a little fool like you know about them?" "Hee hee." The manservant scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. He didn't know how he knew, but he just blurted it out. The maidservant glanced at the manservant and said, "Miss, I feel that this fool is strange. He seems to know a lot of things. Why don't we write down what he said and ask an alchemist another day?" Su Pei Qing knocked the servant girl's head and laughed. "You can't joke about this. What if you make some great alchemist unhappy? Third aunt will scold me to death." The maidservant thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Sigh, I don't know where this fool came from, but I feel that there's something strange about him. Who cares about his background? He's with me now, so he's a member of the Su family." Su Pei Qing touched Silly's hair and smiled. "Don't worry, with this Bao here, I definitely won't let anyone bully you. 3 years ago, when they were shopping, Su Peiqing saw a disheveled little fool wandering the streets. Many children were throwing stones at him. She felt that he was quite pitiful, so out of kindness, she brought him back. He didn't expect that after a shower, this little fool would still look handsome and delicate. If it wasn't for the thick foolishness on his face, he would have looked like a prince. But unfortunately, a fool was still a fool. He didn't know anything when asked, but he would say some strange things from time to time. Su Peiqing even found a few doctors to treat him. The conclusion was that he had damaged his brain and lost his memory. After many unsuccessful attempts, Su Peiqing had basically given up. After all, the Su family was considered to have some status and influence in Star Luo City. Those who could invite a doctor were not ordinary people. It was likely that there were not many people in this world who could cure this fool. 5 years ago, Yunxiao, the leader of the Heavenly Martial League, and Six-Winged, the Devil Lord, had a world-shaking battle in the southern region. After Six-Winged died, it turned into 6 streams of spirit energy and scattered across the vast land. One of them landed near Southfire City of the North region, which instantly caused the spirit chi in Southfire City to flourish, becoming the core of the North region. On the other hand, Star Luo City was not far from Southfire City. Similarly, because of the spirit primordial energy that had scattered into the earth, they had also received many benefits. This caused the originally ordinary place to become popular. In the past 5 years, more than 100 forces had squeezed into Star Luo City. Among them, the Thunderhold sect had become the champion with the help of their sect master's power as a peak 9 stars martial emperor Lei Bie. Not far from the courtyard, Su Peiqing's sharp senses noticed that something was amiss in the house. The courtyard seemed to be surrounded by many people. The maidservant also exclaimed, "The Lei family? Young miss, look at their clothes." Su Peiqing's face darkened. "Let's go. We'll enter from the back courtyard. I don't want to see the Lei family." Her originally happy mood instantly turned bad, as if a stone was pressing on her heart. Silly seemed to sense her mood and hurriedly said, "Miss, don't be unhappy. If the Lei family dares to be rude to you, I will chase them away." He raised his fist and waved it a few times. Su Peiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. The servant girl giggled and said, "You still want to chase them away? Be careful not to get beaten up by them. Last time, I heard a few people from the Lei family say that you're an idiot who follows the young miss around all day. They've long found you an eyesore and have long threatened to beat you up. Hit me? I'm not afraid." Little fool had a fearless expression on her face as she proudly raised her head. "You're not afraid? The Lei family is really mean. If you don't handle things well, they might even kill you," the servant girl said viciously. Su Peiqing's expression changed slightly and he shouted, Don't scare little fool. You want to kill me?" The corner of Silly's lips suddenly curved up, and she smiled teasingly. She seemed to subconsciously blurt out, "Nowadays, all those who have said these words are already dead." Su Peiqing and the servant girl's hearts trembled. They were inexplicably infected by Little Fool's aura. Su Peiqing was even more stunned. She looked at Little Fool and was speechless. The young man, who was usually a fool, had lost all his foolishness when he spoke just now. He actually had a feeling of looking down on the world. Young miss, young miss." The maidservant nudged Su Peiqing a few times and waved her hand in front of her face, saying, "Miss, are you dumbfounded?" Hee. The maidservant laughed strangely and teased, "Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this fool? TSK, TSK. But other than being a fool, this fool is indeed quite handsome." Su Peiqing knocked on her head a few times and said, "Who asked you to make fun of me? Take a closer look at Xianxia. I didn't notice him before. Don't you think he looks like someone? A person? Who is it?" The maidservant stared at Little Fool for a while, tilted her head, and thought for a moment. Now that young miss has said it, it's a little true. It's just that I can't recall who he looks like at the moment." Su Peiqing's expression suddenly turned serious, his face filled with respect. "Li Yunxiao, the leader of the Heavenly Martial League." "Ah!" The maidservant couldn't help but cry out in shock. "Now that you mention it, miss, They do look a little similar. 5 years ago, Su Peiqing said, a little moved, Li Yunxiao, the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and Six-Winged Devil Lord had a shocking battle in the southern region. After that, the six wings turned into 6 streams of spirit energy and scattered into the boundless earth, from which the 6 supersects were formed. All of them were nourished by the power of spirit energy, and strong cultivators emerged in large numbers. Over the past 5 years, the Heavenly Martial League has been putting up portraits all over the world to look for him, even in the 4 seas, but there has been no news of him. I've heard a lot of people talking about this. The maidservant suddenly said in a low voice, they all say that Li Yunxiao must be dead. Su Peiqing's expression changed slightly. She glared at her and said, you can't say that. The people of the Heavenly Martial League respect Yunxiao like a god. If they hear you, the entire Su family will be destroyed because of you. The maidservant stuck out her tongue with some lingering fear and giggled. Don't worry, I'll only say this to Miss. Su Peiqing's face darkened and he scolded. And you're not allowed to tell me. In my heart, Li Yunxiao is an existence higher than a god. If you talk to me, I'll beat you up every day until you die. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, the maidservant was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her mouth and didn't dare to speak. Su Peiqing glanced at Little Fool, who was still smiling foolishly. He sighed and said, it would be great if you were the Alliance Master. Unfortunately, you can't be. She sighed resentfully, and the 3 of them sneaked into the Su family's backyard and went to Su Peiqing's own courtyard. In the end, the moment she entered her courtyard, she was caught red-handed by the Lei family. Ah, you are. Su Peiqing panicked and immediately recognized the man with a wretched face. He was the young master of the Lei family, Lei Meng. Lei Meng's body was fat and swollen, and his pig-like face was full of vulgarities. When he saw Su Peiqing, his small eyes lit up and he laughed. Wifey, I'm here to take you home. What wife? You're so shameless. Let me go. Su Peiqing panicked and struggled with all her might. However, the 2 people who had grabbed her were both at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. Under their suppression, she could not break free at all. The maidservant and Xianxia were also captured. Ha ha ha! What are you shouting for? How could a wife scold her husband? Lei Meng laughed lecherously. I know. It must be that our relationship is not deep enough. Let's go to the nuptial chamber immediately and improve our relationship. Ha ha ha! The people around them laughed wildly, their faces full of lust. They sized up Su Peiqing, while some stared at the pretty servant girl. Su Peiqing's face turned ashen. She had always been smart and quick-witted, but these people had appeared in her courtyard so brazenly, and there were so many people surrounding the Su family's gate. Furthermore, Lei Meng and the others were laughing so loudly, but there was no movement in the clan. It was obvious that something had happened. You hoodlums! She shouted anxiously. What have you done to my Su family? Lei Meng clicked his tongue and laughed. So you're a filial and obedient baby. Actually, it's nothing much. My father went to talk to your parents. The 2 families have discussed and asked me to take you away today. However, in order to enhance our relationship, it's better to consummate the marriage first before leaving with me. Send him to the room. He laughed and waved his hand. The 2 martial artists who had restrained Su Peiqing immediately understood and hurriedly dragged Su Peiqing into her boudoir. Su Peiqing's face turned pale in an instant. Her weak body trembled in fear and large tears fell. She knew that she was powerless to fight back, and even her entire family was powerless to fight back. This was her fate. Although she was still crying and struggling, the power of 2 peak martial emperors was not something she could resist. Ah! Let go of Miss. Silly didn't know where she got the momentum from, but she broke free from the 2 warriors who were holding her and rushed forward. He leaped into the air and pounced on a peak stage martial emperor, knocking him to the ground. Xianxia stood up again and pounced on another peak stage martial emperor. It's this idiot! Lei Meng's face darkened as he cursed. I've long found this fool an eyesore. He's always following my wife around. Damn it! Especially when this silly face is even more handsome than mine. His expression turned even more unsightly as he stared at Su Peiqing with a vulture-like gaze. He said coldly, "You're not having an affair with this fool, are you?" Su Peiqing couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She was angry, and embarrassed. Xianxia didn't know where she got the strength from, but she hit the other peak martial emperor with her head and pushed him away. Then, she went to help Su Peiqing, who had fallen to the ground, and kept saying, "Miss, run. If you run, they won't be able to hit you." Su Peiqing immediately got up from the ground and wanted to run out. The two peak stage martial emperors flew into a rage out of humiliation after being knocked away by Little Fool. They both roared and rushed over. They wanted to kill Little Fool and smash her into pieces. Bang! Xiaoxia's back was hit twice, but it was fine. It only staggered forward and fell to the ground, pressing Su Peiqing, who was about to get up, down. The two of them were sprawled on each other, and Little Fool was even on top of Su Peiqing. Ah! Lei Mang exploded in anger. He held his head and his eyes turned red. He shouted, "Fight! Kill this fool! Kill this idiot!" Su Peiqing was also a little stunned. Her body was stiff as she lay on the ground, being pressed down by Xiaoxia. That feeling was too strange, not to mention in such an occasion. When Little Fool saw the crowd rush over to hit him, he immediately hugged Su Peiqing tightly and protected her under his body. He shouted, "Don't hit Miss. If you want to fight, then hit me. You're not allowed to hit Miss." Su Peiqing felt Xiaoxia hugging her tightly. Their bodies were so close to each other that it was difficult to even breathe. But when she heard what Little Fool said, she felt a little touched and even a strange sense of security. Countless punches and kicks landed on Xiaoxia's back, but he still hugged Su Peiqing tightly and kept shouting, "If you want to hit me, don't hit Miss." Lei Mang saw that the two of them were hugging even tighter and felt his head turn green. He shouted, "I'm going to kill you." He roared and rushed over, and everyone immediately made way for him. Lei Mang raised his palm and conjured a spell with his left hand. A ball of green lightning appeared in the palm of his right hand and he struck it towards Little Fool's back. Thunder Palm. Su Peiqing was shocked and quickly pushed Little Fool away. "Quickly run. You'll die from this palm." But Little Fool held her tightly and could not move her at all. Bang! Palm hit Silly's back. Suddenly, where Lei Mang's palm landed, a lightning pattern appeared and scattered around Silly's body. In an instant, Little Fool's entire body seemed to be charged with electricity. However, Su Peiqing, who was lying under him, was completely unharmed. Lei Mang was also dumbfounded. He had never seen these thunder patterns and electric arcs before, and he was stunned. His pupils shrank, thinking that he had seen wrong. Hundreds of lightning talismans of different colors appeared on Little Fool's back. All of a sudden, there was a loud rumble in the clear sky. A bolt of lightning fell from the 9 heavens and struck Lei Mang's head. With a bang, he was blown into pieces. Not even his flesh and blood were left. Ah! This scene immediately left everyone dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a 20 to 30 feet wide pitch-black pit left in the courtyard, they would have thought that they were seeing things or dreaming. Not good. This is bad. The young master has been struck by lightning. The subordinates from the Thunderhold sect immediately panicked and ran all over the place to report to the hall. Lei Bie only had this one son, and he loved him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally come to help his son snatch a woman. This was big trouble. Quickly get up. Quickly get up. Su Peiqing was also stunned by what had happened just now. It was not until someone shouted that he realized that he was still being pressed down by Little Fool and was hitting him with all his might. Little Fool looked left and right, then let out an "oh" and got up from Su Peiqing's body reluctantly. The maidservant also ran over in a hurry and pointed here and there with a strange expression on her face, saying, "Young miss, you just had a date with him. You two have a date." Su Peiqing's face darkened and he said coldly, "If you dare to say anything else, I will marry you off to the pawnshop's liar. Liar has been drooling over you for a long time." The maidservant's expression changed drastically, and she covered her mouth, not daring to speak carelessly. The news of the lightning striking Lei Mang to death quickly spread to the main hall. In an instant, all the experts in the hall ran over. Lei Bie's eyes were wide open as he stared at the black hole in the courtyard. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and said in a cold voice, "Where's my son?" This question was full of grief and indignation. Not only Lei Mang's subordinates, but even the Su family's people's faces changed greatly. Su Mo even gave a look to the others, telling them to be prepared for Lei Bie to go berserk. One of the Lei family's disciples said in fear, "Young master, young 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 Lei Bie suddenly clutched his head, his eyes red as he roared, "Impossible! Why did the heavenly lightning only strike my son and not you? It must be the Su family who plotted to kill my son." Lei Bie suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Mo and glared at him. Su Mo had already asked about the matter, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Lei, you've misunderstood. It's like this." He immediately explained the reason and pointed at Little Fool. "It's all because of this fool that your son was accidentally struck by lightning. It really has nothing to do with my Su family." "A fool?" Lei Bie glared fiercely at Little Fool and pointed at him. "You're the one who killed my son." Su Peiqing's expression changed drastically. She knew what the clan leader meant. He wanted to push the blame on the fool and clear the Su family of their relationship. "No, it's not Ing Luo." Su Peiqing had just said a few words when she felt a tap on her back. It had actually sealed her throat, making her unable to make a sound. Then, an old hand grabbed her and made a gesture of supporting her. "Peiqing, you're tired. Have a good rest." It was the old woman. Su Peiqing was anxious, knowing that Third Aunt had the same thought. Although Third Aunt cared about him, she didn't care about this fool. In the face of family interests and the fool, she would naturally choose to sacrifice the fool without hesitation. Lei Bie pointed his finger at Little Fool as he stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "You fool! How dare you kill my son?" Xianxia said arrogantly, "Who asked him to bully Miss? I'll beat up whoever bullies Miss." The people around sighed secretly, while the people of the Su family were beaming with joy. This fool was indeed a fool. He admitted his crime in one go. He was dead for sure. "Good. You caused my son to be struck to death by heavenly lightning, so I'll also strike you to death with lightning." Lei Bie howled madly, and the aura on his body instantly exploded. The power of a peak martial supreme gathered in his palm and triggered a celestial phenomenon. The sound of thunder rumbled. Little Fool was a little scared and stepped back. But how could he escape? Lei Bie jumped up, and the thunder in his palm was instantly activated, striking towards Little Fool's head. Lightning palm. Bang! Xiaoxia's head was chopped off by a palm. Su Peiqing's face turned pale. The power of a peak martial supreme was not something Lei Mang could compare to. Moreover, under Lei Bie's palm, he triggered a celestial phenomenon. Similarly, lightning flickered in the sky above the Su clan. The faces of the Su clan members all turned pale. They couldn't help but be shocked by Lei Bie's strength. They were all secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, they didn't have a direct conflict with the Lei clan. Then, a fool came and killed Lei Mang. It was really killing two birds with one stone. Lei Bie's expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened. The fool in front of him was actually not killed by his palm strike. His head did not explode with a bang, as he had expected. Furthermore, the lightning in his palm had all been injected into the fool's brain, but there was no reaction. Then, the heavenly thunder rumbled, and countless thunderclouds gathered. They also turned into bolts of lightning and struck at the fool. Labia was shocked. The lightning was actually purple. He cultivated lightning god art, so he naturally understood what purple lightning was. He retreated in shock and flew away, not daring to get close to that fool. A purple lightning struck the fool's mind, followed by a second one, and then a third one. The people in the courtyard were all stunned and their brains couldn't react at all. Although they didn't understand the power of the purple lightning, the aura emitted by the lightning was enough to make them shiver, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. However, with so many bolts of purple lightning striking directly into that fool's head, ordinary people probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Yet that fool actually didn't die. He was only standing under the lightning, his body trembling violently. However, the trembling also gradually stopped. The fool raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes became clear and bright, and he no longer looked like a fool. "Ah, you're Ying Luo," Su Peiqing suddenly cried out. The silly look on his face disappeared, and he looked exactly like the picture scroll on the city gate. At this moment, not only did the thunderclouds in the sky not disperse, but more and more of them gathered. Finally, a destructive force descended from the sky and turned into a purple dragon. Not to mention the people in the Su family's courtyard. Even all the martial artists in the entire Star Luo city were dumbfounded at that moment. Their brains had crashed. Some of the experts who knew their stuff were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Xianxia Zifu Brahma world destroying divine thunder. The people of the Lei and Su families were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't think at all. If this kind of lightning fell, who could survive within 1,000 feet? However, just as everyone's face was filled with despair, the purple dragon did not land directly in the courtyard. Instead, it soared into the air and circled around the fool's side. It used its head to touch the fool's body, as if it was acting coquettishly. Everyone, hee. The fool patted the head of the purple thunder and said, "I'm fine, you can go." The purple dragon nodded and circled in the air for a while before turning into boundless lightning and dissipating. It disappeared into the sky in an instant, like fireworks that bloomed in an instant. It was unusually beautiful. Everyone in the courtyard took a long time to recover from their shock. Many of them immediately recognized Yunxiao, and they knelt on the ground, trembling and not daring to look up. All the people of the Su family turned pale, but none of the senior officials recognized Yunxiao. On the contrary, Su Peiqing's maidservant reacted and hurriedly whispered in the third elder's ear. The third elder's expression changed drastically. With a clang, his iron crutch fell to the ground, and he knelt down. Su Mo and the others' expressions became even uglier, and they hurriedly gave the maidservant a look. Only then did the maidservant go over one by one and tell them the identity of this fool. Only now did everyone react. As if struck by a giant hammer, none of them could come back to their senses. In fact, they had seen Yunxiao's portrait before, but who would have thought that the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, who had been missing for 5 years and had saved the lives of the people of the two worlds, would be a fool in their family, hanging around with Su Peiqing every day? Plop, plop, plop. Suddenly, everyone in the courtyard knelt down. Many people were still in a daze, but when they saw that everyone was kneeling, they also knelt down subconsciously. Lei Bie was completely dumbfounded. He had seen Yunxiao from a distance before, but he did not recognize him just now because he was angry. Besides, he could never have thought that the man in front of him was Yunxiao. At this moment, his mind was completely blank. He knelt there in a daze and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Although his son had died, he could not give up on such a large sect. Moreover, he still had a wife and daughter, so he could have another son. The entire courtyard was filled with the sound of people kowtowing, and no one dared to speak. Su Peiqing and the maidservant did not want to kneel at first, but seeing that the clan leader had knelt down, they could only follow suit. However, when she bent her knees, she found that she could not move at all. She could not kneel even if she wanted to. She knew that it was Yunxiao, but she could not help but feel very embarrassed when she and Yunxiao were the only ones standing in the hall, and her cheeks turned red with anxiety. Yun Xiao did not look at her, but at Lei Bie. He cupped his fists and said, "You must be the sect master of the lightning hold sect. You said you were going to kill me with lightning, right? Come, come, let's have a good talk." Lei Bie's face was sullen. He cried out loud as he desperately kowtowed and begged for mercy. "If you don't come," Yun Xiao said, "I'll go over now." Lei Bie's legs had actually gone soft from fear. He couldn't stand up at all and could only cry, "Spare me, Lord Alliance Leader. Please spare me. I was also a member of the Heavenly Martial League back then. Please spare my life, League Master." This lowly one had eyes but failed to see. At that moment, everyone knew Yun Xiao's identity. The word Alliance Master struck everyone's heart. The Su family and the Lei family were all drenched in cold sweat as they knelt there, trembling. "You think you're worthy of being a member of the Heavenly Martial Union?" Yun Xiao scolded. "Was he just making a living? You're actually a bully and you want to kill me, motherfucker." He was so angry that he suddenly went over and kicked Lei Bie's body. Immediately, he heard the sound of bones cracking, and Lei Bie spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Yun Xiao did not use his spiritual power, he had a body that was close to a holy body, and no one could withstand his kick. Lei Bie continued to spit out blood. He spat out a few caddies of blood all over the ground. Yun Xiao suddenly felt bored, so he waved his hand and said, "Get lost! Take your people and get lost. From now on, you're not allowed to say that you're a member of the Heavenly Martial Union. I can't afford to lose this face. Yes, yes. Don't mention it, I definitely don't dare to mention it. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader." Lei Bie suddenly laughed happily. He knew that he had managed to keep his life. After hurriedly kowtowing a few more times, he ran away with his subordinates. Yun Xiao had wanted to take his life, but when he thought of how the strong were respected in this world, and how bullying and overbearing things happened every day, he felt that even killing Lei Bie would not help. Moreover, his only son had already died. Could be considered as karma. Only then did Yun Xiao turn around and walk toward Su Peiqing. When their eyes met, Su Peiqing's heart almost jumped out of his throat, and his face turned red with shyness as he quickly lowered his head. Yun Xiao suddenly smiled foolishly, just like how he had been when he was a fool. "Mississippi, heft." The maidservant could not hold it in and laughed out loud. However, she immediately felt the murderous gazes of Su Mo and the others and hurriedly covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Su Peiqing's heart was in a mess, and she didn't know what to do. The fool who had been following him was actually the #1 person in the world, the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader. After a while, she said in a low voice, "Let everyone get up first. It's not good to kneel here." Yun Xiao smiled and said, "No need. Let them kneel a little longer. They will naturally be able to get up after I leave." Su Peiqing's face turned ashen. "You're leaving?" Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Of course. I've lost my memory for 5 years. I'm going back." Su Peiqing suddenly felt depressed and sad. She couldn't bear to leave, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Silly girl," Yun Xiao laughed. "There's no banquet that doesn't end. I'm indebted to you for taking care of me for the past 3 years." At the end of his speech, he solemnly raised his hands and cupped his fists. Even though he had lost his memory for 5 years, it was not a blank period. He remembered everything that had happened during that time. Especially after Su Peiqing had brought this fool with him, he had suffered a lot of grievances and pressure, both from within the family and from outside. He had seen everything. Although he didn't understand when he was stupid, he did now. Even though Su Peiqing was reluctant, she was smart and understood the difference between the two of them. She could only say bitterly, "Will we meet again in the future?" "What do you think, silly girl?" Yun Xiao smiled. "What do you think?" He took out a token and handed it to Su Peiqing, saying, "Take this Heavenly Martial Medallion. If you want to chat with me or have tea with me, you can come to the Heavenly Martial Union to find me at any time. Remember, if there's anything you need, find Big Brother." Su Peiqing clutched the token tightly, feeling extremely sad. She could not help but shed tears, but in the end, She did not say anything and nodded heavily. Yuanxiao smiled faintly as he waved his hand and said, "I'm not going to die. Why are you crying? It's just a temporary farewell. As long as you're willing, you can meet again at any time." After saying that, his figure gradually disappeared from the small courtyard. Su Peiqing lowered her head and sobbed. Suddenly, she couldn't help but burst into tears. The people of the SUS were still kneeling there, not knowing if Yuanxiao had left or not, and they did not dare to look up. The small courtyard was filled with a strange scene. A group of people were kneeling while a girl was squatting there and crying. After crying for a while, Su Peiqing finally reacted and hurriedly helped Su Mo and the others up. The SU family heaved a sigh of relief, but the way they looked at Su Peiqing was completely different. A few days later, Yuanxiao, the leader of the Heavenly Martial League, who had been missing for 5 years, returned. The news spread all over the world, and people ran to tell each other and celebrate. The holy city of Lanxue was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Everyone was amazed and jubilant. The festive atmosphere infected everyone, and they all felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Yuanxiao sat in the Great Hall, listening quietly to Ding Ling-er's report on what had happened in the past 5 years. After that battle, Yuan and Yuan returned to the Devil Realm after their injuries were slightly better. They had planned to wait for Yuanxiao to show up and thank him before they left. But Yuanxiao had been missing for too long, and no one knew if he was still alive, so they went back first. The rest of them were either dead or injured, and all of them were severely injured. They had not recovered to this day and were still in seclusion in the holy region. Sister Hongyan and Sister Yunshang are also seriously injured and have not yet recovered, Ding Ling-er said. Shenshao Palace had been handed over to Han Junting. As for Lord Bo Mu, because he sent a large amount of true essence to Lord True Dragon, he also passed away not long after he returned. What about Faney's flame of life? Yunxiao's face changed slightly. What about Faney's flame of life? It's with little sister Water Fairy, Ding Ling-er said. Now only RU-1 can maintain the flame of life, and little sister Water Fairy is the only successor of RU-1. Yunxiao's face was full of worry. Bo Mu's words still rang in his ears, that if Faney wanted to be reborn, he had to rely on his own will, and no one else could interfere. Do you know about Lord Mu Di's current situation? He muttered to himself. Ding Ling-er pondered for a moment and said, I don't know, but it seems to be hesitating. She thought for a while and answered honestly, I don't know. It seems to be very bad. I see. Yuanxiao nodded and said, I understand. He sighed slightly and waved his hand. You can leave first. I'll be alone for a while. After Ding Ling-er left, Yuanxiao sat cross-legged in the great hall and quietly immersed his mind in his spiritual ocean, recalling the scenes of the great battle 5 years ago. He could not help but be filled with mixed feelings. At the last moment, Shao Qing fused with him and completely sacrificed itself to help him. Although Yunxiao's current strength had surpassed the realm of a world king, he had a long way to go, and he did not know where the Lord of the Thousand Worlds was. Compared to Six Wings' power back then, he was still quite lacking. However, after refining the Master of Ups and Downs and the Divine Realm Tablet, his understanding of the Heavenly Tao had become deeper and deeper. One of the reasons for his memory loss in the past 5 years was also because of the last time he fused with Qingzhu. Little Qing was a second with spirit, so she had her own understanding of the Heavenly Tao, which he had gained a lot from. Now that he was carefully experiencing it, he felt that the path of cultivation was constantly expanding in front of him, as if there was a bright road ahead. He took out the Master Bauble and examined it in his hand. A green shadow appeared in the center of the sword. It was the Luan Yu Dragon Soul. With a sweep of his divine sense, he entered the world within the sword. Ever since he had made this sword, he had never been able to see its internal structure. Now that his cultivation had surpassed the Realm King, it was the perfect time to comprehend it. However, the world within the sword was gray and dense, as if there was no life. Yuanxiao found it strange, and he began to pace slowly inside. The feeling was somewhat similar to the Demon Lord's Six Paths space, but not completely the same. Hee hee. Congratulations on defeating the demon master and coming back alive. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in the air. Xianxia trembled and said in shock, "It's you! It's me!" The voice laughed. "I finally hear your voice again," Xianxia said in a hurry. "Who the hell are you?" The voice laughed and said, "There's no rush. Let me explain slowly. I didn't want to contact you so soon, hoping that you'd become the master of 1,000 worlds before I did. But there were some unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, if you are able to create this master sinking ship, you will have the qualifications to do so." Change of events? Qualifications? What's going on? Xianxia asked hurriedly. "What's the matter?" "Yes," the voice replied solemnly. "Originally, there was a heavenly Tao fruit meeting that was about to be held, but an unforeseen event suddenly occurred midway, and it was much earlier than expected. That's why I'm here to inform you in advance, so that you can be prepared." Heavenly Tao Fruit Conference? What is that? Xianxia was dumbfounded, feeling that what the voice said was beyond his knowledge. The voice said, "Naturally, it's the Heavenly Tao Fruit. I'll tell you the details when the time comes. I'm just informing you in advance, so you'd better hurry up and improve your strength. Those who can participate in the fruit meeting must have the cultivation base of a master of 1,000 worlds or be able to refine a mystic artifact of this mystic space and communicate with the chaotic great universe." A great chaos cosmos? You've said so much, Xianxia said with a frown. But you didn't explain anything. Ha ha ha. The voice laughed. The so-called chaotic great cosmos is the first-generation cosmic space. It's also known as the mystic space. Only the master of the 1,000 realms can sense its existence. As for the heavenly martial realm and the devil realm, they are just two of them in a small chaotic galaxy in the north of the great cosmos that has evolved. Xianxia was dumbfounded, and his mind was a little muddled. He had countless questions in his heart, but he did not know where to start, so he could only say awkwardly, "Then may I ask who you are, my lord?" The voice laughed. "Speaking of which, you can be considered to know me. At the very least, you have cultivated the Shin methodology that I left behind. You can call me Momo. Maha." Xianxia's heart was boiling. The owner of the voice was actually the legendary existence of the heavenly martial realm, ancient god Maha. Xianxia cupped his fists in excitement, as if he were a fan who had just seen his idol. "So it's you, my lord. You don't have to be so polite," Maha said with a faint smile. "With your comprehension and cultivation, given time, your achievements will definitely not be below mine." "Then, how should I go to the heavenly Tao fruit meet?" Xianxia asked in a hurry. "It's because you don't have the power of the master of the 1,000 worlds yet," Maha said. "You've only refined the master of the ups and downs, so it's indeed a little troublesome. When the time comes, we will open up a plane channel and drop the universe plate. You can use this profound level weapon to guide you to our place." "You guys? Isn't Darren alone?" Xianxia asked in confusion. "Of course not. There are some people here that you might be interested in," said Maha with a smile. "For example, the first-generation true dragon of the realm of heavenly martial arts and a few famous holy demons of the demon realm are also here. The heavenly Dao fruit meeting this time was only a small-scale Dao fruit meeting in the minor chaotic starfields. However, this opportunity is hard to come by. After some discussion, we decided that you were qualified to come here, so we informed you in advance. I'll get someone to get in touch with you when the time comes." Xianxia still had a lot of questions in his mind, but Mahaka seemed unwilling to answer them. "You'll know everything when the time comes." After that, there was no more sound. No matter how Xianxia shouted, there was only silence. The information that MOG had given him was too shocking. He couldn't concentrate on his cultivation anymore. He could only come out of his cultivation and recall what MOG had told him. The first-generation true dragon Pai Xiao and the devil realm's holy devil Pai Xiao. No wonder, Xianxia muttered to himself. Over the years, no matter how rare the Lord of the 1,000 Realms is, there must be many people who have reached this level. It turns out that these people have already left their own planes and gone to the minor chaotic starfields or some other place. He was suddenly stunned and pondered. But why haven't I seen them return? Even if such a great crisis were to occur between the two realms, it would be easily resolved as long as a single person descended. MOG said that he wanted to join hands to open up the passage and drop the universe plate for me to go through. I'm afraid that it will be extremely difficult for me to come back. As he thought about it, he could not help but be in a daze. If he really left the realm of heavenly martial arts, what would happen to the others? Chu Hongyan, Feini, Luo Yunshang, Dinglinger, Water Deity, Xiao Hong, Xianxia. Even if he could abandon the others, what about his female friends? A huge question mark appeared in his mind. For a moment, he sat in the hall in a daze, somewhat lost in thought. Suddenly, a message token flew in from outside the hall. Yun Xiao was overjoyed when he caught it and looked at it. He quickly disappeared from the hall. Ding Ling had been waiting outside the hall for a long time. When she saw him coming out, she went up to him and said, "Big brother Yun Xiao, when Lord Mu Di heard that you had returned, he immediately sent a message over, hoping to meet you." "All right," Yun Xiao said. "Of course, I'll meet him." The conversation with ancient god Maha just now had left him somewhat vexed, so he wanted to hear Mu Lingdi's opinion. The place where Ling Mu Di was in seclusion was in a spiritual mountain somewhere in the heavenly river of the holy region. Yun Xiao rode the beam of light and arrived in just a few breaths. He sensed the Ling Mu Di's location and teleported there in joy. Ling Mu Di and Bei Jinan were sitting cross-legged facing each other. Dense qi was spreading from their bodies. They were still healing. Yun Xiao could not help but be taken aback. Both of them were in very bad condition. It seemed that the great battle 5 years ago had left a deep wound on the two of them. Ling Mu Di and Beifeng Nan sensed his arrival and immediately opened their eyes. They put down the seals in their hands and turned around. "I'm not feeling well." Ling Mu Di nodded. "I can't pay my respects. I hope you can forgive me, Lord Alliance Leader." Yun Xiao hurriedly cupped his fists and replied, "Your Excellency is joking, you flatter me." "Young Master Yun is the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance," Ling Mu Di said with a smile. "You have to be polite. Otherwise, where would your dignity be?" Yun Xiao's expression flickered. "Speaking of Alliance Master, I've come here to discuss something with Lord Mu Di. May I know why you're looking for me?" he asked. "Oh?" Ling Mu Di asked in surprise. "What's the matter?" Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, "If I leave, who will be the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance?" "What?" Ling Mu Di, Beifeng Nan, and Dinglinger were all shocked, and they all looked at him in shock. "Young Master Yun is the most suitable candidate," Ling Mu Di said. "Other than you, no one else is qualified to take on the position of Heavenly Martial League's chief." When he saw Yun Xiao's worried look, he could not help but ask, "Did something happen?" Yun Xiao immediately told him about his encounter with ancient god Maha in the super-mysterious space. The three of them were dumbfounded. Ding Ling Er's heart skipped a beat, and a look of panic flashed across her face. She said in a trembling voice, "Big brother Yun Xiao is leaving? Leave this world." "I haven't decided yet," Yun Xiao said with a wry smile, "but it's very likely." Ling Mu Di was stunned for a long time before he said, "I didn't expect there to be such a secret. The universe is so big that we are really inferior to ants." Baiming Nen also let out a bitter smile, sighed, and shook his head. Ding Ling Er's face was full of fear and bewilderment. After a while, she finally mustered her courage and said, "What should we do if Big Brother Yun Xiao leaves?" "Me, Hong Yan, Sister Yunshang, Sister Shuixian, and little Sister Qianxian and Xiao Hong." "Don't worry," Yun Xiao said. "Even if I leave this world, I can still break through the passage and come back. Since ancient god Maha and the others could bring me away with the cosmic disk, they can naturally come with their true bodies. It's just that it will be very troublesome." Even so, Ding Ling still looked as if she had lost something. Without Yun Xiao, she would have nothing to rely on in her life, and she would have no idea where to go from then on. Yun Xiao's heart ached as he held her hand and said, "Trust me. Once I'm familiar with the place, I'll open the passage and take you there." Ding Ling forced a smile and said, "Ling was born stupid. Her martial arts cultivation is extremely poor. I'm afraid that her lifespan is not long enough to wait for big brother Yunxiao. So, I'll have to use the eternal celestial technique. Don't worry, Yunxiao said seriously. What I seek is to live forever in heaven and earth, to travel the universe. If I can't be with the person I love, what's the point of being the master of the 1,000 worlds? Ding Ling-er's heart was immediately warmed. Feeling the power in Yunxiao's hand, she could not help but nod and feel relieved. Ling Mudi heaved a long sigh and said, with young Master Yun's departure, the position of the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader will be in a difficult position. No, Yunxiao said. Lord Mudi can take on the task. Besides, I can't trust a second person to take up this position. Ha 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 ha. Ling Mudi laughed out loud, but his laughter was somewhat desolate. If I could have a few hundred more years of life, perhaps I would have accepted it. Both Yunxiao and Ding Ling trembled, as if they had heard something. What do you mean, my lord? Yunxiao asked anxiously. Both my lord and I are nearing the end of our lifespans, said Beimang Nan with a bitter smile. What? The two of them were shocked, and their faces showed sadness at the same time. Please don't worry, my lords, Ding Ling said hurriedly. I'll find all the spiritual herbs in the world to extend your lifespans. Ling Mudi shook his head. There's no need for that. With our cultivation base, what spiritual medicine can we use in this world? Why do you have to waste money and strength? You're right, Lord Mudi. Beifeng Nan nodded. The main reason we want to see you now is to bid you farewell. If they didn't meet again, he was afraid that the celestial being eternal technique would be used. I didn't expect you to throw out another difficult problem. Ling Mudi saw his sad look and laughed. With our experience, what life and death can't we see through? Where was the sadness? If it's the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader, I have someone I can recommend. Who is it? Yunxiao asked. Wei Qing, Ling Mudi said. Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated for a moment, but he did not ask. Ha ha! Ling Mudi suddenly laughed. It seems that the Alliance Master is also thinking about this person. Wei Qing is indeed very suitable, Yunxiao said with a nod. Whether it's talent or strategy or schemes and courage, he's the best choice. It was a pity that this person's heart was not right. If the world was in chaos, it would be a blessing to have this person as a friend. But now that the world is at peace, I'm afraid that this kind of person will cause trouble. I have the same concerns, Ling Mudi said. If Alliance Master is here, you can still suppress him, but if Alliance Master leaves this world, I'm afraid that there's no one in the world who can suppress Wei Qing in all aspects. If that's the case, Yunxiao said, my lord, do you still recommend him like this? Ling Mudi smiled faintly, but his eyes were cold. This will depend on the Alliance Master's determination. If Wei Qing cannot be used, I suggest that he be eliminated as soon as possible to avoid leaving behind a big problem. At that time, no one will be his match. Yunxiao looked a little embarrassed as he said, Che Yu is a true dragon of his generation. He should be able to protect the peace of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Ling Mudi laughed. Che Yu is a man of valor. However, he lacks strategy. I'm afraid he won't be able to contend with Wei Qing in the future. The Alliance Master said this only to find some comfort for himself. If you really think that he can check Wei Qing, you don't need to have a headache and ask me. Yunxiao was still indecisive and very conflicted as he said, to kill Wei Qing? Then after killing Wei Qing, who can take on the position of Alliance Head? Ling Mudi thought for a moment and said, Wei Qing is a genius. There are many other talents besides him. If she can make the world submit to her, Miss Ling is very suitable for the position of Alliance Leader. It's just that Miss Ling prestige is too low, and it's hard to convince the public. Lord Mudi, you flatter me. Of course I can't. Ding Ling hurriedly said. Miss Ling you're too modest. You've played a very important role, said Ling Mudi with a smile. It's just that in this world where martial arts are respected, no one can see your results. What do you think, Lord Mudi? Yunxiao asked. If Wei Qing is the leader and a group of elders is set up to restrain him, what do you think? You can't. He's such a genius. Ling Mudi said seriously. You can either trust him completely and hand over the whole world to him, or you can destroy him. If the world was given to him and obstacles were set up, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction in his heart. He might even deliberately cause trouble and go against you. It'll be even more troublesome then. Kill Wei Qing, he. Obviously, Yun Xiao could not make up his mind, and his hands were sweating. Alliance Master only considered the situation after leaving the Heaven Martial Alliance. Ling Mudi said, Did you consider the situation in the Heavenly Martial Realm, or even the situation between the Devil Realm? What do you mean? Yun Xiao cupped his fists and said, Why do you say so? Lord Mudi, please enlighten me. You're the only one who can convince the Demon Clan. Alliance Master, Ling Mudi said, You're the only one who can convince the demons. Once you leave, there will be a large gap between you and the monster race, demon race, and even the sea race. Then who can handle matters with the other races? Wei Qing has been in the fiend realm for many years, Yun Xiao said with a serious face. He has a very good relationship with the fiends. If he were to handle the matters of the two realms, he was the most suitable candidate. As for the demon race, we had a good relationship with people like Tian Zhaozi and Yuan Gaohan, so he could deal with the matters of the two races by starting with art. As for the four seas, they've lost almost all of their experts, so they won't be a threat for the next few thousand years. If that's the case, we still have to rely on Wei Qing, laughed Ling Mudi. After all, the matter of the two realms was a major event. However, Wei Qing's intentions are indeed not right. It's very difficult. Yun Xiao could not help but have a headache. He suddenly thought of Yuan, the female holy demon who was determined to kill him. She had chosen to join forces with him because they had fought together against the Six-Winged clan. Now that Six-Winged was dead, would he still want to kill him? Of course, he wasn't afraid of her. But if she went crazy and took revenge on the realm of heavenly martial arts after he left, what would he do? If he left, the only people who could compete with Yuan would be Che Yu and Zhou Yuan. However, Lord Zhou Yuan's life and death were unknown at the moment. Even if he survived in the end with his character, he would most likely not care about Yuan's matter. At the thought of this, a murderous gleam flickered in Yun Xiao's eyes. He wondered if he should enter the devil world directly and kill Yuan to avoid future trouble. Ling Mudi could not help but ask when he saw his eyes flickering. Yun Xiao immediately told her about his worries and thoughts. Ling Mudi was stunned for a moment. He pondered and said, At this time, it's best if you go to the demon world and untie the knot in Yuan's heart. If he can't, then we'll kill him to avoid future trouble. Killing Yuan and Wei Qing? Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. It seems that there are a lot of people to kill. Ling Mudi laughed. Haha, you can also choose to trust Wei Qing. With him around, we can at least keep the three clans in check. As for Yuan, he would leave her to Che Yu. This way, he wouldn't have to kill anymore. But can you really trust Wei Qing? Yun Xiao could not help but feel upset when he recalled the broken pieces of the bottle on Wei Qing's body in the realm pit, as well as the fact that the judge had blocked the attack for him. Ha ha ha! Ling Mudi suddenly laughed and said, In short, the new generation will replace the old. This isn't something that an old man like me should be thinking about. Li Yun Xiao, Ding Ling I'll leave the future to you. Yun Xiao's heart trembled as he widened his eyes and looked over. Ling Mudi's body began to glow with a faint light. His life force turned into specks of light and quickly flowed out of his body. On the opposite side, Bai Ming Nan did the same. The two of them seemed to be through life and death together. Ding Ling suddenly covered her mouth and couldn't help but cry in a low voice. During her time in Yanwu, she had been on very good terms with Ling Mudi, and they had dealt with the world's major affairs together. Now she could not help but feel sad. Bai Ming Nan also clasped his hands and saluted Yun Xiao. I'm lucky to have met you after 100,000 years of fate. He's the realm king of this generation, the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, Li Yun Xiao. Holding back his tears, Yun Xiao put his palms together in front of his chest and nodded. It's my great honor to have met you, my lords. He and Ding Ling both bowed deeply. Ling Mudi and Bai Ming Nan instantly turned into light and gradually disappeared from the world. Yun Xiao and Ding Ling both stared at him for a long time, unwilling to leave. Several days later, the two of them left the valley and returned to the main palace of the Holy Region. At that moment, Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunshang heard that Yun Xiao had returned, so they came out to meet him, even though they were in seclusion. Xiao Hong also came out of the Divine Realm Tablet. Since Yun Xiao had refined the Divine Realm Tablet, he had become one with the tablet, and she could not break out of it with her strength. Fortunately, although Yun Xiao had been acting silly, he had not encountered any danger. After that, Water Fairy also came over. A few beauties gathered together, each of them charming and charming. When the girls saw him return safely, they couldn't help but cry with joy. Yun Xiao looked a little ashamed as he explained the matter of ancient god Maha to the others. Apart from Ding Ling who had known about it for a long time, the faces of the other four women changed slightly, and they were all stunned. Yun Xiao immediately repeated what he had told Ding Ling to the crowd. The water deity burst into tears and said, "Then, when will Big Brother Yun Xiao take us to the outer realm and be together forever?" Yun Xiao was not sure, but he could not bear to see the water fairy cry, so he quickly comforted her. "It won't be long, at least 10 years, at most a few decades. I'll definitely return." The water deity finally stopped crying. Chu Hongyan smiled and said, "Fei Yong is pursuing a wider world. We should support him. Everyone, focus on your cultivation. One day, you'll be able to meet Fei Yong again." Yun Xiao gently touched Chu Hongyan's nose and said with a smile, "It's Hongyan who knows me best. No matter what happens in the outer realm, I promise you that I will come back within 15 years. Only then did the girls smile. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. To them, if they were to go into seclusion, it would be like a dream. Besides, I'm going to find a way to resurrect Feini earlier, Yun Xiao said. If the inner realm doesn't have it, then there must be one in the outer realm. Don't worry, Big Brother Yun Xiao, the water deity said. She's doing well in my RU1. With the nourishment of my saint artifact, I'll definitely be able to recover as soon as possible. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the hall. The voice laughed. Going to the land of reincarnation to participate in the heavenly Tao fruit meat is a good thing that only happens once in 10,000 years. Why do you guys look like you're going to be separated by life and death? Yun Xiao frowned and said angrily, Shui Qingfan, you were eavesdropping on us? Shui Qingfan's figure gradually materialized in the air. He chuckled and said, You're not angry because I eavesdropped on your conversation. You're angry because I eavesdropped on your love affair. All the girls covered their mouths and laughed. You're a peeping Tom. Yun Xiao flew into a rage out of humiliation. In any case, you're a peeping Tom. Shui Qingfan smiled faintly and said, I won't wrangle with you anymore. Let's get down to business. The universe disk will descend in 3 years. You should be prepared during this time. Also, the land of reincarnation is a gathering place in the northern universe's small chaotic galaxy. Only the masters of the 1,000 worlds or those who had comprehended the mysterious space could be safe. It's not impossible if you want to bring these women along, as long as you have the ability to protect them. Every time the heavenly Dao fruit meet is held, there will be experts who will bring their partners with low cultivation levels to go. It was only after Shui Qingfan finished that Yun Xiao was suddenly shocked. You're not Shui Qingfan. You're ancient god Maha. Shui Qingfan smiled faintly and said, It seems that shame and anger are the most negative emotions. Did you think that I was peeking at you? Under shame and anger, you have even lost the most basic judgment. Yun Xiao's face was filled with embarrassment, and his eyes flickered with a strange light as he said, If I cultivate to the master of 1,000 worlds, can I bring my partner along? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Shui Qingfan laughed and replied, Of course not. The Lord of the 1,000 realms was only able to protect himself. If he wanted to bring a partner, he would need to be even stronger. That's right, Shui Qingfan will be going with you this time as well. He's my descendant, and I hope that he'll be able to obtain an opportunity at the Tao fruit meet and become a realm king in the future, or even the Lord of 1,000 realms. Yun Xiao was shocked by the news. A higher level? there was an even stronger existence above the Lord of the Thousand Realms? Shuo Qingfan is actually your descendant. The other women were also shocked. Shuo Qingfan chuckled and said, "Back then, I comprehended the existence of the mysterious transcendent space. In order to comprehend its profoundness, I created the Great Void technique. In the end, it became a useless magical ability, but it had an unexpected effect. Although the Great Void technique can't allow me to escape into the super mysterious space, it allows me to descend my spiritual sense onto the body of the void. Although it's of little value, it's still somewhat interesting. At least I can use it now." Yunxiao was dumbfounded. So, this was the origin of the Great Void technique, which had always been extremely mysterious. Shuo Qingfan said, "3 years later, we will work together to open up the passageway and drop the cosmic disk. We will need the help of this void body. Above the master of the Thousand Realms, it was to comprehend the arcane void. I'll also tell you a secret. The master of 1,000 realms can only wander through the derived universes. And it's boring. It would only be fun if he entered the first generation of the chaotic great cosmos, which was the true mystic world. The key to entering the primal chaotic great cosmos is the realm heraldry. Arg. So that's the use of the coat of arms." It suddenly dawned on Yunxiao. No wonder Six-Winged was so determined to get the realm emblem. Shuo Qingfan sighed and said, "Actually, there are many keys to enter the first generation of the chaotic great cosmos. However, our small chaotic starfield is extremely lacking in resources. Many of the keys to enter the mystic superworld did not exist, so they could only resort to such a brutal and cruel method to refine a world. The old demon world was refined by a madman. That person was previously pursued by our joint forces and has long escaped into the first generation of the chaotic great cosmos." "Lord Mahakayua," Yunxiao said after a moment of silence, "I would like to ask you a question, but I'm afraid I'll be too presumptuous." Shuo Qingfan laughed and said, "Haha, it's rare to see you being so cautious. Ask. Tell me everything you know. Is it about your wives? I've said it before, as long as you're strong enough, it won't be a problem for you to take them anywhere." Chu Hongyan and the others were excited. Yunxiao nodded and said, "Then I'll ask you, why are you helping me? I believe that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." The moment he asked this, all the women were stunned, and they all listened quietly. Shuo Qingfan laughed. "Haha, I was wondering what you wanted to ask. Remember, wherever there are people, there will be martial arts. Be it the land of Reincarnation or the first generation of the chaotic great cosmos, there were many factions. And these factions, to a large extent, were based on the local area. I'm ashamed to say this, but because the resources in the small chaotic starfield are too scarce, we don't rank very high among the many factions in the northern universe. So we need to keep getting stronger." Yunxiao immediately understood and said, "If it's not very close to the front, then what's your ranking?" Shuo Qingfan blinked his eyes and scolded. "Why are you asking so many questions?" In any case, he was not at the bottom. "If you ask again, I don't have the time to answer you. I'll let you ask 2 more questions." Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, "Then what kind of strength do I need to have to travel the universe with my confidant? I need to be free and enjoy the freedom of heaven and earth." Shuo Qingfan blinked his eyes and said, "Actually, with the power of the master of 1,000 realms, one has the right to bring his girlfriend to roam the great cosmos of the derivative works. However, it's very dangerous. If you want to be free from the restraints of the universe and no one dares to provoke you, you can only enter the fruit realm that can only be attained by entering the super mysterious world since ancient times, the Eternal Supreme." The Supreme Ancient. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and 2 beams of divine light shot out of his eyes. His eyes were filled with the desire for the supreme throne. "Hee." Shuo Qingfan laughed and said, "It's still too early for you to become an Eternal Supreme. You'll have to become the Lord of the 1,000 worlds first." The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Yunxiao nodded and said, "I will. Last question. Is there any way to save Fanny?" Shuo Qingfan thought for a moment and said, "Her situation is indeed a little troublesome. If they were lucky, they might be able to reincarnate now. If they were unlucky, they might be reincarnated a million years later. 3 years later, I will use the universe plate to send a nirvana elixir over. You can roast it over Fanny's flame of life and let the flame absorb the elixir's power. It will help her achieve nirvana. The judge was taken aback. What Xianxia said did make sense. If Yuan insisted on revenge, she would be the one who suffered. The judge did not know that Xianxia was about to leave, and he thought that there were several powerhouses in the realm of heavenly martial arts, while Yuan was probably the only one in the devil realm. Moreover, their main fighting force was all buried in Xianxia Mountain. Once the two worlds start a war, the devil world would probably be the one to die. Good. I'll take you there, but I don't know what the outcome will be. I hope there will be a good result. The referee finally sighed and had no choice but to admit defeat. Soon, the super teleportation formation was activated, and the few of them went straight into the desolate ancient fearsome region. A few days later, a passage appeared in a wild area, and the 4 of them appeared one after another. Xianxia scanned it with his divine sense and said in surprise, "This place is the Arceus region." The referee nodded. Lord Li has good eyes indeed. It's within the Arceus region. However, Lu Qi is already dead, and this region has also declined and withered away. It will gradually integrate into the entire desolate ancient fearsome region, and there will no longer be an ancient region. The referee used the astrolabe to identify the direction and led the way. 2 days later, the 4 of them finally arrived in front of a group of buildings. These buildings looked very old, but there were also many new buildings mixed in, clearly built later. It seems that the Arceus region was already occupied before Six-Winged entered it. Xianxia suddenly said. Yes, Shang replied. It seems to be a very ancient tribe. I'm not too sure about the details. Back then, Lu Qi had manifested the Saint Devil Hall here. Now that the Saint Devil Hall was gone, the buildings were indeed scattered all over the place, as if they were lacking the core hall. The 4 of them stood in the air. The referee made a hand seal and sent it into the space below. A demonic light spread out like water ripples. He then sent a voice transmission. Yuan, I'm E. Xianxia asked to see you. He called out several times, but there was no response. He couldn't help but frown. Did something happen? Xianxia asked. What happened? How is that possible? He laughed. With Yuan's strength, it's hard for anything to happen to her. Xianxia nodded slightly. Without saying anything, he spread out his divine sense and began to sense the land. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. In a flash, he landed on a broken building. The building occupied a vast area. Although only broken walls and ruins were left, one could still vaguely see the magnificence of the past. E and the others also flew over. E said in shock, looking at the scale, this should be the original main palace, right? Suddenly, Xianxia raised his hand, and a purple thunderbolt flashed at his fingertip, cutting forward like a knife. The space was cut open by his 2 fingers, and a secret passage that seemed to be extremely deep gradually appeared. This is a Xianxia. Richard was also surprised. I didn't expect there to be a secret room. Yuan is most likely inside. No wonder she couldn't hear me. The crack was about 1 person wide, and the 4 of them entered in a line. The passage was simple and crude, and as the 4 of them entered, the wall lamps on both sides automatically lit up. All of them were terrifying beast heads that were extremely ferocious. Xianxia suddenly stopped and said, Master Hu, do you recognize the beast head carvings on these 2 walls? He shook his head. I don't know any of them. It's a little strange. Perhaps they've been extinct since ancient times? Xianxia pointed at a huge statue in front of them and said, Guys, look at that. The 3 of them looked up and saw that they had reached the end of the passage. In a space of half an acre, there was a ferocious-looking statue with a beast's head and a human body. It held a saber in its right hand and a shield in its left hand, which was placed beside it. Agan Bone Cleaver. Anan Gon Sha. Ah! Xiao Hong cried out involuntarily. The sword and shield forms in the hands of the beast-headed human statue were none other than the Agama Bone Cleaver and the Ananda Gon Sha. However, it was a little awkward. Xiaohong was stunned. He stared at the shield and then at the statue. So the beast head on the shield originated from this kind of demon. The beast head on Ananda Gansha was exactly the same as the statue in front of him. This statue is called Gansha, Yunxiao said while stroking his chin. It's said that he's an ancient demon god, a powerful man who dominated the old demon world. As for the Six Paths demonic weapon, it was a heavenly saint weapon, an existence that existed with the heavens and earth when a world was created. From the looks of it, the Six Paths MO weapon should be a heavenly saint tool that was created when the new MO world was born, but it had absorbed a lot of the elements from the old MO world. That's why there's a Nangan Sha. The referee's forehead was covered in sweat as he said awkwardly, "Then could this place be a relic of the old demon world?" "Impossible," Yunxiao said. "The old demon world no longer exists." Ancient god Maha had said that the old demon world had been refined into a realm heraldry that had been taken to the primal chaos great cosmos by a madman. "Then how do you explain all of this?" the man asked in frustration. The beast heads on the wall lamps in front of him seemed to be creatures from the old demon world. "No wonder I don't recognize any of them." Yunxiao's expression was a little solemn as he said, "Let's go in and talk. Maybe Yuan knows better than us." They walked around Gansha's statue and continued to walk in. Suddenly, a fierce aura came out of it, and all four of them trembled. Except for Yunxiao, the other three could not help but step back. "Yuan, it's me," Richard said hurriedly. In response, a ray of demonic light suddenly shot out. It was extremely powerful, and the four walls were all shaken open, turning into fine powder with a rumble. The statue of Gansha also shattered. Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and the space around him flickered as he teleported out with the four of them, appearing in the sky thousands of miles high. Yi and the others looked down in shock. The attack just now had destroyed the entire secret room. The ancient building that was already in ruins had now collapsed. A shocking scene appeared below. There was actually a huge formation on the ground, as if rivers and mountains had been placed on the earth. The corners of the formation extended to the mountains and rivers in all directions. It continued to extract demonic energy from the surroundings and pour it into the formation. A living formation? The corner of Yunxiao's eye twitched as he saw a few thrones placed in a circle in the center of the array, and a judge was sitting cross-legged on one of them. Opposite Yuan, there was also an unfamiliar-looking devil sitting cross-legged. He was currently casting all sorts of incantation seals into Yuan's body. Both of their auras were extremely powerful, forming a frequency resonance on the array. The array also fluctuated with the frequency of the vibration, and many of the arrangements were shaken into the air and destroyed in an instant. "Who's that?" the referee asked in shock. Yunxiao was also shocked. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something and said in shock, "Possession." "What?" Before the judge and the other two could react, Yunxiao's figure moved and a terrifying sword beam shot out of his hand and slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The formation was split open in an instant, and the thrones on it were destroyed. The entire ruins were destroyed by the sword, leaving no trace behind. Yunxiao snorted coldly, his eyes as clear as water as he looked straight ahead. In the midst of the flying sand and stones, a figure slowly appeared. It was Yuan, and she was staring at the four of them with eyes full of killing intent. Richard was surprised. "Yuan, you're so silly." "She's no longer Yuan," Yunxiao said. "Her body has been taken over by the friend I saw just now." Possession. Yi and the other two were dumbstruck. There was actually someone in this world who could possess a holy demon? "You have sharp eyes," Yuan said coldly. "You almost ruined my plan." He seemed to sense his body and frowned. He said unhappily, "If only I had a few more days to get used to this body, it would have been even better. What a pity." There seemed to be a look of hatred on his face as he stared at Yunxiao fiercely. "You are also a saint demon, aren't you?" Yunxiao said calmly. "How dare you take advantage of someone's crisis to possess him?" Yuan snorted. "Of course I have to take advantage of her. If she is not in danger, how can I successfully possess her? More shameless than me." Yunxiao was completely speechless. "You're really rare in this world." Yuan laughed and said, "Interesting. However, I can see that your body is quite good. You're also a holy demon and you're a man. Just give me your body. I don't want this woman anymore." "You think I'll give it to you just because you say so?" Yun Xiao sneered. "If I tell you to die, will you?" "It's not up to you." Yuan laughed hideously. With that said, a long cry suddenly rang out from within Yuan's body, and countless demonic lights surged around her body. All kinds of strange images of demonic beasts and birds appeared around her, and upon closer inspection, they were actually somewhat similar to the ones on the walls of the secret chamber. "What?" Yun Xiao was taken aback. "Who the hell are you?" "Ha ha!" Yuan laughed weirdly. "You don't need to know." After those golems danced in the air for a while, they once again surged into Yuan's body. Soon after, a vast and mighty force erupted from Yuan's body. Rising sun palm. Yun Xiao was shocked. The strength of the man in front of him was above the holy demon. Although he had not become the master of 1,000 worlds, he was not any weaker than him. He immediately struck out with his large sword, using the sword quaking the demon's move. Boom! The sword energy rushed into the palm and exploded. The entire sky shattered and the earth cracked. And the other two were all shocked and immediately retreated tens of thousands of feet away. "What?" Yuan was taken aback, and she looked incredulous as she stared at the sword in Yun Xiao's hand and cried out, "Mysterious space?" Yun Xiao performed a sword incantation gesture and said coldly, "You're indeed not that simple. This young master is very interested in your identity." A large number of divine realm tablet talismans gushed out of his body. At the same time, he grabbed with his left hand, and purple lightning immediately appeared in the sky. He struck out, myriad thunder tribulation origin of heaven and earth. Under the endless surge of purple lightning, Yuan's face turned pale and she exclaimed, "You are the realm king of the heavenly martial realm, the person who killed Six-Winged." Although Yuan was shocked, she did not panic. She pointed at the space between her brows with one hand, and a strange multi-sided rune appeared on her forehead. The aura on his body instantly rose again. His right hand also grabbed in the air, and a wave of demonic light struck towards the purple sky like thunder. Bang! 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 The four poles of heaven and earth were constantly being shattered by the collision of these two powers. Yun Xiao felt his spiritual energy flowing away quickly. Under the opponent's divine ability, he felt even more pressure. Humph! Yun Xiao grabbed the thunder with his left hand and raised the sword with his right hand. A sword talisman spread out in all directions, forming a strange spatial shape that could not be seen through. Yun Xiao suddenly had an idea, as if a light had flashed through his mind. Staring at the shape of the sword, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ever since he had fused with Qingzhu, the 5 years of being a fool had allowed him to completely absorb the pure Yi with spirit power. Although his cultivation and comprehension had surpassed the Realm King, that was all. However, under Yuan's frenzied attacks, he suddenly gained some understanding of the space within the sword. It was as if a huge door had opened and a broad path appeared beneath his feet. It's indeed a profound weapon refined from the super profound space. No wonder Six-Winged lost to you. Yuan's face became abnormally malevolent, and the rune between her brows even spread to her hand, turning into a polygonal sacred object, which she suddenly slapped over. Yun Xiao's eyes shone with a fierce light as he cried out coldly, "Slay the demon and eliminate the devil." Boom, boom, boom. The huge sword pressed down like a mountain and fiercely hit the palm force, but it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. The two terrifying forces confronted each other in the air, instantly forming two distinct worlds. The sword technique in one hand and the lightning in the other were the strongest techniques Yun Xiao had learned, but he could not suppress his opponent. He could not help but be shocked. Moreover, his sword essence had greatly improved after the enlightenment just now. If not for that, he would probably still be the one losing. Yuan was even more shocked. The sacred object in his hand had a great origin, and even the Lord of the 1,000 Worlds would not dare to take this attack head-on, but it had been blocked by the other party. Yun Xiao's mind continued to comprehend the sword intent. Although he was under great pressure, his heart was extremely calm, as if he were cultivating. It was hard to have such an opportunity even if one was in closed-door cultivation. Time passed by slowly, and the two of them were covered in sweat, dripping down drop by drop. And the other two were also extremely anxious. Xiao Hong and wanted to help a few times, but they were stopped by him. With the power of the three of them, if they were to break that terrifying balance, they would probably lose their lives in an instant. Suddenly, Yunxiao's heart stirred, and as if he had realized something again, his eyes shone with a burning light. He transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and the 4 arms behind him quickly made hand seals. The lightning and sword gleams in front of him suddenly gathered together and turned into a vast divine light, and its power instantly multiplied. Boom! The balance between the two of them was instantly broken, and the world that Yuan was in shattered. He was sent flying, and he vomited a large amount of ink-black liquid. Yuan's face was unusually pale, but other than being injured, it was more because of fear. Don't kill me. When she saw Yun Xiao walking forward step by step with the sword in his hand, Yuan was finally scared. Her eyes were full of horror as she kept begging for mercy. Yun Xiao suddenly sighed. Under the great pressure just now, he had been constantly enlightened, and his realm had improved a lot. Now that Yuan had been defeated, that sense of enlightenment instantly disappeared, making him feel extremely regretful and reluctant. Not kill you? Give me a reason not to kill you, Yun Xiao said coldly as he pointed his sword at Yuan's head. Fearing that the man would play some tricks again, Yuan's face turned pale. There's no enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? Yun Xiao's face darkened as he snorted. So, there's no reason for me to live? He asked. Yuan instantly felt the chill on the sword. In her shock, she hurriedly said, I have a reason. The expression on his face became gloomy and uncertain. In the end, he gritted his teeth, raised the strange polysided sacred object in his hand, and handed it over. He said, I'll give you this. It's enough to exchange for my life. What is this? Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. What is this? Yuan was silent for a moment before she said, Since you're the king of the realm, have you heard of the coat of arms? What? Yun Xiao's body trembled, and he almost lost his mind. What tricks are you playing? Don't think I don't know where the realm emblem came from. How could you have something like that? Yuan chuckled and a cold look flashed in her eyes. She said in a cold voice, Why can't I have one? When this king refined the devil realm, it naturally existed. Yun Xiao was suddenly taken aback, and then an idea flashed through his mind. You're from the old demon world, the madman who refined the old demon world? Weren't you heavily injured by ancient god Maha and the others and fled into the chaotic great cosmos? Yuan was stunned. Her eyes filled with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Mahaka Yappa and the others have already contacted you. That's right, I'm that lunatic. However, I didn't escape into the chaos great cosmos back then. I was already seriously injured back then, so I didn't dare to run around. I used a small trick to escape back to the devil world and have been hiding here to cultivate. I also used a great formation to hide my aura, so that I wouldn't be discovered by those people in the land of reincarnation. But later, I realized in despair that the resources of the demon realm were not enough for me to return to the master of 1,000 realms. I see, Yun Xiao said. What about Six-Winged? He should also know of your existence, right? Humph. Don't mention that trash. Yuan's face darkened as she gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect him to be so useless. I pulled him back from the brink of death and trained him to become the new demon master. He even stepped into the Lord of 1,000 Worlds realm, but he was still killed. Trash. My original condition was for him to refine the 2 realms and bring me into the chaotic great cosmos. Only there can I recover my strength or even advance. Yun Xiao immediately understood the cause and effect. Then why do you want to take Shiyuan? You can also negotiate with her and train her to become the master of the 1,000 Worlds. Yuan said angrily, How can I have any patience? How many years has it been? I really want to kill my way back to the land of reincarnation and kill all those people. Besides, being the Lord of 1,000 worlds also required talent. This woman's talent was average, and it was already a great opportunity for her to have her current cultivation. She had already reached her limit and could not go any further. That's why I took over her body and thought about what to do in the future. Xianxia smiled as he reached out his left hand and grabbed the seal in his palm. This thing can indeed be exchanged for your life, he said with a smile. Leave Yuan's body now and walk on your own. What? You're asking me to leave? Yuan's eyes popped out and she said angrily, it wasn't easy to successfully possess this body. If you had come a few months later, the outcome of today's battle might have been different. I can't lose this body. Since you've lost, Xianxia sneered. You have to accept the fact that you've lost. Stop blindly thinking about hypothetically and if. I've already agreed to let you live, but I didn't agree to let you take Yuan's body away. If you don't want to leave, then I'll have to send you to your death. You coward! You should die! Yuan roared in anger, but under the threat of the sword, she chose to leave immediately. In the next moment, a large number of black bubbles emerged from Yuan's body. Her bodily fluid gushed out from her body and slowly flowed to the ground. In the end, it condensed into a lump of sticky meat paste. With a whoosh, she flew into the air and fled into the distance. Suddenly, a scorching flame flashed across the sky, and an extremely terrifying and swift flame blade slashed over. Ah! A desperate scream came from the meat paste. With a bang, it shattered in the sky and was burned to nothing by the flames. The person who had attacked was Yuan. Her face was pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her eyes were even filled with fear. Humph, you want to leave? You're lucky that I didn't cut you into 1,000 pieces after you took over my body. After Yuan saw that the meat paste was completely destroyed, the fear on her face gradually dissipated and she said fiercely. After saying that, she felt weak all over and fell to the ground in an instant. At this moment, the referee and the other two had already flown over. The referee panicked and hurriedly went forward to help Yuan up. He said with concern, How is Lady Yuan? The referee waved his hand and said nothing, only looking up at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Yuan, who was extremely weak, and said, I've come to Xuanji. You don't have to say anything. I can probably guess why you're here, said Yuan. She closed her eyes in pain and said, You killed Zhuokuan, but you just saved me, and I'm no match for you. From now on, you and I will be strangers. Xianxia smiled faintly and nodded. That's good. He cupped his fists and said, My lords, I've already achieved the purpose of this trip, so I won't stay any longer. I'll bid you farewell. If we're fated to meet again in the future, perhaps we'll meet again. Lord Li is leaving? He asked, stunned. Her eyes dimmed slightly, full of reluctance. All good things must come to an end, Xianxia said with a smile. Work hard and cultivate. Maybe we'll meet again in the future on the road ahead. He didn't know that he was going to the land of reincarnation. He only felt very sad, with a faint sense of sadness. After Xianxia took his leave, he left with Xiaohong. The referee looked at the two disappearing figures and muttered to himself, I really envy little sister Xiaohong. After returning to the holy region, Xianxia began to cultivate in seclusion. In the battle in the demonic realm, he had comprehended many wonderful techniques, which were difficult to digest in a short time. At the same time, the success of the realm emblem made him extremely excited. He began to study it carefully. 2 years later, a wondrous spiritual light suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire holy region. It suddenly spread in all directions, covering the vast sky in an instant. The entire north region was bathed in this magnificent holy light in an instant. All the martial artists sensed it and were suddenly moved, as if they had understood something. This phenomenon lasted for several hours before the holy light transformed into a golden rain that rained down, nourishing the entire northern region. A large number of warriors broke through the barrier in an instant, and they were pleasantly surprised to reach a higher realm. They couldn't help but feel grateful. At this moment, The sanctum's main palace was covered with a layer of holy light. A large number of experts had gathered around, and they were all discussing. Many people started cultivating on the spot, and they also benefited greatly. In the Great Hall, a figure emerged in the air. It was Zhuo Qingfan, who looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "You've actually reached the Lord of 1,000 worlds. That's really shocking." At the moment, the holy light around Xianxia's body was shining and reflecting with the thousands of divine flames, giving off an extremely sacred aura. With a faint smile on his face, he cast a hand seal to put away all the strange phenomena in the sky and returned to his normal state. "Luck. Hee. Zhuo Qingfan laughed and said, "Luck is just a humble word of success." "Thank you for your praise, Lord Maha," Xianxia said. "Perhaps he has learned a lot from studying that realm heraldry." Zhuo Qingfan was also filled with emotion as he said, "We all thought that Madman had fled into the chaos-great cosmos. We didn't expect him to still be in the minor chaotic starfields. However, even if he continues to live, it will be difficult for him to recover his cultivation." "There's no need to sigh, my lord," Xianxia said. "This is just the cycle of the heavens, and there will always be bad karma." Zhuo Qingfan nodded and said, "You can go and make your preparations. The passageway has been opened since last month. The cosmic disk will arrive soon." Xianxia nodded, and in a flash he appeared outside the Great Hall. Immediately, everyone came to their senses and hurriedly came forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, Alliance Master." Xianxia raised his hand, and a force immediately lifted everyone up. "No need to be so polite. I'm no longer the Heavenly Martial Alliance's alliance leader." His gaze fell on the man in the green robe not far away and said, "Wei Qing, I'll leave the future to you." Wei Qing was slightly moved, but he swallowed his words and only nodded. "Then I'm relieved," Xianxia said with a smile. At this moment, there were as many people gathered outside the hall as a mountain forest. Almost all the strong men of the two worlds had gathered here. Even Bai and An had rushed over from the Devil World. All of them were familiar faces. Li Chongfeng and the other members of the Li family were also there. Many of them were sad and shed tears. Xianxia looked at one of them and said with a smile, "Luo Qingyun, I'm afraid that our battle will be a long time later." Luo Qingyun's body trembled with mixed feelings. He cupped his fists and said, "The land of reincarnation? There'll be a reckoning. Ha. Well said." Cheyu patted his shoulder and laughed. "You and I are both from the dragon race. We are the most powerful beings in the world. Let's work hard together." Xianxia smiled faintly as he looked at his old friend, who had accompanied him for 2 lives. At this moment he was completely speechless. "What are you looking at?" Cheyu laughed. "I've been looking at you for 2 lifetimes. Can't even eat. Now I can finally be free." Xianxia strode forward, opened his arms, and gave him a big hug as he said, "Many thanks." Cheyu burst into tears. Huge teardrops fell from his dragon eyes. He hugged him tightly and scolded, "2 men hugging each other? Disgusting. I'm the true dragon of the world. How am I supposed to live if I'm seen by others?" Zhuo Qingfan's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed in surprise, "They've actually arrived so quickly." He raised his hand and formed several hand seals that scattered into the sky. Then, a ball of light spread out in the sky above the hall. It was colorful and floated slowly like a mist. A universe seemed to be born in the middle of the halo. Under the resplendent stars, a silver pillar of light poured down with the universe's primordial chaos power. However, it disappeared in an instant. At the place where the pillar of light appeared, there was a silver compass floating in the air, emitting a faint glow. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with joy as he reached out and took the disc into his hand. At the same time, he patted it with one hand, and a silver light immediately flowed over the disc, from which an exquisite medicinal pill emerged. "Water deity," he exclaimed in joy. The water deity had already summoned Ru One. On the golden lotus, Fei and I's flame of life was dancing weakly. Yunxiao pointed at the nirvana pill, and it immediately shot out and hovered above the flame. It was roasted by the weak flame, and rings of spirit energy spread out in a spiral and circled around the flame. Xiao stared at it for a while, and he could vaguely see Fanny's figure in the flame nourished by the pill power. Fan said, "Don't worry, with this nirvana elixir, Fanny will be able to come back to life in no time. Don't waste any more time and go in the reverse direction along the path that the star disk fell down. The longer we delay, the weaker the path will be, and the greater the risk will be." "I want to see Fanny before I leave," Xiao said with a frown. "I want to see Fanny." Fan chuckled. "That's impossible. It'll take at least 3 to 4 days for him to be reincarnated. Furthermore, he'll definitely be in a coma after he reincarnates. It'll take at least a year for us to meet again. Don't tell me you're going to waste a year and a half to make the star path on the star disk disappear? That'll be extremely risky." When Chu Hongyan and the others heard that, they hurriedly urged Xiao to leave. "It's only been 15 years. Could it be that Feiyang doesn't plan to come back?" Chu Hongyan forced a smile. Xiao heaved a long sigh and looked at the faces of the few beauties. All the women couldn't help but tear up. Xiao smiled faintly, then turned and left, leaving only his voice echoing in the hall. "I'll be back soon." The lone figure gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes under the infinite radiance emitted by the star compass. The E-River was carefree and full of clothes. He was used to buying wine with 1,000 gold. The human world pass was waning. Eternal happiness in the cup. In the wind and moon temple. If you win, you must be happy. If you lose, you must be happy. The end.